call this meeting to order. It is Monday, May 19th, 2025. The first item on our agenda is a motion to amend and adopt our agenda as amended. If anyone has, well, if I could ask Councillor McKnight, actually, to read off the motion as it's listed on Civic Clerk, that would be helpful.
I move to amend the agenda as follows. Suspend the rules to add the consent agenda item number 7.12 CSWD. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Motion to amend the agenda as follows. Suspend the rules to add consent agenda item 7.12 CSWD FY26 proposed budget per City Council President Travers.
Thank you, Councillor McKnight. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Councillor Bergman. We will go to a vote on that motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. So we have our agenda. Before we get to public forum, which is scheduled for a set time of 6:30, and I welcome folks to continue to sign up here at the table for public forum, but we will be turning to that at a time certain of 6:30 p.m. We do have two work sessions that are planned. The first work session is regarding impact fees, and so I think we will probably get to that work session first and then turn to public forum after that, and Ashley Parker would welcome you to come to the table on this work session. So Ashley, take your time if you have a presentation, but whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
I'm ready. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me again to talk about impact fees. Tonight's presentation, I know not everybody was here the last two sessions that we came in front of you to talk about the impact fee projects that have been ongoing. So I want to kind of go into an overview and a summary to get everybody on the same page as we dive into this topic. All right. So to kick it off, I just want to, again, go over what our current fee program looks like and what impact fees are. So impact fees are generally fees that we charge new developments that help us defray certain capital costs. And these improvements cannot be related to maintenance or existing deficiencies. And our current fee structure was actually originally adopted in 1992, and it has not been evaluated since then. So these projects are badly needed and overdue review of our fee system. And our impact fees, as you'll see in some of our coming slides, are really just one supplemental revenue source that we use to offset some of our capital projects. Our current fee structure, we charge, there are 6 of them. We have a traffic fee, a fire fee, a police fee, a parks fee, a library fee, and a schools fee. Affordable and senior housing are currently exempt. They've been charged by 1,000 square feet. And you'll see here what, I believe this is from the last fiscal year, no, 2023. So from FY23, this is what our fee table looked like. Historically, this table summarizes over the last 10 years of revenue collection per fee category. On average, we have collected about $350,000 a year for fee revenues. Broken down by asset type, it's about $80,000, give or take. The lowest there is about $30,000. But the general consensus is across the board that this has been a very small number in terms of the overall capital budget. And is not significant enough to actually carry out a capital project by itself. So why are we talking about this now? As I stated before, these fees have not been reviewed and updated since 1992. And so in order to make sure that we are implementing a program that has been properly evaluated and has capital projects that justify the use of the collection of the fees, it's really important for us to relook at this structure. It's periodic and is actually recommended in 5 years is a good standard of practice for reviewing and reassessing your fees. Since 1992, a lot has changed in the city. Our capital project list and our city needs have really changed. We've gone from an area of capital expansion to more deferred maintenance. And that was really reflected in a review of our current asset inventories during this project. By reviewing these fees, we are also able to relook at how we choose to allocate resources. And one of the things I wanted to note in this presentation is in looking at the last 8 years of capital budgets, the transportation projects alone made up about 73% of whatever total general fund capital revenues were available, which is a significant amount to come out of that and leaves very little left to allocate to any other asset categories. So by maybe looking at what we're collecting in a different way, it helps us maybe free up other resources on the capital revenue side to apply to other categories of fees or categories of assets. This slide is on the water resource fees. We are looking at trying to implement both water and wastewater fees. The Water Resources Division has done their own study. This slide is just letting us know that back in the 90s, the city decided to eliminate collecting fees to support water resources projects. And by implementing some type of fee in the near future will really help reduce some of the costs, especially associated with the buying. So it'll help us reduce the cost of ratepayers in connection to the lake and water bonds by putting more onus on those developing projects and considering this a buy-in portion. And by doing all of these things together now, it does lay the foundation for all of the changes to occur in a timely and efficient manner. And I'm not sure if Megan is on tonight, but she can also speak better about the water resources fees. So this is an overview of our studies that went on to evaluate all of our fees. So we really had 3 different studies to look at all of these options. We had one consultant team looking at 5 of our fees. We had another team looking at our transportation fee, turning our traffic fee into a transportation fee. And then Water Resources had a separate consultant looking at water and sewer buy-in. So you'll see as we continue talking and going through the slides, we inventoried all the city capital assets, looked at replacement costs, we interviewed departments and worked with all internal stakeholders, including the school district, to look at all the fee categories, identify capital expansion projects, and we even looked at reorganizing and combining fees in different categories to try to see if we could get more flexibility in different ways. So essentially, what it comes down to for the city is the city really needs to think about if we are collecting an impact fee, are we able to spend the fees on eligible projects that we can justify? Is there a connection to, a nexus to growth or development? Do they add capacity to provide services? Will we need additional funding to close the gap? If you need significant funding, sometimes it's harder to justify if you need more money to complete a project and you can't spend the funding out, the impact fees out within the timeline of 6 years. So at the end of the day, is the impact fee worthwhile to collect those impact fees? The studies began back in 2022, and the recommendations that came out of all 3 of these studies is to continue collecting impact fees, but really focusing them on the transportation, water, and wastewater asset categories. These were the categories where we were able to find a true nexus between the projects and the new development. It's essential infrastructure. They have large capital costs, and we have really, really solid capital project lists over the next 10 years. And as I mentioned briefly earlier, shifting the capital fee stack really gives us an opportunity to rethink what we can do with our remaining available capital revenues and how those might be applied to our assets like fire, police, library, and parks. And again, I wanted to stress on this slide the opportunity that we have and we should take advantage of to reevaluate these fees at least every 5 years. I added this slide for this conversation just to bring up, hopefully explain a point that I think got confused in the last couple of presentations. So part of this project, we reviewed capital asset project lists, and this is one example. You'll see more of these lists at the end of this slide deck, but what we did was we took what we identified as eligible capital projects and showed the estimated cost for the projects and what percentage of those projects were eligible for collection or use of impact fees. And then we totaled those up. And so what you're seeing here is the actual total cost of a project, but not necessarily the amount of revenue that we could bring in from any revised or new fees. So this is just to show what kinds of things we had to look at and evaluate in reassessing all of our fees on these assets. So we removed any maintenance and replacement projects, focused on those nexus connection projects. The town would spend is 6 years, and many of the projects really identified needed additional funding to really make happen. So it really made us question whether or not it made sense to ultimately recommend them for collection. And you'll see on this slide the overall recommendations for the transportation and water and wastewater fees. On the transportation side, we had a lot of strong projects meeting the nexus criteria. The calculation of the fee will be based on vehicle trips at a PM peak hour between the hours of 4 and 7 p.m. And the calculated new fee would be $1,203 per new PM peak hour vehicle trip. We incorporated projects where we felt we could get grant funding to support, so that also helped us really evaluate the total amount of fee we would be able to charge. And also, the really important thing with this transportation impact fee is it's really encouraging the kind of development that looks at making stronger bike ped connections, reducing vehicle trips per development, which would follow suit with I think, the priorities of the city. I feel like I'm forgetting one thing, but that's okay. The water wastewater buy-in fees are here at the bottom. Mostly, the key here is that the fee is based on gallons per day of new usage for both water and wastewater. It'll be based on the type and the size of the development, and they'll also be looking to impose on, if it's not a new development, but you're affecting the water usage or the wastewater usage by the change to the parcel, that could also be looked at for adding a water wastewater fee to it. This is just to give you a per unit basis. So this isn't like a vehicle trip or gallons per day type calculation, but when we looked at all of the fees together, we tried to give them compare them in a context that would be similar to how we charge them today. So this is what this table, this graph is showing us. So the updated column, which is the dark blue, is looking at all of our current eligible current fee categories, updating all of those asset values based on the increase in costs and project types, and that is what it would look like. That is what the increase would look like total across the board. And the red bar is the proposed, including the water transportation fee categories. We added a table just highlighting across the region who's doing what in terms of collecting fees. And again, this is a per unit basis, so just trying to compare everything across the board so you can see what's happening elsewhere in this part of Vermont. The next several slides are going through the ordinance changes. And right now, the city has impact fee regulations in 3 places. So we have one in, there's a city ordinance, a zoning ordinance, and then we have our administrative regulations. And so part of this project, the implementation of it would be to help streamline and make this more efficient so that there's less confusion and better time of implementing these fees by focusing everything on the impact fee administrative regulations. So the recommendation for these ordinance changes is to work with you all and the Planning Commission, as we've been doing, to update all of these regulations and zoning ordinances. It's really, and like I said, streamline into the administrative regs. And I have actually a schedule that's probably more helpful here. Let's just go to that. And so this is this timeline that we've been working off of over the last month or so. So the City Council first saw the first draft of the city ordinance back on May 12th. We're working with you all in this work session tonight. The Planning Commission saw their zoning amendment on May 13th. Tonight is our study session. And then on June 2nd, we're hoping for the second reading of the city ordinance and an introduction of the administrative regulations, which would have all the guts associated with what it would take to implement any new changes. And then later in June, if needed, we would come back to talk through additional potential changes and other issues with the council. It is also worth just noting that we do have exemptions and types of waivers that are associated with these ordinances currently and the administrative regs. We do have some noted recommendations here as well. One other point worth noting is, and this slide has been in here before, and I think Charles is online too, and he can answer more questions about inclusionary zoning if there is. But you know, the impact fees and inclusionary zoning fees are really 2 of the primary development costs required by the city. And so we wanted to make sure that we were mindful of what we were asking when reviewing these fees and asking to update them. So I'll let Charles, I think, talk more to that if there are questions, but we want to just give you an update on this concept and conversation that has been ongoing in the planning world. So I think that's it for now. I would like to, plenty of time for questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Ashley. As mentioned, we have public forum set for a time certain of 6:30, so we'll try to get to all questions and feedback within that time that we have. So we have about 10 minutes. Any counselors with questions or comments for Ashley? Counselor Schachter.
Hi, thank you so much for this presentation. Just for, obviously this budgeting season is a reminder that we don't want to be leaving revenue on the table. And I understand, I think, a lot of why you're proposing what you're proposing. With the things like parks that you're proposing to leave out of this revision, when you were doing those calculations, were you only taking into account sort of like known projects that we know are upcoming? If we had more revenue, are there other projects that could potentially, the money could be put towards, and was that taken into account in these recommendations?
That's a good question. So yes, when we evaluated these projects, we evaluated the projects that are in the capital plan today. So it's all of our known needs, our known deficiencies. And so that is something that I'll be presenting my budget on Wednesday, but that is something that I've noted that would be beneficial for the future, to have a plan that has more known projects that might be the result of actual development that's occurring in the city, where we can say, we know we need X, Y, or Z to respond to these increases in growth. We didn't have access to that. I know there are some planning efforts underway already that will be coming over the next couple of years that will really help, I think, give us some baseline data on the parks question in particular. And I know Charles could speak more to that. He did earlier today, but that is my recommendation, is to continue doing that kind of planning work so we can better identify what that looks like and what asset needs we really have as a city moving forward.
And then just to be clear, when we make these changes now, it'll be another 5 years before we would revisit them again. So taking them out now sort of means that we're looking at a 5-year runway to being able to potentially add them back in.
Yeah, I think there could be some flexibility. You know, I know Charles's study is two years, maybe 3 years. And I think if we could get a lot of data then, that would really help us. I don't want to go into another study evaluating the impact fees, I think, without more information to really properly evaluate them.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks. Just on that point, we had a discussion at Ordinance around 5 years is the state rule, but I believe our ordinance says something like at least every 5 years. So we actually did have a discussion that we could do less than 5 years if we choose to.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Any other councilor with questions or feedback? Okay. So I will just mention just a couple different things. One, in terms of logistics, I do understand, Councilor Bergman, that the Ordinance Committee has sent us some proposed amendments, both to the Comprehensive Development Ordinance as well as the BCO. Is that correct?
That is correct, with a request to warn a public hearing as required for the zoning ordinance, the CDO ordinance, on June 2nd.
Okay.
We are teed up for prompt and effective action.
Okay. So I will note, folks may see on our consent agenda, one of the impact fee proposals is there to our CDO, I believe. It's only there just as a first reading. We did the first reading of the other one at a previous meeting, so that they will now, assuming our consent agenda is approved, be read the first time, both of them, and then they'll be teed up for the second. I will just say, Ashley, you know, as I've mentioned in previous presentations on this, and I really appreciate all the information that you provided and you're continuing to come back, my biggest concern is keeping Burlington in alignment and competitive with our surrounding communities and not providing folks other reasons to decide to build housing or set up a business outside of here. I will note that one of the things I was a little surprised to see, right, is how much higher South Burlington's impact fees are in particular as compared to Burlington's. And my outstanding question, I'll follow up with you afterwards, is are we missing something there, right? Is the development cost truly that much higher in South Burlington, or is there some other component that they have there that brings down the overall cost in choosing South Burlington to build housing? You know, are there caps on multi-unit buildings, for example, or are there other set-offs in other permitting and related costs related to development? And so it's just something that I'll be curious about rather than just comparing apples to apples in terms of impact fees, or the comprehensive cost of development in one community versus another. Want to make sure that Burlington is staying in alignment with and competitive with surrounding communities. All right. Thank you. All right, so we have another work session regarding, it's the Mayor's Office's update on homelessness initiatives. But given the time, 6:27, and public forum set for a time certain of 6:30, absent objection, we'll go ahead and open public forum now at 6:27 p.m. I will note to folks that under our council rules, we hear first from Burlington residents here in City Hall, and then among Burlington residents online. We'll then repeat that process for any non-Burlington residents who are representing a Burlington organization or are a Burlington property owner, and then we'll repeat that process for non-Burlington residents. As a reminder, in order to participate in public forum online, our rules require that you sign up at least an hour in advance of our public forum time through the City Council's website. Both in person and online, each speaker will be provided 2 minutes. When I call your name, if you're here in person, please come and have a seat here at the table. Make sure the green light on the microphone itself is illuminated, different from the green light than on the timer. You want to make sure the green light on the microphone itself is on, and hold the microphone close. For those online, I'll let you know once you've been unmuted. When providing comments, please direct them to me as the chair and not to any other individual. It's important that City Hall remain a safe place for those who serve, all of you here, and those watching our meetings. The council respects and values the diversity of opinions and perspectives on all issues. We ask, however, that all comments be free from individualized attacks, hate, harassment, obscenities, or other derogatory language about other people or groups based on any protected characteristics. We also ask that public comments avoid conduct which is unreasonably loud, disruptive, or discourteous. If I interrupt a speaker at any point, it will be because I'll be politely asking that the speaker please proceed in accordance with the rules as I've laid them out here. If public comment continues in violation of these rules, I reserve the right at that point to end public comment for that speaker. So with that said, we have a number of Burlington residents here in City Hall, and I appreciate everyone who's taken the time to join us this evening. Our first Burlington resident is Julie Masuga, who will be followed by Leif Taranta. And because we have folks in the balcony, I'll name a couple other folks. So after Leif Taranta, we have Shelby Johnson.
My name is Julie Masuga, and I've lived in Burlington for almost 10 years now. My community has been stepping up and feeding anyone who needs a meal for the past 5, ever since the start of the pandemic. Private and government resources are never enough, and shelters are always too full, but regardless, food distribution happens every single day. It's one of the things about this town that we should all be the most proud of. It's not something I see in other places, and it's precious. But now, the Democrats, who I doubt regularly visit Destro, have decided to make the largely homeless population that relies on this daily meal their scapegoat for slow business. Not sanctions, not a drop in Canadian tourism, not Phil Scott, not construction, not online retail, but instead people who have been breaking bread together now for 5 years. People building community, reducing crime, reducing poverty, finding each other shelter, and bettering their lives. It is disturbing to know that so many people and businesses don't see that. So come see us. Come have a meal. Get some hygiene products, warm clothes, get connected. Get to know some of the stories of people that have gone from being forced to beg to the ones who are serving others. I can assure you it's not scary unless you're afraid of seeing poverty. When the weather permits, I even bring my guinea pig, who helps with PTSD, to Food Distro to get cuddles. I swear to you, it's his favorite thing in the world, to meet everyone. He chirps contentedly the entire time. He loves it. I would never feel safe even bringing him to City Council. It remains to be seen where Distro will be in the future, but why force them out before they even have another option? All of that said, I am extremely grateful to the Dems and the Profit Before People crowd who have given us a curated list of businesses to boycott. All you need to do is look at Citizen Cider to know what they would be in for. Counselors who know the incredible harm reduction our 1 hour per day at the garage brings, I hope you see the vast amount of people here tonight who have your back. At the end of the day, we just want people with full bellies.
Thank you. And we'll ask that folks please, as is our standard rule, please refrain from any applause or other reactions to comments. Our next speaker is Leif Taranta, who will be followed by Calamity or Shelby Johnson, and then Colleen Siren. I think you need to make sure the microphone is on.
Hello.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Leif. I live in the Old North End. There are a lot of things wrong in the world right now, such as the fact that ICE is kidnapping people off the streets, my rent has doubled in the past 5 years. So many things we could be spending our time trying to fix, but it's honestly embarrassing that instead we're here defending the one thing that's not wrong right now, which is people taking care of each other. As Julie said, Food Not Cops Distro isn't the reason businesses are struggling. That's because of tariffs and construction and the fact that people can barely afford eggs right now, let alone designer handbags. It's also not the reason for the housing crisis or for the fact that people are unhoused. That's because of the politicians who have systematically failed to protect our most vulnerable residents. So mutual aid's not the reason that people are living on Church Street, but it is the reason that more of those people aren't dead. Over the past several years, I've seen so many of my friends receive life-saving care at Food Distro, whether that's hygiene supplies, tents, Narcan, and so much more. Mutual aid meets people's survival needs, and it also meets our safety needs. I give de-escalation trainings professionally, and the first thing I tell people is that building relationships is the best way to prevent violence. I can't even count how many times I've seen the relationships built at Distro prevent crises from escalating far beyond the parking garage, I see friends stopping fights because they know the people involved. I have people sticking up for me when I'm harassed for being trans on the street. People are taking care of each other. And I feel much safer in the parking garage than I do here, similar to Julie and my guinea pig. Another danger that I hope we could talk about is the fact that there are these groups of young white men running around calling themselves hobo hunters, beating people up, being queerphobic regularly. When you all come back with a proposal to address that, to address the ICE agents kidnapping people, to address the housing crisis, then you
Thank
can
you.
say you care about
Thank you.
safety on Church Street. But
Thank you.
until then,
Thank
just
you.
let us feed each other in peace.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Calamity Johnson, followed by Colleen Siren, to be followed by Katie Hellman. Hi.
Just start?
Yeah, just start.
Hi, everyone. My name is Calamity Johnson. Very nice to meet all you. I have never done this before, but I saw what was happening, and I couldn't stop myself. I am 20 years old. I am a UVM student who earlier in the previous semester, which just ended, ran out of food money for about 2 weeks, and Food Not Cops saved my life, basically. Fed me and saved my life. I have never felt unsafe at any of their food distributions. Everyone there has been extremely lovely to me, and I have made many friends there. Food Not Cops are the only people who do this kind of work in this area this regularly. Again, that's warm meals every single day of the week. They're definitely the only people who do it with no questions asked, no sign-ups, and no requirements. Houseless people are much more likely to be the victim of a crime at the hands of a housed person than to commit a crime, than the other way around. And are often afraid to interact in normal society because they're stereotyped as violent or as people who commit crimes. Pushing aid to disparate corners outside of our city is extremely detrimental to the people who live here. I would not have been able to receive aid if it had been anywhere outside of Burlington. I went to the Marketplace Garage, that's where I was fed. Towns, like asking houseless people to travel to multiple different towns, to multiple different soup kitchens who all have different days of the week in which they serve food is extremely taxing. It doesn't always work. And just trying to make people invisible and push people out of sight is not going to solve any problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to be proud to live here.
Our next speaker is Colleen Siren, to be followed by Katie Hellman and then Rachel Siegel.
Hi, my name is Colleen, and I am a Burlington resident. I've worked in substance abuse and harm reduction policies for a while. I'm in support of this resolution. I also volunteer at Feeding Chittenden, where we feed people meals all day long. We send them home with bags of groceries. I think the resolution was trying to solve one problem without being too specific. It said, can we move it? I think the question we should be asking the three young people that just came here, is there a better place that would help them help us, right? Because the downtown area needs a safer area, right? We've looked at the mayor's budget, right? We've seen how the businesses are going out of business, right? We have to support both. We have to support the businesses and the homeless community. And I believe that this group here can find a resolution and a location for this that would serve both of those purposes.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Hellman, to be followed by Rachel Siegel and then Bernice Valenti.
Hello, my name is Katie Hellman. I'm a community organizer here in Burlington, and I'm here tonight to speak to possibility that I see in this moment. Though this is a very contentious time and there's a lot of anger and fear that we're feeling both outside of the space and in this space, I believe that most people are here tonight because they really care about this city and they want to see changes made that will make it safer and more livable for everyone who lives here. I spent my day today and some of my time yesterday with a small group of folks going to talk with business owners, some of whom I see here tonight, who signed the initial letter directed to the mayor. We talked to about 40 people. And we spoke about the challenges they were facing, the fears they're having, and the need to demand action. And what I found is that many of the people I spoke with were open to additional solutions that were not included in their initial letter or in the resolution put forward by city councilors, but that would address the challenges they're facing in direct and more sustainable ways. This would include more shelters so that people who are living on the streets wouldn't be sleeping in the doorways of businesses, but instead would have a place to sleep at night. This would include more public restrooms, so people wouldn't be defecating in public because they'd have somewhere to use the bathroom. The overdose prevention center that's planned to come to Burlington would also be just continuing to support that effort, would reduce public usage. And lastly, supporting food access, allowing groups that are doing this work here in Burlington to lead the way. They know the work that they're doing the best. They know the best ways to support the community that they're working with. So in this moment, I feel hopeful, and I look forward to connecting with more community members and building coalition between business owners, the social justice community, and our local city government to demand sustainable and caring solutions in our city. I know none of these things can happen overnight, but we need to be clear about where we're pointing our arrow. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Siegel, to be followed by Bernice Valenti and then Michael Cassidy.
Hey, everybody, I'm Rachel Siegel. I live in the Old North End. There are a lot of people who are very concerned about the impact of the current crises on their businesses, rightfully. And there's a body of people who are interested in building community with and support for the people who are in the most crisis, rightfully. And usually these two groups feel at odds with one another, but I believe, like Katie, that we'll be better able to get all the concerns met if we can talk to each other and listen. I know that the mayor has been in conversation with the lunch distribution organizers for months and that they were working diligently, slowly toward finding another location. And my understanding is that when the business sign-on letter came out, much of which I agree with, but I think that it actually misses a lot of big picture issues. And I stand firmly against anything that would disrupt the mutual aid and lunch service. But that letter came out, and I think it actually did a real disservice to the movement that the mayor was making with the organizers, because it seems that there was now pushback. And I'm not inner circle with any of them, so I don't know this for a fact, but it sounds like that conversation is now disrupted and they're having to readdress it because I think they're put on the defensive by being told that they're not wanted, which is not surprising. So then they create an alternative letter, talking about root cause and capitalism and poverty and the things that are really driving these crises, in my opinion, that I agree with. But then other people felt like the tone of it was dismissive of their concerns. So everyone's just mad at everybody and not doing anything. And then Katie, who just spoke, tells me about her project. I joined her on the street. There are two truths at the same time. There's a downtown crisis, and we have to take care of people and center those who are most impacted by the crises without criminalizing them. These quiet one-on-one conversations are effective to make real change. And interestingly, when I talked to folks today, a lot of the workers did not agree with the letter that their bosses signed on to. The last thing I'll say is there's a whereas clause that says to talk
I'm
about
sorry,
Governor Scott.
we have 2 minutes, Rachel.
There's no therefore clause related to Governor Scott's impact on all
All right,
this.
thank you.
This has been submitted to the record.
Yes, I was about to note that. And if you could send an electronic version, it will appear on our agenda at our next meeting. Thank you. Our next speaker is Bernice Valenti, who will be followed by Michael Cassidy and then Adam Franz.
Hi, my name is Bernice Valenti. I am a resident of the New North End. A lot of the discourse that's been happening lately has kind of been running around in my head, and I've had so many complicated feelings about it. And then it wasn't until kind of these two competing resolution letters have come out that I feel like I was able to see so many ways that I've been feeling that are being seen as opposites, but they truly are both coming from a place of loving Burlington and wanting it to be better. I chose to come back here after graduating. I moved to New York and Boston for years, and my wife and I moved back here to start a family, start our business, and I agree downtown has become a place that's no longer feeling for us, the residents, and the community, which includes our unhoused community members, as many of the stores and restaurants and businesses cater to tourists and visitors from surrounding towns with deeper pockets, not those of us who love this town the most. Displacing unhoused people by ruining, trashing, confiscating what they have isn't the answer. Removing resources for our most vulnerable population is not the answer. I don't have the answers, but the ones I have seen so far aren't it. I would love to see everyone work together. I believe we all love this town, and we can collaborate to work together to find a solution that benefits everyone in our community, not just those who are the loudest, wealthiest, or most powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Cassidy, to be followed by Adam Franz, and then Dave Marr.
Yes, I'm a long-term resident for nearly 50 years in Burlington and South Burlington. I've seen a lot of changes go on throughout that period of time. This is by all means the worst last 5 years I've ever experienced. We all know how tragic things are going on right now, and I'm not going to get into all the details, but I just have some suggestions. I notice you have some needle dispensaries. I think we need more. I'm alarmed at how, the theft rate is so alarming around here, and that we need to put a stop to it. If someone steals $5 worth, they need to be fined, and then it gets, this next fine will be greater and greater each time. And after a certain amount of times, and then they might need to do some jail time. I feel that you need to have police presence on the streets to walk through every single day of every single business and say, hey, how you doing? Some of these businesses that are hit the worst, you need to, take a walk through City Market and, whatever stores get hit the worst. If some of them don't want to have police visits, that's fine, but I'm sure that people would feel a lot stronger, a lot happier that this is all happening. In the same way, when they're taking their walks and they're riding their bicycles in the neighborhoods and the parking garages, if they see problem people, then they need to get them off the streets. Get them off the street, get them into some kind of, program to help. I just think that, I don't know. I think that's it, but I think these are just some good ideas.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Adam Franz, to be followed by Dave Marr, and then Roberto Fitzgerald. You gotta turn on the microphone, sorry.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
I'm Adam Franz. I live in Ward 8. I want to start by expressing my solidarity with Food Not Cops. I think that they provide a vital, valuable service to the people of the city. I do not think that the city of Burlington is prepared to pick up the tab of providing free food to Burlington residents. I also think that this whole discussion is premised on the idea that homeless people and poor people make Burlington less safe. I think that this is wrong. I think that the best thing to do is for the council to not pass this resolution tonight. Food Not Cops should not be forced to move if they do not want to move. I'd also like to talk tonight about the memo on the agenda regarding privatization of recycling. I think, first of all, I appreciate the change represented in this memo since it slows down the process and makes it less likely that privatization occurs. However, it doesn't shut down completely discussion of privatization and leaves it open by including in its medium-term strategy, including putting up a quote for private haulers to solicit bids. I think this whole process relies on the flawed idea that a privatized service can be reversed and brought back into public ownership, and I think the history of this country and the world in the last century shows that once a service is privatized, it's not likely to come back into public ownership. It's bad enough that we've already privatized services in the past, such as Burlington Telecom, and I understand that we don't have the political will in this city to expand public ownership in the economy, but I think that we should at least not reverse the progress that we've made over the last century and return services to the public sector. I think that the council should commit to rebuilding this service and not privatize it.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Dave Marr, to be followed by Roberto Fitzgerald, and then Vivian Bose-Pine.
Good evening.
Vivon, sorry.
Oh, I hit the off button by mistake. Good evening. My name is Dave Marr. I've lived in the area since I started UVM back in 1973. Back then, Burlington was a fun place. I used to go downtown all the time to places like the Red Dog, the Last Chance, the Silver Keg, and what else you. But things have changed. Our downtown is now in peril. We have flagrant shoplifting, open drug use, and our streets and sidewalks are littered with discarded syringes and human waste. We have a resolution on the agenda tonight with some concrete actions that we should take to improve the situation, and I hope you'll all approve that. But I have one additional suggestion to make Burlington more welcoming, and that is to not allow camping in prime recreation areas, and in particular in the urban reserve north of the Moran plant. There are even more encampments there now, more people living there now than I think last year. In particular, we should make sure people don't camp in the urban reserve north of the Moran plant. So, I think what we need to do is make Burlington more welcoming to tourists, shoppers, and diners. Otherwise, Burlington, and downtown Burlington in particular, could enter a downward spiral, kind of like when a pilot loses control of his aircraft. It goes, boom. So, hope you will approve, all vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roberto Fitzgerald, to be followed by Vivon Bose-Pine, and then Colin Palmer.
Thank you. My name is Rob Fitzgerald, and I've had the privilege of working, living, and enjoying all that Burlington area has to offer for over 30 years. Burlington has always been a place of vibrancy. Our waterfront, Church Street, with its charming shops and eclectic restaurants, and our thriving arts scene, and our beautiful parks. It's what has drawn us here, and it's what draws countless visitors each year. But lately we face a different reality, a reality we can no longer ignore. Over the past 4 years, we've witnessed a troubling and significant increase in open drug use, drug dealing, and vagrancy. It's happening at our waterfront, along Church Street, in City Hall Park, and outside the library. These are the places that have historically been safe, welcoming, and central to Burlington's identity. Today, however, they've become hotspots for illegal activity and a growing sense of fear. We, the residents and business owners of this city, are losing the Burlington we once knew and loved. Families are afraid to take their children to the library. Locals hesitate to stroll down Church Street or take a run along the bike path, and our businesses are struggling. Our city, which once thrived with community, is now marked by graffiti, public intoxication, and drug transactions at nearly every turn. We must act now for the future of Burlington. I understand that efforts are underway to increase our police force, and I wholeheartedly support these efforts. But we must acknowledge that law enforcement alone will not solve the underlying issues of homelessness, mental illness, and addiction. We must address these challenges, yes, but we must also protect the vast majority of residents and visitors who deserve to feel safe in their own city. So what can we do? I was encouraged by the recent announcement about summer events in City Hall Park and Church Street. To truly revitalize our downtown, we need to build a bold strategic approach. My suggestion is this: create designated zones where certain behaviors such as loitering, solicitation, drug use, and camping are not permitted.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vivon Bose-Pine, to be followed by Colin Palmer, and then Ray Beecher.
Can you hear me? Perfect. My name is Vivon Bose-Pine. I'm in the Party for Socialism and Liberation. My comrade Leaf mentioned a group earlier, the Hobo Hunters. The Hobo Hunters last year had a practice of taking golf clubs and swinging them at people's tents, whether they were inside or not. We heard a few TBIs that resulted from that from our homeless community, a number of people's stuff which was destroyed, some people who were dragged by the car, some people who yelled after them, had a number of white men climb out of that car and beat them up. I'm not sure if they were the same group that was involved in the app, which was found amongst UVM students, which had a point scoring system for attacking different homeless people. I believe you got a higher number of points for throwing a frozen water bottle, a higher number of points still for throwing urine. Gasoline, in one case, was also thrown. There is a definitive safety issue, which is being brought up by these two letters, which have been presented to the City Council. I think there's also a technocratic issue about what the solution is to resident safety. Food Not Cops' letter presents the solution of providing housing for the doubled homelessness rate in Burlington in the last 2 years. The other letter provides a different solution, which is to cut the food source from individuals who will continue to live in Burlington because that is their home, and that is the people who you exist to serve as the City Council alongside myself and everyone else here. I want to make sure to underscore that this is not an issue of safety for local landlords and businesses. This is an issue of beautification versus safety for our local community. I don't know what the City Council's role is vis-a-vis whether beautification is more important than safety. As a person, morally, the non-technocratic question, the moral question brought up, when people sort of feel emboldened to talk about how they don't feel safe walking down the street when somebody has gasoline thrown on them by groups of vigilantes who begrudge the existence of people who dared the sin of not having a home.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Colin Palmer, to be followed by Ray Beecher and then Martha Mulpus.
So I didn't prepare a speech today, but it actually kind of got me thinking about a lesson I planned with one of my students today on mutual aid versus charity. So, you know, he's asking me, like, what's the difference between mutual aid and like your typical nonprofit or charity? And I basically described it like this. So you have this one arm, it's like a broken arm, right? And you got 5 different people here and they're all struggling. Each finger is, you know, someone who's like struggling with poverty, disability, drugs, whatever you can think of. And then on the other hand, you have this one arm that is mostly doing fine except for this one finger where only one person is struggling. And then at the top, you have 2 eyes, and these 2 eyes represent wealthy people or, you know, people who will have more influence or control over a system. And so with a charity, the charity only supports one finger. You know, it only exclusively supports this one person. And charities, that money is funneled from the top, which is these 2 eyeballs, down over here, but it completely excludes this arm with other people, 5 times as many people struggling. The difference between that and mutual aid is that mutual aid will collectively support every single finger on each arm, uplifting both arms. And on the other hand, with nonprofits, we live in a time where you have like the Trump administration that makes it increasingly hard for funding to support nonprofits. I can think of my own school in particular. You know, this money ends up just going to ICE or police or other gangsters that are actually going to collectively send all 5 of these people down to the bottom, which are my feet, which are prisons. And I think that this new resolution is probably one of the silliest and most ridiculous resolutions I've seen in City Hall. Why would you try to get rid of a program that supports other people?
Thank you.
Does it make sense?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ray Beecher, who will be followed by Martha Mulpus and then Gloria Reynolds.
My name is Ray, and I'm here to speak about Food Not Bombs. Food Not Bombs has been up for 1,890 days in a row. Every single day for over 5 years, people have taken time out of their lives to feed, care for, and stand beside their neighbors. No police, no profit, no judgment. Over the last 5 years, we've handed out thousands of tents, sleeping bags to help people survive freezing nights. We've distributed hundreds of thousands of hand warmers, thousands of meals, and countless hygiene and survival supplies. All of it donated, all of it unpaid, and all of it built from love and necessity. And yet, who does the city choose to support? The 170 plus businesses demanding that we leave. Businesses whose owners come to our distributions to take photos, yell at our volunteers, and call the cops. Meanwhile, we've never once disrupted their storefronts. We've never harassed their customers, and we've never shown up at their doors. We just keep showing up quietly, consistently, and compassionately. So let's be real. We are not the problem. The people we support are not the problem. And moving us somewhere else, won't solve anything. What these businesses are really upset about is they don't want to see poverty, they don't want to see suffering, and they don't want to be reminded that unhoused people exist in their city. But moving us won't make any of that go away. No amount of policing pressure or PR will make that disappear. Stop siding with the businesses who care more about appearances than humans' lives, because what they really want is to make the poor invisible, and we won't let that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Martha Mulpus, then Gloria Reynolds, and Eric Kronk.
Good evening. My name is Martha Mulpus. I live in Ward 7 in senior housing. My next door neighbor is the Heineberg Center, an independent community senior center. It's a very busy place with activities including Tai Chi, bingo, bridge, field trips, yoga, and many more. Perhaps the heart of the Heineberg Center is the food program. Food insufficiency is a real factor in the lives of many older adults, as is loneliness. Having meals together at the center cares for our bodies and our spirits. Sometimes we also have crock-pot cooking classes and meals to go and grocery distribution. There are all ways food is shared. And sometimes in the summer, we get glorious produce deliveries from the Intervale for everyone to enjoy. The Heineberg Center is a private senior center without being part of the city or having a big endowment. It operates with the energy of many volunteers and community supporters under the direction of Andrea Vietz. As a participant, former board member, and Burlington resident, I am concerned about the future of the Heineberg Center, both concerning cuts from the federal government and Burlington's budget challenges. The Heineberg Center has been tasked with providing increased services with the closing of the core senior center in the Old North End and the transition to the Heineberg Center. I have no information about this, how it would work. I have many questions. I ask for your support for the Heineberg Center, and I support food, not cops.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Gloria Reynolds, to be followed by Eric Kronk, and then Megan Minen.
Good evening. I am here in support of the seniors of Burlington and a member of the Heineberg Community Senior Center. When I retired in 2004, one of my goals was to volunteer in the community. In 2005, I entered the Heineberg and have never left. I began volunteering and spent 1 year as an AmeriCorps volunteer. The center became my social center, and I've made many friends over the years. I've enjoyed the many activities offered by the Heineberg: free meals, exercise programs, social activities, and special classes that were offered by community organizations to give me new information on various subjects. I have taken advantage of AARP tax aid for the last 8 years, which the center hosts, serving almost 200 local seniors every year. I have been a member of the board of directors, chaired several committees, worked on fundraisers like the Walk of Ages, which was held this past weekend. We've had to repair our doors several times with the comings and goings of all the members of the center who participate in so many activities. I value the support that the city of Burlington has provided to the Heineberg. We would not be able to continue without this funding. There are so many seniors in Burlington. I'm hopeful the city will find ways to support more programming and services for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Eric Kronk, to be followed by Megan Minen, and then Gabrielle Nelson. Gabriel Nelson, excuse me. Is Eric Kronk here? All right. Is Megan Minen here? Okay, great. So Megan will be followed by Gabriel Nelson and then Tyler Mello.
Hi, my name is Megan, and I work at Home and Garden Vermont, which is owned by my mom.
I live downtown, and I'm here to to voice my support for the resolution about supporting local businesses and a vibrant, welcoming, safe downtown. I love Burlington, and one thing I love about Burlington is Dawn. Dawn, every day that I work at Home and Garden, Vermont, I take time to say hello and stop and talk with Don. He knows my kids' names, and he knows everybody in my family. He spends his time sitting on a milk crate outside of our shop. Don has been unhoused for 8 years. He lives quietly in a tent somewhere along the waterfront and treks up to College Street to peacefully ask for money. I don't know Don's full story, though I've acquired pieces here and there. And I do know that Don does not choose crime as a way to survive. I also know he is frustrated that those who do choose crime, illegal drugs, and harm others often don't have consequences. And he is frustrated because those folks don't love the place the way that he does. And they make him feel unsafe too. I say this because I think there is a real big difference, and I think many of you would agree that there is a difference between criminalizing homelessness, which we are not doing, and criminalizing criminals, which is a very different thing. I think we'd agree with that. Being pro-downtown and pro-business does not mean that we are against those that are unhoused. We are not against those people. What businesses are, and it also does not mean that we want mutual aid to stop or food distribution programs to stop. It is a beautiful thing, as many of you have said, that people are being fed. What businesses are against is actually behavior that's illegal. And it's those behaviors, we want those behaviors to have consequences. And businesses want people to commit those crimes to be supported so they don't commit those crimes again. We want to be productive by looking for solutions that work to solve immediate problems and also solutions to address the root causes of those problems. And I believe this resolution is a move forward to that end. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gabriel Nelson, to be followed by Tyler Mello. Is Eric Kronk here? All right, we'll put this one aside. Gabriel, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm here tonight for 2 reasons. The first is that I want to speak out against the baseless scapegoating by several business owners of the Food Not Cop's daily distribution of food and other essential items out of the parking garage for various systemic issues we are experiencing as a city. Every day for the past several years, this organization has been distributing food, water, and other things that our fellow community members need in order to survive. This scapegoating is wrong for several reasons. Number 1, it attacks community volunteers who are doing the right thing by helping people, and also some of the most vulnerable people in our community. Number 2, it does absolutely nothing to even approach fixing the issues that these business owners are concerned about. These issues are caused by poverty, a lack of housing, and a lack of services. If anything, punishing these folks only makes these problems worse by making it harder for folks to get what they need. Number 3, this distribution only exists because our government at all levels has failed to protect people from the brutal conditions of houselessness and starvation. If our city government gives in to these attacks, it not only neglects its responsibility, but actively prevents others from fulfilling it. The city should not attempt to relocate any distribution of food and other essential goods. Second reason I'm here is to oppose any privatization of municipal recycling for any period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tyler Mello, who will be followed by Kenzie Hines and then Steve Margolin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tyler Mello. I'm a resident here in Burlington in Ward 3. I first want to say I think it's really awesome that we get to do this, and I really appreciate everybody's opinion, and I think it's really rad that we can all do this together. But I'm here tonight as a member of the Burlington community. I'm a homeowner, I have a family here, and I'm married to a local business owner. I've recently seen backlash towards the businesses who wrote the open letter to our city's mayor, and I want to express my thoughts on it. I've heard them labeled as anti-houseless and businesses worth boycotting. I believe this to be a counterproductive message. Now, I want to make myself clear that 2 realities can exist concurrently. A reality where we support people in need of food, shelter, and other services can exist with a reality where we listen to and bolster our small businesses. And this is what that letter asked for. Nowhere does it ask for resources to be ended, simply reimagined. We must listen to our local business owners when they speak up, not boycott them. The ideas set forth in that letter are not anti-houseless. They are pro-community because our community consists of everyone here: the residents, the tourists, the businesses, the houseless, and many more. Our businesses are struggling. They just told us that. It is time that we listen to them. Our local businesses are part of the backbone of our city. They are part of what make Burlington feel like Burlington. And the reality is they are struggling and in need of support. I believe in Burlington. I love it here. I believe it to be a community that puts community first. We do that for the most vulnerable. And I think everyone agrees we should continue that. I now ask all of us to do the same thing for our small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kenzie Hines, to be followed by Steve Margolin and then Ari Moskowitz.
Do I have to touch something? I'm good?
You're good.
Great. Hi, I'm Kenzie, and I'm coming to speak out against this resolution. Food Not Cops has been part of the solution for the last 5 years. Just in the park today, I came hungry and was fed, and was also told by someone that Food Not Cops has kept him alive. So I'm a little confused as why this status as business owner gives someone an elevated status over other flesh and blood humans. This resolution is a lack of solutions. This resolution's asking to disappear the folks who are helping care for people. The people who wrote this resolution clearly don't know the importance of feeding and caring for someone you don't know and who isn't giving you money. Will forcing people out of your eyesight make you more safe? Are you unsafe, or does seeing poverty make you uncomfortable? Why, when we've seen the cracks that people fall through widen, do you turn to the strategy of disappearing people you don't want to see? Mutual aid saves lives and keeps people safe. Does that matter to you? And I'm going to end with a quote that I really like from a book that maybe you all will listen to. Your gold and silver have corroded, and their corrosion will be used against you and will eat your flesh like fire. Thank you.
The next speaker is Steve Margolin, to be followed by Ari Moskowitz and then Stephen Marshall.
Hi. I live in Burlington. I have for the past decade. It's crazy to say that, but I really do love it here. Actually, I was just featured on a VPR story talking about how much I love it here, because I work in tech, which means I get to work from home, and it's very easy for me not to leave my house. And the best way I found to overcome that burden is to go out and volunteer. So for the past 4 years, I've been cooking for Food Not Moms. It's my every Wednesday night, and it has helped widen my understanding of what it means to be in Burlington and what it means to be part of this community. Because when we call it community cooking, that means me, that means you and everyone else. When food distribution happens, everyone is welcome and no one pays. We give out hand warmers, we give out tents, we give out sleeping bags. We supply the basic necessities so that we can continue to be a community and live as neighbors who care for each other. When people say that Food Not Bombs has saved their lives, that giving food out gives life, I want to add my personal anecdote that giving food out has given my life meaning. Because I do this work, I know that this city is mine. And I know that everyone who lives here is cared for. God, that's such a good feeling. I love Burlington because I do this work. And to say it should be moved, to say it should be put somewhere else, to criminalize the people who are doing it or the people who need help, maybe you don't love Burlington as much as I do. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ari Moskowitz, who will be followed by Stephen Marshall and then Andrea Vietz.
Hey everyone, my name is Ari Moskowitz. I'm a business owner here. Own two separate businesses. So I was just outside at the rally, at Food Not Bombs rally, and the head of the rally got up there and said, everyone shoplifts, and the entire crowd cheered. I've never seen that in my entire life, cheering and for shoplifting. Fish started just a few hundred feet from City Hall. For a while, they were magic, perfecting their sound, building something beautiful. Then Trey started using opiates. He held it together just enough to keep the illusion alive, but it wasn't until his friends finally walked away that he faced the truth, that he had a problem. Burlington is exactly like that right now. We are addicted to denial. The government, the city council, who controls the city, have left it fall apart. We talk about free speech, but the government controls what the police are even allowed to say. The state's attorney goes after people telling the truth while women are being assaulted, businesses are looted, and families are being driven out. The letter from business owners, that barely scratches the surface. People are dying. Crime is being covered up, and people here are responsible. The policies are broken. There's no leadership, no plan, just political theater. That's what this is, political theater. Nothing's getting done, and nothing will get done. So the question is, are we going to be like the story of Fish, where Trey cleaned himself up and became one of the most amazing human beings in the world? Or are we going to be like Jerry Garcia, who stayed in denial until it killed him? Thank you. It's time to decide.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Stephen Marshall, to be followed by Andrea Vietz, and then Dolan Metlay. As long as the green light on the microphone is on, you're good to go.
All righty then.
Yeah.
Stephen Marshall, resident of Burlington for about 10 years, resident of Vermont since 1986. The amazing, amazing state that welcomes people from everywhere. Exists in the world that we know, the genocide in Palestine, the war in Ukraine, the humanitarian crisis, over the top crisis in the Sudan, that we all share a role in perpetuating because of our failure to really pressure our government to do the right thing. The right thing today is to help our homeless, our users, our mentally ill, and the people who are just so unlucky that they got foreclosed and pushed out of their home. I'm asking you, don't think of this community as the business community and the family community, and then all the trash. We are one community. Every person in the business community wants to survive, wants to contribute to the community at large. But when a fraction of that group demonizes people who are suffering, who are in the least position to change the circumstances of their own lives, we have to say no. We can do something better, and we must.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Vietz, to be followed by Dolan Metlay, and then Alan Walker-Hodkin.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilors. I'm Andrea Vietz, Director of the Heineberg Community Senior Center. I've also served on the Burlington Aging Council for the last 3 years. I come to you this evening to strongly advocate for increased attention to the needs of older adults in our community. The Age Strong Burlington Plan provides a framework to accomplish this. Remarkably, the Heineberg has been serving older adults in Burlington since 1971. 54 years of free health and wellness classes, healthcare clinics, social activities, trips to local sites of interest, groceries, meals, and most importantly, social connections. Our no-cost services are supported by donations from our participants, community partners, the city, and businesses that invest in seniors because they recognize the value of supporting healthy aging. We are currently serving about 400 older adults on a regular basis and an additional 100 plus who come to us for specialized services like foot clinics, tax aid, vaccination clinics. With skyrocketing physical and mental health care costs, we are providing low to no barrier, critical preventive programming that keeps our older neighbors in their homes and out of ambulances. Our work benefits the entire community. With only 2 part-time employees whose hours total just over 1 full-time equivalent, our work is made possible by a cadre of several dozen dedicated volunteers, many of them in their 70s and 80s. Even prior to the closing of Core Senior Center, it has been clear that we need more services for seniors in more locations around the city. The Heineberg alone does not have the capacity nor the desire to be the sole site in Burlington for seniors to participate in the activities that keep us healthy and socially connected. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dolan Metley, to be followed by Alan Walker-Hodkin, and then Sam Bliss.
Hey, my name is Daron Metley, and I am stating that I'm in solidarity with Food Not Cops and what's been going on. I have a history with Food Not Bombs. Back in 2005, 20 years ago, I was an awkward teenager, college, looking for something to do. I met a group of people, and they're like, hey, we hang out in Food Not Bombs. When I saw them, they were friendly, nice, and I realized that the stigma around poor people and the stigma around homeless people was not true. Mutual aid is important because it shows how the stigma, still it goes against the stigma of the way that people can be. Businesses right now are blaming down. It doesn't have to happen that way. We can work together to figure out the solutions, but the solutions are not destroying an organization that tries to create community, help, and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Walker-Hodkin, to be followed by Sam Bliss, and then Rita Chambers.
Hello, my name is Alan Walker-Hodkin from the Cafe Hot on the dirt road formerly known as Main Street.
All right, please. All right, we'll ask that folks please not react to public speakers. Please go ahead, Alan.
I want to start and say that I support the resolution for the construction project before the City Council today. I'd like the City Council to ask the business owners on St. Paul if the Main Street project feels like anything was learned. I would like the City Council to ask themselves how many closed businesses are an acceptable part of this project. I mean this respectfully to the people involved, but my livelihood is being sacrificed right now for their failures. What will it take for someone to be held accountable for closing Main Street for over 6 months? I would like to say that if it were possible to pause the surface work and allow our community to organize itself and become partly whole again, do it. A downtown in a city as artistic, heart-driven, and close-knit as Burlington doesn't need polished streets to accomplish what has already been accomplished. I implore you to please pause the surface work. The infrastructure, we need that. The fancy roads and reduced parking, we do not. We need accountability for municipal projects that are executed like this. This is an embarrassment, and right now, the businesses on our block are all at great risk of closing in the near future. We need someone to fix this. I know that nobody will care in 20 years, but if you want us to sacrifice for the future of this city, we need relief while it happens. Like St. Paul, this project is too hard for the people in charge, and they sold us on the good outcomes, not the bad ones. As things have gotten more challenging, now 1 year in, the only part of this schedule they bothered to promise is one 18 months in the future. Our city deserves better if we want to preserve its heart during this facelift. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, would ask that folks please hold their applause. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sam Bliss, to be followed by Rita Chambers, and then Deborah Goodman.
My name's Sam Bliss. I've lived in Burlington for 8 years. And during that time, I've been awarded a PhD from the University of Vermont for my research on non-market food, which basically just means food that's not for sale. I got interested in that topic in part because in places like Burlington, there's piles of food in businesses and people going hungry right next to those businesses just because they don't have any money to buy food. And so over the past 5 years, I've been an eater, cook, organizer, dishwasher, and sometimes spokesperson for Food Not Cops, which is a project that organizes around non-market principles for the distribution of food. Which means for us, sharing lunch behind Marketplace Garage, providing essential services in the city every day with no public funding or support. And the only time that the city has approached us so far is to ask us to move. And it's been pretty insulting, actually, that y'all think that you know better than the people who are out here doing this every day where we should be doing it. Food Not Cops makes downtown safer. Fed people behave better than hungry people. People who've done bad things deserve to be fed. We're an alternative to shoplifting. We help folks access things that they need but can't afford. They come, they ask us, we have funds to help them get that stuff. We create cross-class relationships of solidarity. Housed and unhoused people get to know, understand, and trust each other and learn from each other, which is really important for community safety. There's no safety issue at lunch at the garage. There's kids there. It's wholesome as heck. Business owners want to move our lunch so that Church Street shoppers don't have to look at poor, suffering people on their walk from their vehicles to the stores they'll shop at. And I get it. I don't like seeing my neighbors and friends unhoused or desperate either, but that's not a safety issue. That's a discomfort issue. So is the solution to avert our gaze? Is it to push poor and suffering people out of sight, out of mind, so that business as usual can just go on? Like, I'm concerned about homelessness and theft and drugs that ruin people's lives and kill their users. And I think we need to look at those problems in the face and stop blaming the victims. Those who suffer from theft in this town the most are people who don't have a door behind which to lock their stuff.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please, we hold everyone to the same standard here, folks. We ask that you please refrain from, you can snap your fingers, that's fine. Something like this is fine, but we ask that you please refrain from applause or any other verbal reactions. Our next speaker is Rita Chambers, to be followed by Deborah Goodman, and then I think it's Mark Montalban. Montalbo. Okay, got it. Is Rita Chambers here? All right, is Deborah Goodman here? Okay. So Deborah will be followed by Mark Montalbo, to be followed by Jessica Whitney. Was it?
I'd just like to thank Food Not Bombs for feeding me and clothing me for the past 5 years. If I need phone service or a phone or anything from the pharmacy, they're always helpful. And there's no one else in the area that is helpful for 365 days a year. They're there rain or shine. They're there 7 days a week. And they just provide support and help for people that need assistance. If they had to move, it might, take that away from a lot of people that depend on them every day for help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just to go back to two speakers we did not have, I had Rita Chambers or Eric Kronk. Are they either of them here? All right, so we next have Mark Montalbo, to be followed by Jessica Whitney, to be followed by, it's just a Gwen G here.
What was the last name on the dead?
Deborah Goodman just spoke. No, it's a Deborah Goodman here.
Okay, can I start?
Yes.
Okay, Mark Montalban, a resident of 4. So when I got out of college, I got trained as an EMT, then as a medical social worker. One thing I learned, I was fortunate enough to have Janet Munt, the great late deceased Janet Munt, who I think if she was here, she would kind of give an awakening to the Democratic Party in this town. Because what Janet pointed out is, remember, a given is not a given. And part of it is whether I was working on rescue issues, geriatric issues, or family issues, we came in there united, working, whether I was up at the hospital, then the old Fletcher Allen, or in school districts, or anywhere, to provide We never had badges of what our political affiliation was, or we never expedited any type of agenda. And that's my concern. And I did share it with my counselor in 4, who does understand, that we have to come together to support, to do the triage and help. When we don't do that, and we look to expedite situations to somehow get ahead out of political favor, then what we are doing is what exists right now in Washington, D.C., which threatens all of us, and that's called fascism. So instead of fighting piece by piece for the same piece of the pie, we have no idea how bad things are going to be a year from now. We need to show that we're united. And I'm a person who's middle class, owns a home, hires people. I shoplifted when I was 9 years old, when my mother was addicted, because my father tried to kill us. And this was in the late 60s. And we were both thrown in jail. So it's a slippery slope. And just be careful, because what I'm hearing in my part of the New North End is people saying, get rid of these people, put them in camps, everything else. We have to really take ownership. There are many of our citizens are ready to criminalize all of us.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jessica Whitney, and then Gwen G., followed by Fareed.
Good evening. My name is Jess Whitney. I'm a lifelong Vermonter, a lifelong Chittenden County resident, and I have enjoyed Church Street and downtown Burlington in various ways, at various times over the last 60-plus years. I feel safe downtown. I'm all in favor of a vibrant, safe downtown. And the best way to keep any community safe is to provide safety and basic needs to the most vulnerable citizens. And feeding people is one of the best ways to do that. Protecting the most vulnerable members of our community is the role of everyone in this room with the means to do so. The folks who make Food Not Cops happen are a shining example of how a community can come together to do this. They made this happen in a moment of crisis, the start of the COVID pandemic, and they've continued every day since, because the housing crisis and the mental health crisis and the economic crisis and the opiate crisis have not gone away. Everyone in this room deserves a safe, warm place to sleep and food in their bellies. I suspect that everyone in front of me enjoys those privileges. Not everyone in this room enjoys those privileges. And people who don't have those are no less deserving, and energy should be directed at solving these crises, not trying to make people invisible. I am a white, middle-class woman with undeserved, unearned privilege, and I am proud to support Food Not Cops. It is the absolute least I can do as a member of this community. Food Not Cops is not the problem. It's part of the solution. In the meantime, wouldn't it be nice if we could solve all the underlying problems? In the meantime, I will do my part to support those who provide food, connection, and solutions on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gwen G., who will be followed by Fareed, and then Charlie Messing.
Hi. First, I wanted to say thank you to all the familiar faces in this room that have helped me feel safe and comfortable enough to speak tonight. Right outside this room, there is a print on the wall that says, being a Vermonter is figuring out how to protect Vermont, while Vermont figures out how to protect you. Like, this council put that up, and I think Food Not Cops is a great example of how Vermonters are protecting Vermont and each other. Another thing on protection I want to say, heightened police presence is not a solution. We do not need more authority and armed thugs patrolling our spaces and jailing our neighbors. Incarceration is not a cure-all for hunger, housing scarcity, addiction, and the mental health crisis. Homeless people are not the issue or the problem, it's homelessness. Lack of access to resources and people's basic human rights. On the front door of this level, there's a poster that says, trans rights are human rights. And I, as a trans person, wanted to speak on human rights for a moment. Those include access to food, which this city is pretty sorely lacking in. Clean water, which we all have to drink. Access to shelter, which many people are obviously facing a problem with right now. And just literal safe community. I'd like to also speak on safe community for a minute. Your fear around seeing needles on the ground, folks who live outside literally just existing outside, the shame and guilt over being asked if you can spare $1, and your desire to whitewash and take your downtown quote back to the good old days is not the responsibility or fault of Food Not Cops. It's not our responsibility to do that. And I would say, like, whatever this charade is, people's access to food and water is what really actually matters. And our priority as people should be allowing that and making that a priority, is feeding every single person around us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Fareed Munarsia, to be followed by Charles Messing, and then Lucy Weber.
I feel like the ghost of the previous administration still hangs heavy in this room, not only because like we still have this construction going on that's causing all these problems downtown, but also when I look at the resolution, it's very unimaginative. It feels like this is like what we've been doing. I mean, we've been spending so much money on policing, but we haven't spent enough money on feeding people and housing them. And I'm a volunteer with the People's Kitchen, another mutual aid group that does nighttime food distribution at City Hall Park. And we were able to raise enough money to distribute about 50 units of an ice fishing shelter that really help folks who are living outside survive the really cold condition. When we started the distribution program in September, we thought it was only gonna be running until December when the shelters open, and then it got pushed to January 1st, and then it got pushed again to February, and by the time it's open, it's not enough. There is not enough beds. But if a bunch of volunteers who don't really have that many resources are able to figure out a way to keep people warm, to prevent them from dying of the cold, how come like the city with all its resources can't come up with something much better? What about the cathedral that's been abandoned? Why can't we turn that into a homeless sanctuary? I know you don't like seeing people doing drugs in the open, but house people do drugs too. They're just not visible. So I urge you to come up with like better, more imaginative solution and not get stuck with the same playbook that hasn't really served us in the last decade or so. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charles Messing, to be followed by Lucy Weber and then Lena Greenberg.
Hello, Charlie Messing. I'm probably as old as anybody else here. I did my homelessness in the 60s and 70s. I am very lucky. I reached Social Security age. I found a subsidized apartment, and I get food stamps. I am very lucky. I live 2 blocks from here. I think people should feel free to walk through the park and have a nice time, just as other people walk through the park and have a not so nice time. I don't think it should stop everyone else. I don't think it should scare everyone away. I'm from Brooklyn. It was this bad in '84 when I left and moved up here. Maybe not quite as bad. But they want to make things better for old people, and it's so important, and it's so easily ignored. We must fix the sidewalks, or the people who have walkers and wheelchairs will never be able to look up and see anything we do. So the first thing we have to do is fix the sidewalks. And I could talk for 2 minutes 100 times. Thank you very much. Nice to see you all, friends and people who are not yet friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lucy Weber, who will be followed by Lena Greenberg and then Brett Yates.
My name is Lucy Weber. I have been involved with Food Not Bombs since 2021. I believe its presence is very important to downtown Burlington, and especially that it is accessible, visible, and reliably located. The built-in protection of the parking garage overhang, the counter that is accessible from two sides, the space's accessibility by foot or wheels, and the central location are vital to not only the people who come to eat lunch, but also to the people who organize this daily community service. Meals are usually transported in a wheeled cart in all weathers. Here there is setup space, easy transport from the prep kitchen, dumpsters, and nearby businesses who donate coffee and pastries. Food Not Bombs does not leave this public area messy, and it provides a necessary community space where unhoused people can easily and reliably access not only food, but the many other supplies that Food Not Bombs offers when possible, including camping gear, toiletries, safer sex supplies, and clothing. We should all be okay with seeing our unhoused neighbors receive care and food. Moving this process to a less visible and central part of town is not a solution and would make distribution and access more difficult. Considering this is a vital community service run by volunteers, it would behoove the city to not obstruct or disrupt, but to let Food Not Bombs continue to feed and support our unhoused neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lena Greenberg, to be followed by Brett Yates and then Sasha Mayo.
Hey, Lena Greenberg. I live in the King Maple neighborhood. I have noticed that many of our elected officials run on a platform of loving Burlington, and I've also noticed that maybe there is some room for growth in enacting that love. I want to recommend that you spend some time with the people who cook and distribute free food in this town. They are some of the most generous and kind-hearted people I have ever met. A few years ago, I helped compile a map of free food in Burlington. It is incredibly robust. Just 3 years ago, we put that together, made sure it was up to date, got a bunch of people on, making sure it was always up to date. 3 years later, it has over 63,000 views. You might think that donations from the Handies and the Pomerlows are the lifeblood keeping our downtown alive, but actually it is free food and mutual aid that is keeping us as well as we can be amid the crises that we're facing and the systems that are trying to crush us under high rents and impossible health insurance and constantly shifting ideas of criminalization. This governing body, in putting forth a resolution that perpetuates a hateful, untrue story about our city, has effectively abdicated responsibility for the actual human scale impacts of the corporate takeover of our economy. If you truly love Burlington, stop spoon-feeding businesses a narrative that does not help them and only serves your political gain. You can work alongside and follow people, showing up to help each other rather than governing them. If you think that continuing to villainize some of the most vulnerable people in our town and those who feed them is the best use of your time, you are failing to exercise the discernment we need in our city government, and you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Our next speaker is Brett Yates, who will be followed by Sasha Mayo and then Joanne Jastat.
Hi, I'm here again to talk about the future of recycling and to advocate for the removal of the second bullet point from the proposed motion for DPW. I think you'll hear that the solicitation of a quote for private hauling services, is just a data point for you to consider, and it doesn't compel you to act. And of course, that's true, but from recent discussions, to me, it seems clear that Director Spencer is really dead set on privatization, and I have trouble believing that DPW will take seriously the directive to develop a sustainable municipal program if we continue to dangle an easier way out. The problem is solvable. It's a problem of the city's inability to hire and retain 4 workers. We can do it, but we really need to bear down on it and figure it out. DPW has instead tried to present this its inability to hire as like an immovable fact of the universe, while simultaneously telling us that a private hauler will be able to staff up immediately and get started right away. Let's figure it out. I think just tonight you can say, look, this is off the table, and you have to figure it out. And this administration doesn't get to opt out of providing core public services when challenges emerge. So you're our elected representatives, and I hope you'll do that. Finally, I like most people here, I oppose any forced relocation of the free lunch distribution program. If you guys know of a better location for them, talk to them about it. Talk to the volunteers. But don't kick them out. They're doing a great service for the city. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sasha Mayo, who will be followed by Joanne Jastat and then Gail Anderson.
Hey y'all, I'm still Sasha, we're still the Proud Girls. I've been involved with Food Not Bombs since 1986 when it first started in Cambridge, Mass. I've been involved with it off and on in many cities all across the country. All Food Not Cops, as it's called here, wants to do is human beings feeding other human beings who are hungry in public places. I don't see why that's such a bad thing, but it seems like every time we try to do it somewhere, the same group of people seems to shut us down, and those people are called Republicrats. And they're the same people everywhere. Now, I see this group of people all around here. I recognize some of the people come to our meal. Some of these people look familiar. None of you all look familiar. Why don't you come down to the meal and see what it's all about? Y'all afraid? Don't worry, I'll protect you. That's kind of what we do. Some of the people were down at the meal today. I introduced them to Tom Oliver, Deputy Tom Oliver, who's an actual friend of mine. He's also a state representative. Why don't you go see what it's all about? You say all the businesses are complaining. Well, there's a business right in front of the place, the one closest to it. They don't have a problem with it. Why don't you go actually talk and see what it's all about? Why do you have a problem with people eating food? You say all these people are criminals? Why don't you go down and see who they are? If anybody starts doing anything wrong, I stop it pretty quick. I'm pretty good at de-escalation. What are you all afraid of? I say hi to everybody who walks down here, and I get a lot of frowns from some of the people who said some negative things around here because I recognize y'all. It's hard to smell the roses when you got your head up your fundament. Have a nice day.
Our next speaker is Joanne Jastat, to be followed by Gail Anderson and then Max Schindler.
Hi, I'm Joanne Jastat. I've lived here for 17 years. So I know that Burlington didn't cause the homelessness and addiction issues that we're seeing now. I don't think that the state motel voucher program and some other things helped. I think that the lack of repercussions on Church Street and downtown aren't helping the situation. I'm not sure how the Food Not Bombs and the food issue became so much part of this as food versus businesses. I don't think that's really the issue for most people in Burlington. The issue is that we want our small businesses to thrive. So, we have this beautiful place that we want, that everybody wants to be at, that tourists want to come to. We're a city of maybe 40,000, totally punching way above its weight in the services and the entertainment and the things that we have to offer, but those are gonna go away if people don't feel safe coming downtown. My daughter's a BHS student. She's been verbally abused. I can't even count how many times. I've heard so many stories from her friends, people getting hit on Church Street. The high school's there. Like, we have a responsibility to keep these students safe and to make them feel welcome. We have a responsibility to the small business owners for all the hard work that they do to make them feel welcome. Our city obviously needs the tax base. We can't afford what we're trying to do right now, much more, much more than what we're doing now is, I'm not sure how that would be on the table considering, we're making cuts. And that's it. I just want, I voted for my city leadership. Everybody else did too. And I just want to see what creative things they can come up with to, help turn this place around over the next few years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Gail Anderson, to be followed by Max Schindler and then Rachel Bohr.
I'm Gail Anderson. I've lived in Burlington for 5 years. And what I'm hearing tonight is really surprising to me because it seems like there's the Food Not Cops, which sounds like a wonderful service that's provided, and for people that are hungry and need supplies. And then the businesses, and it seems like they're demonizing each other. Oh, the businesses are bad, because they don't want us to be in the garage. And then, the businesses are like, well, we have to make it a pleasant place for people to shop. And I see it as a hand-in-glove situation. The businesses are doing well. They're going to be paying more taxes, sales tax. They're going to be paying rents. They're going to be paying money to the city and to the state, and that's going to provide resources for people who need help. And we know we have a lot of people who need help. We need more than 15 days in a detox center, for instance, in the state. That takes money. You can't just do that because of goodwill. And I just think that we need to support the businesses in town. And I also want to say that homelessness is not a crime, but there are other things that happen in the city that are crimes, like theft, drug dealing, harassment, and those should be enforced. I don't think that we should demonize cops either. When someone's in trouble, the fire trucks show up. I think it's great that the mayor has had these open forums. I've been to some. The first one I came out of my car, and someone was coming out of the hotel, threatening to burn the hotel down. As I left the meeting, someone was shooting up, leaning up against City Hall. Today, same thing. Not somebody burning anything down, but 3 guys doing a drug deal right on my way to get here, and then walk through the park and someone's doing drugs. I'm not against drugs, but I don't think that you should steal and do drug deals in the city. It's not a place that people, not just myself, but other people want to shop, really want to be around. It's scary to them. Maybe it isn't scary, but it seems scary to people.
Thank you. Just so folks know, so we can get to all public comments, I am going to cut off anyone else from signing up for public forum at this point in time. We do have 90 minutes in our rules for public forum. That's coming up 10 minutes from now. I'm going to exercise my authority to extend public forum until at least 8:30. We have, so that's another half hour. We do have a lengthy deliberative agenda tonight, so hopefully we can get through most, if not all, comments by then. With that, we will turn to Max Schindler, who will be followed by Rachel Bohr, and then Charles Dinklage.
City Council, thank you so much for being open to comment tonight. My name is Max Schindler, and I'm here to invite all of you to Food Not Bombs Mutual Aid, 1 p.m. at the Marketplace Garage. For the past 5 years now, we've served free food there every day, and you are all welcome to join us. Food Not Bombs, Food Not Cops, is beautiful. It's magical. You sit down and you eat with anyone. You cross the class divide and you hear the stories of our friends and neighbors who are homeless. And maybe, like me, you might also feel humbled. And maybe you'll also realize that we are all 1 to 2 emergencies away from also being homeless. That our friends and neighbors who are homeless are exactly like you and me. We're no better. Those of us who are housed, we're simply luckier. And if you come to our free food distribution, please, you're all welcome. Sometimes you won't be able to tell the difference between the volunteers and the unhoused friends of ours, because, listen, many of the volunteers are unkempt anarchists, hippies, okay? My comrades aren't exactly stylish or fashionable, no offense. The crux of the matter is that it's great. Food Not Cops is great. We cross the divide between housed and unhoused. All of us sitting down and eating together. We're all equal. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Rachel Bohr, to be followed by Charles Dinklage and then Deborah Clemmer. Okay, you're Rachel? All right, so we'll wait a moment. There is Charles Dinklage available. Yep. And then we'll turn to Rachel and then Deborah.
Good evening. My name's Charles Dinklage. I've been a resident and a business owner in downtown Burlington for over 20 years. Like everyone else, I think, in this room, and hopefully coming into Burlington, we all are hoping for a thriving, beautiful Burlington downtown. That's why I still live here, why I work here, and hope to be here for many, many years to come. I do my best every day to support Country Car Deli and Cafe Hot and Asiana Noodle Shop and all the other various restaurants and great businesses that we have downtown. My team that drives in every day to the office downtown also works, eats, shops here as I do. If I were to ask my team tomorrow, however, if they wanted to stay here versus relocate the office to anywhere else, they would all move in a heartbeat. That's very disappointing for me, and probably for everybody here. We've got a thriving business. I hope to grow and continue to grow here. My ask is, as one of the gentlemen mentioned earlier, is we are one community. Let's all find ways to roll up our sleeves together to support everybody, businesses, people that are unhoused, people that need food. We need solutions, but we do need actionable solutions soon. Many other business owners that I know, many of my clients that come in to visit, talk routinely about how they might prefer not to do that anymore and might not come in the next time when we want to have a meeting. That is a negative impact for many of us, business owners, but all of us as residents and taxpayers in this wonderful city. So graffiti, rampant, some of these things might be easier to tackle first than others, but my ask is let's do something and let's do it quickly. Otherwise, everyone else is going to be moving out of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Rachel now, Rachel Bohr, and then Deborah Clemmer, who will be followed by Ed Baker.
Sorry, I went to the bathroom, didn't hear my name.
No worries.
Good evening, friends. Thank you so much for your time and your patience in this issue. My name is Rachel Bohr. I live in the Hill section, Ward 6. Friends, this was a bait and switch. Many residents thought it was a letter about the construction, something that has affected the business life downtown. But like the cop fight that Democrats lost because of their own ignorance, they botched this one too. Stuck food not cops in there and, well, oh, look what you found tonight. Because you messed with a community that you continuously underestimate and erase, costing lives. Yes, there are people in this room that have blood on their hands. You've done it time and time again. It's weird that breaking the rules of this chamber, the entire business community just applauded for the issue around construction. So why didn't that speaker write and sign a letter about that, what they really wanted? Hey, we'd all be here supporting you. Chairperson, people with resources like me and my peers don't want to come downtown to businesses because they actually don't reflect the needs and values of current shoppers. We've also stopped shopping on Church Street because of the policies. Sorry, policia. Oh, yeah, it's weird. It's the same word that they support. Businesses probably could have gotten this done. They've been engaged in propaganda really successfully and telling every news outlet who would listen that downtown is unsafe for years. They didn't involve a single unhoused person, but okay, that's kind of their thing. And I truly don't think any business owner that initiated the letter knows names and stories on the street, but they're still bitter and progressive blaming their way out. I'm from New York. Just really quickly, I know other people are. My counselor spent time there. The owner of Cafe Hot is from there. We know for 30 years of putting more cops on the street and sweeping people away over and over, cops do not solve homelessness. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Deborah Clemmer, who will be followed by Ed Baker and then Caroline Sheehan.
Hi. I own a condo on Clark Street in Burlington. And I felt compelled to speak because for the past year, I've been hearing about how bad Clark Street is. And I don't even recognize it. I've been there since 2004, and I feel totally safe there. I talked to a neighbor that lives in another building, and she said the same as me. although I've been reading in Front Porch Forum about how awful it is. There's needles all over the place, used needles, and safe recovery. Howard Center program has to go because they're to blame, and none of that is true in my eyes. And the person that's been the lead in trying to get people to sign petitions about how bad Clark Street is doesn't even live there. They have apartment buildings on the street. But I think we need less barriers and to help solve some of these problems. And to have a drug addiction and be homeless, it makes it a lot more difficult. And I'm hoping that we have this safe injection site open soon. And I have a great location. I just want to let you know, Act 1 on the corner of Pearl and North Street that building's been empty for the past 2 years. Feeding Chittenden is in there now temporarily while they're doing construction on their building. But I think that would be a great site for the safe injection site. I think Howard Center owns that building. And I just hope that can get up and running soon. I do think it's upsetting for a lot of people to see people inject in public, and that would solve it. And also, we just really need to tackle homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ed Baker, who will be followed by Caroline Sheehan, and then I believe it's Nathan Stevens.
So thank you. I'm Ed Baker. I'm an independent.
Sorry, you turned the mic off, Ed. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Ed Baker. I'm an independent public health activist here in Burlington. First, I want to sincerely and very humbly thank the City Council for your service during very complex times. I want to begin by saying that the suffering we see on our streets and in our shops is common suffering. And I want to emphasize what I believe is one slice of a common solution. The Overdose Prevention Center in New York City, On Point, is a perfect example of what can be replicated in scale here in our town. In 3 years, On Point has served, I'm rounding these figures off, 6,000 guests, 6,000 people. They have, there's been 172,000 utilizations. That's 172,000 public incidents of drug use taken indoors. They've reversed 1,700 overdoses. That's 1,700 public overdoses taken indoors and reversed. They have collected 2,500,000 syringes from the areas around On Point. All of this can be replicated in Burlington when we open our overdose prevention center, and it will be replicated in Burlington. And both the merchants and people suffering from drug use disorder will benefit. Together, there'll be a common solution, not a siloed solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Caroline Sheehan, who will be followed by Nathan Stevens and then Peter Lukowski.
Hi, my name is Caro. I live in Burlington. I've worked in Burlington, South Burlington, and Winooski in residential treatment, church, childcare, schools. I've babysat. I've learned and taught yoga, and I've dog sat in about 20 strangers' homes. I'm a paraeducator in middle and high school intensive needs programs and therapeutic programs. And our schools and programs fail so many people. And it's really gross when I see the way adults treat children. And children are resilient and learn fast. Adults are just children that got bigger, have stopped being able to learn so quickly. But we can still learn, especially if our lives depend on it. Right now, all of our lives depend on learning. We need to learn how to take care of the most vulnerable teachers, friends, and children, not just who are employed, but who are unemployed, and doing that on the streets every day, taking care of each other. I've been fed not by Food Not Cops because I didn't have money for food working all these jobs in this community. I'm a big girl and I eat a lot and I'm not as nice when I'm hungry, and Food Not Cops is the only place where I know I can get free food, where I can walk there from Ward 3. They've kept me safe. There's been conflict and it's been difficult and it's been beautiful and it's been heartbreaking. And I've watched my friends approach people kindly with warmth and be iced out. I think that, like, we all just need to take a breath. Like, look into each other's faces. Like, Evan, Mark, Ali, Sarah, Ranjit, Buddy, Becca, Ben, Carter, Joe, Merrick, Jean, Milo, Emma, Jessica, Catherine. Would you like to have free lunch? Would you like to come to free lunch?
Thank you. Is it Nathan?
Yeah.
Okay. Nathan, you can go ahead, and then it'll be Peter Lakowski, and then Catherine Bach.
How's it going, guys? I didn't prepare anything for today. I just wanted to say the last time I attended one of these was during the last administration's greenlit the destruction of the Sears Lane encampment. And I just want to tell you guys that I'm exhausted and I'm tired of begging. I'm tired of begging you guys to stop ruining everything. Like, people work hard. I mean, like, some of these people are coming off of hard jobs. They're working long days. I know people with chronic pain. And I know people who are homeless. And guess what? They show up to cook night and they cook. And it's work. And I've cut my hands, and people cut their hands at cook night, whatever. They burn themselves. It's work. I don't know if you probably never worked in a kitchen. Let's be real. But, like, if you have, you would understand that it's hard. And people, like, put aside so much to come together and cook. And, like, obviously, y'all have never been to a cook night, and you don't know what it's like, but let me tell you, like, people bust whatever, I can't swear, but you know what I mean. Like, people work so hard to feed others, and all I see is y'all trying to throw a wrench in the gears. And, like, are you gonna feed the people? Like, we're feeding the people that you discarded. We're feeding the people that you decided weren't worth it. And, like, I'm tired of picking up after you guys, and the least that you can do is leave us alone and mind your own business. Like, that's all I'm asking you to do. Like, you don't even have to do the work. We'll do it. We've been doing it. Well, I don't even know what to say, man. I use my time. I'm fucking sick of this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Lakowski, who will be followed by Catherine Bach and then Stephanie Waite.
Good. Is this loud enough?
Sure is.
Good. Recently, Friends of Food Not Cops circulated a letter that explained that conditions in Burlington are part of a nationwide economic crisis. It also suggested that some local businesses and real estate interests are even partly responsible and profiting from the problems that we find in downtown Burlington. Some of them were, of course, offended at being shamed and blamed when they feel they're doing their best in very difficult conditions. On the other hand, it's ironic that shaming and blaming is nothing new to people who are served by Food Not Cops. Most of them are doing their best under conditions that are far more difficult. And this resolution seems to me to be just another example of that. These days we get a lot of advice from Washington. Get them out of sight, more police. But this is Burlington, this is Vermont. We don't have to go along with a program like that, a program of neglect and repression. Food Not Cops has been doing great work for 5 years. It's sad to see them
made the scapegoat now for situations that are far beyond their control and that they're not really contributing to. They deserve our thanks and they deserve our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Bach, who will be followed by Stephanie Waite and then Josh Spiegelman. Is Catherine Bach here? All right, is Stephanie Waite here? And then we'll turn to Josh Spiegelman and then Nolan Rogers. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Waite, and I've lived in Burlington for 23 years. I think one of the basic functions of city government is to help enforce its laws that provide safety and order for its residents, business owners, and visitors. Over the past 5 years, the level of lawlessness and disorder has reached a level I never thought possible. As a resident and business owner, I'm asking you, the leaders of the city, to prioritize the safety and security of the city so we can live our lives and run our businesses. Please know that as a resident and business owner, I choose to live and work here, and I support the efforts like the resolution to improve the safety and vitality of residents and businesses alike.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Josh Spiegelman, who will be followed by Nolan Rogers and then Lee Morgan.
Thank you very much for your time. I've lived in Burlington for almost 20 years, and I'm trying to talk to you about the recycling program. Like most people who live in the state and live in this area, you fill up your blue bin, you put it outside, and then your job is done as a citizen. I used to be exactly like that until I started working for the city. I work in the streets department, where my job is to take care of the infrastructure. I've only been there for about a year, and I've really enjoyed everything that I've done there. I've learned a lot, and I really took the job to build Burlington and make it a better place. In recent times, I've been asked by my superiors to go on the recycling truck because there weren't enough employees in that department. Now there are no more employees in that department. We are looking for people to work in that department, and we cannot find them. No one is taking the jobs that are being asked. I ask all of you, if you have time in your day or an opportunity, please come down and see what that's like. If you happen to take a chance and look at me, I'm still covered in concrete and dirt from work from 7 a.m. this morning when I started to work on the basins right by the hospital. That was my morning. We don't have the ability to sustain this, and it should not be, how do I describe it? It shouldn't be burdened on my department, where we have multiple people who are already working a regular job getting pulled into this department. Unfortunately, I understand a lot of people in both sides of this, that this is a part of the city that has to be maintained and kept up. But if you had a restaurant, and I only use Denny's as an example, and there were no employees there, the company closed. I don't know if the solution is to bid it out for the city, but I know that there's a lot of money involved in that. I know that a lot of people think that it's part of the city's opportunity to make it better, but in reality, a private organization could do it better and cheaper than what we have.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, appreciate it. Our next speaker is Nolan Rogers, who will be followed by Lee Morgan and then Cheryl Green.
Hello. Last time I was here, I mentioned that I wanted higher taxes and reasonable rent. Those are competing objectives, and I hope that is mutually understood. So to be more specific, I want higher municipal property taxes because I want to have money to support city services like helping the unhoused and recycling instead of consistent deficits. A lot of people tonight have lamented how Burlington has gone downhill, and I agree that it is sad and it threatens our city. Decades of city councils did not have the foresight to prevent this decline. Maybe you will. We need to stop making these bad decisions and embrace some new ones. Nevertheless, property values have risen, and demand for living in Burlington has never been higher. Do we get out of this situation by reducing the consistent revenue for our city? No. I rent a one-bedroom apartment on North Street for $1,800 a month. That means I have the privilege of paying over $21,000 a year to live here. The total property taxes on the entire property in which we rent are about $9,000, and our single 800 square foot unit pays them off in less than half the year. Property taxes are not too high. Working class people fund this town, and most working people rent. Don't continue to allow the wealthy to sit on underdeveloped properties by suppressing municipal taxes. I like to spend more time working on policy decisions on how to make Burlington a more sustainable place to live, but I'm busy working my admittedly cushy full-time job in Williston in order to pay rent. I don't have time to be a city assessor, accountant, or as great an advocate for my situation or other people's situations as I'd like to be. The wealthy and often retired property owners, on the other hand, seem to have plenty of time to advocate for lower city revenues. My job is not to make policy decisions to fix these problems, though I would like to help. That's your job. Encourage legislation to move toward a more land value-based tax, loosen zoning regulations, and grow our tax base. We need to build more housing. Let's make our city a more financially sustainable place. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lee Morgan, followed by Cheryl Green, and then Ariel Berger.
Hello, my name is Lee Morgan. I live in Ward 3. The resolution sponsored by the Democratic Caucus claims to support downtown, but it ignores the national trends actually driving the crisis. Online shopping is up, nightlife is changing, tourism is down. And instead of addressing that, the only immediate action in this resolution is removing a food source from the most vulnerable people in Burlington. There is no confirmed data showing that this lunch distribution is causing harm, but here we are, centering the resolution around it, because it is easier to blame unhoused people than to address the bigger picture. Everything else in this resolution, duplicative reports, vague referrals, work assigned to city staff who are already overburdened. This council has had a Democratic majority for 2 years. 2 years to act. And now, after 2 years of inaction, we're calling this decisive action. Let's be honest. Democrats passed the Great Streets Initiative. Democrats approved the construction. Democrats ignored the warnings. And now you're pretending to fix what you helped create by punishing people with nowhere else to go. So I'm gonna close with I wasn't gonna close with this. Somebody had talked about being verbally abused by unhoused people. As an openly trans person, I am openly harassed by housed people at least a few times a week as I walk Church Street. A member of the Democratic Caucus has insulted me twice from the table, calling me strange and over the top, and a mudslinging liar. The worst thing an unhoused person ever said is to wear a raincoat when it rains.
Thank you. Our last two speakers here in person are Cheryl Green and Ariel Berger. We would then turn to Burlington residents online. The first two Burlington residents we have signed up are Edward Shepard and Jane Horowitz. Edward and Jane, I do not see you online. If you're there under a different name, if you could use the raise hand function, please. And Cheryl, you should go ahead.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Green. I live in Ward 1. And this afternoon I spoke with 6 Church Street business owners who were signers on the recent letter to the mayor. None of them spoke to me about Food Not Cops as creating a problem. Our conversations were open and mutually appreciated. Like many in this room, I believe Food Not Cops in its current location has so much value. Here's Sam Bliss, who you heard earlier, and this was Sam this morning as he concluded his Vermont Digger article. Our lunches create cross-class relationships of solidarity. Housed and unhoused neighbors eat and chat together. We learn to understand and trust people who aren't like us and see others as fully human. These strong relationships help keep the community safer. I was a school teacher for more than 3 decades, and from time to time, children with a parent or grandparent in prison showed up in my class. If we choose to disappear people into prison, Their families, especially their children, enter a time of hiding in plain sight. When I graduated from teaching, I wrote a novel for 10 to 12-year-olds called You Can't Lock Up the Moon. It's written from Jamaria's point of view. She's 10, and her mother's in prison. Maybe you'd like to read it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Our last Burlington resident here in City Hall is Ariel Berger. If Edward Shepard or Jane Horwitz are online, please use the raise hand function. If they're not online, our next Burlington resident who signed up online is Mark Leopold, but I believe Mark is here in person. So we would turn to Mark if they're not here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I've been in Burlington for 6 years, and in those 6 years, this town has gone to crap. I find it interesting that you guys want to get rid of food, not bombs or cops, but you want to build a fence for the police. Why is that? Are they afraid? What are they afraid of? What about the rest of us that have to live downtown and see everything that goes on? I think that Food Not Cop does a great job helping those that need the help. But taking that away is just going to have more people go to the stores and steal. Those same people are the ones that are consistently arrested. And yet, there's so many backlog in the courts that they're not even being prosecuted. And yet, the same people over the weekend are getting arrested again and again and again, and nothing gets done. How many of you have children? How many of you have to live downtown and see that? Do you guys have to comfort your children? Do you have to wonder whether it's gunshots or fireworks? It's pretty bad. Getting rid of Food Not Cops is not the answer. And there's no new buildings. Why can't we use abandoned buildings? It would save time and money. Fix them up, rent them. In the 3 years that I've been where I am now, my rent is now going from $1,504 to over $2,400. Most of us are one missed paycheck away from being homeless. Same goes for all of you, one missed paycheck. All of you could be homeless just like the rest of them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do not see Edward Shepard or Jane Horwitz online, so we will turn to our next Burlington resident who signed up, Mark Leopold. Mark, you can please come to the table. We'll then turn online for Andrew Kronigfeld, and Lauren Greco will be the last Burlington resident signed up for public forum. Mark, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Sorry if I'm too loud. Everything I wanted to say tonight has been said by many people. I'm in total support for the work of the Heineberg Community Senior Center. And from what I've heard, I'm in support of the program Food Not Cops, but I hate the name. However, I will try to get lunch there tomorrow. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker would be Andrew Kronigfeld. Are you able to promote Andrew? And then Andrew will be followed by Lauren Greco. Andrew, if you could just wait one moment. I'm going to share my screen here. All right, Andrew, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go.
Yeah, I'm just here to vehemently oppose the revitalization resolution. I support Food Not Cops. I think what they do is amazing, and they help so many people in our community. My girlfriend and I, Jenny, were downtown shopping. We went into a store on Church Street, and they were selling a candle, a scented candle for $45. And then I said, well, how much is this mug? And my girlfriend looked at it and said, well, that's $35. So I think one of the problems with the downtown economy might be that they're charging 10 times more than online retailers charge in some stores. Lastly, I just want to say about, some of the problems that are facing. I think a lot of times in cities like ours, we overcomplicate things. If houseless people have nowhere to go to the bathroom and they're pooping on the streets, why don't we give them a porta potty where the poop is going? If houseless people are leaving needles on the streets, why don't we give them a safe use site or an overdose prevention site? And that's it. Thanks for listening.
Our next Burlington resident signed up online is Lauren Greco. If we could promote Lauren, please. Lauren, you should be able to unmute yourself. When you're done, Lauren, we'll return here to City Hall to Mark Bouchette.
Cool. Can you hear me? Great. My name is Lauren Greco. I slept in a bedroom that shared a wall with the Food Not Cop's kitchen for about 2 years. I'm here to speak in support of Food Not Cop's retaining control over their place of distribution, including having the choice to stay at the downtown garage. The volunteers have an intimate knowledge of the needs and capacities of their project, and to remove this element of self-determination could threaten the entire endeavor. Food Not Cops is a participant-created project. It's a space where the people who are volunteering and offering their gifts cannot be differentiated from the people who are receiving. There are very few spaces like it. Our town is largely segregated, and most public relationships are transactional. Nearly all spaces have an entrance fee, and we work hard to keep poverty, suffering, and different ways of being out of sight. And we're pretty good at it. But Food Not Cops is a space of real collaboration between people who are housed and people who are unhoused, people without money and people with it, people with all sorts of mental and physical difference, people who pretend that they are normal, and people who are liberated from having to do that, all working together. I believe that we need more spaces like it, and at a time of such disconnection, we should not miss our chance to learn from what Food Not Cops has been doing for years. Choice regarding their location is critical to the functioning of the project, and I think its visibility is a gift to the people of Burlington. I believe it's our responsibility to feel whatever discomfort, fear, and pain there might be in witnessing neighbors whose basic needs are not being met. Without doing that, we deprive ourselves the chance to learn, act, and actually work to solve the problems we're all seeing. We also deprive ourselves the opportunity for connection and joy that comes from humanizing each other, stopping to talk, sharing a meal, and learning to create our collective safety. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 individuals who signed up from Burlington-based properties or organizations. Mark Bouchette in person. Online, we have Jeff Lawson. Jeff, I do not see your name online. If you're here under a different name, if you could use your raise hand function, please. If Jeff is not here, we would come back to City Hall to Brian Clifford. Mark, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Mark Bouchette. My family runs Homeport on Church Street. I've worked on Church Street for last 35 years. I'm here this evening to support the resolution in item 8.1 of tonight's agenda. And I want to thank the City Council and the administration for taking our concerns seriously. I'd also like to say regarding the Marketplace Garage Lunch Service that neither I nor anyone I've spoken to opposes it. And I don't believe from my reading of the resolution it does either. If it did, I wouldn't support it. I'm only hopeful that we can find a better location that works well for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I do not see Jeff Lawson online. Jeff, if you're there, please use the raise hand function. If Jeff's not there, we'll come back to City Hall to Brian Clifford, who will be followed by Alex Olson. And Brian, you can go ahead. I do not see Jeff online.
My name is Brian Clifford. I've been organizing with Food Not Cops since 2020. I agree that this community is in crisis. Harassment, mental health crises, fights, drug use, drug dealing, all that, it's definitely happening. It's real, it's tragic, and it's scary. I've been threatened too. A lot of people do feel scared walking past our daily lunch at the parking garage. But should feelings drive our policy decisions? What data shows that the Marketplace parking garage is a dangerous place between 1 and 2 p.m.? What data shows that it's a particularly dangerous place at all? Have you checked? Please do. It's worth considering how we've been able to sustain a volunteer base of young women, trans, queer, gender-expansive people, and students in such a dangerous place. The fact is, we've learned things about fostering a level of safety with neighbors in that place that scares you. One of these things is that safety requires trust. And this, by the way, is one reason why proposed police responses in this resolution won't work. Another reason is police cannot simply remove people using drugs and existing in crisis from downtown. Vermont state law does not permit locking people up for crimes of inconvenience. And speaking of the law, I'm not a lawyer, but somebody just informed me of Vermont state law, Title 11B, Chapter 3. Food Not Cops is fiscally sponsored by Lucy Parsons Labs, which is a nonprofit. We're a legal entity with many of the same rights as a nonprofit. This law says a private business cannot impede the mission of a nonprofit. Our mission is to feed people, so please evaluate whether forcing us to move in response to a letter written by businesses is even legal. The decision to move has been discussed. It's not mine to make, but what I can tell you for sure is that giving us an eviction notice is the worst way to make it happen for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Alex Olson, who will be followed by Ryan Allen. We are coming up on 8:30, which is the time that I extended public forum to, so we don't have to spend time going through the motions of having to extend it further than that. We have about 8 or 9 additional folks signed up for public forum, and I think some folks online are not here anymore. So we're going to finish the folks who are signed up for public forum. Alex, you can please go ahead, and then you'll be followed by Ryan Allen.
Hello, I am Alex. I have lived in Burlington and the surrounding areas for about 20 years now, and I agree this town, the time that I came here, absolutely beautiful. And since then, it has completely gone downhill. I agree with previous speakers. And I've seen it firsthand because I have been out there. I am formerly homeless, and Food Not Cops, I believe, is completely detrimental to the community. It's very heartwarming, very welcoming, and you know, when you're hungry, it doesn't matter if you're homeless or not. Poverty can still exist, and they are there to help you, no matter what. No judgment or anything. And when this came to my attention now that you would like to move the location, I completely disagree, because I don't think that the lunch every day is causing people to sleep in alcoves and defecate there. I think, this is a phrase that I always say all the time now, bathroom lives matter. Because honestly, it's really bad. There's not too many options when you're out on the street to use the bathroom, especially after a certain hour. And you don't want to go into the bathroom in the park because it's filled with drug users. We call it the six-legged monster. And there's children now playing in the fountains, and they need to use the restroom. And they won't let you in. It's like, I've been there where I'm like, uh-oh, where am I gonna go right now? Because it's like, I really gotta go. So like, it's a bathroom, it's not a trap house. This should really be addressed. And just on a further note, the construction, I know that it's necessary just for the infrastructure, but however, it's been going on way too long, and it's hindering everybody's transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan Allen, who will be followed by Elise Pecor and then Chris Hansky.
Hey everyone, I'm Ryan. I'm from Williston. And in 1933, my mother was born in Munich, Germany.
I'm sorry, could you please sit at the table
where her father was forced to be a Nazi.
Excuse me.
And
I'm sorry, could you please sit at the table and address the council?
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
So in 1933, my grandmother was born in Munich, Germany, and her father owned a butcher shop, but he was forced to give it up and join the Nazis. And I think all of us are currently seeing America go into a Nazi regime. And, you know, one of the disappointing things this week is hearing a bunch of my friends be desperate, not really knowing whether they should stand with their community or, you know, stand with the businesses so the businesses will never vote for them. But, you know, that's not a thing like the Democrats who never had control of the police. They don't have the control of the police. You had what? You had John Murad screaming at a UVM medical center surgeon that he could jail and cuff him and drag him down to jail. And, you know, Vermont was just like, yeah, that's fine. We love police violence in Vermont. And like, you know, there was a Oh, that funny incident where all the Burlington high school kids were at the Burlington police office, and there was an inmate that escaped, and you know, I can't believe you all support the police. Do you not remember history? I mean, like, when you move Food Not Cops, are you gonna listen to the businesses when they ask you to move all the Jews and the blacks? Like, I'm just curious. Like, are the Jews and blacks next? Are
Excuse
the
me.
trans people next?
Please.
Yeah, because we see how you all lie down for those that want to play fascism, and it's disappointing. It really is. Bunch of white people just don't get it.
Okay, all right, we're done with that comment. We'll move to Elise Pecor now, and then Chris Hansky, and then Sue Ugeti. Is Elise here? All right. Is Chris here? Thanks, Chris.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chris Arinsky, and I'm a 17-year member of the street department. I'd like to talk about the recycling. I know everyone thinks it's easy for us to keep it. Why can't we just hire everyone to fill our positions? Well, we've had open positions for the better part of a year. We've had 0 applicants. We have 3 openings within our street department right now for almost 2 months. We've had 1 applicant, and they barely meet the minimum. It is very hard for us to attract individuals to do this job. It is a very hard, very tasking job for us. We've had other employees come and speak about what happens throughout the year. Come wintertime, I come in at 2 in the morning to start plowing the new north end. I get a phone call at 6:30 in the morning, I have to come back and recycle. There's no one to fill my spot to plow. I do my 8 hours on the truck, then I'm expected to go back out and plow. Or come in overnight to do a pushback to then go recycling at 7 in the morning with very little sleep. And that is what's expected of me. I ask everybody here to consider what happens when we're forced to do that. There are times where we get pulled off different jobs to cover and help everybody out. Other departments, we help them out, whether it's the water department, Parks and Rec, anybody. They need us, the street department shows up. The street department needs help, no one comes to our side. And everyone's job description within the city, whether it's, like I said, right of way, traffic, equipment maintenance, anybody else, it's other duties as assigned. But after being here for almost 17 years, I've realized that it only matters towards the street department. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And I should have mentioned it earlier, thanks to you and Josh earlier for your work for the city and for joining us tonight. Our last speaker here in person will be Sue Ugeti. I see 4 additional speakers who signed up online. Of those 4, I see Jane Catton and Martha Waterman online. I do not see Dana Valentine or Harmony Edosamon. If Dana or Harmony are online on a different name, if you could use the raise hand, let me know. Otherwise, after the speaker here, we'll turn to Jane and then finish public comment with Martha. Please go ahead.
So about 4 years ago, I was here, 2021, fighting, begging for the previous council to not get rid of Sears Lane. I remember telling the people that were sitting in front of me to think into the future, to not lack foresight. I vividly remember, feeling like I do right now, telling them that removing the porta potties that they had there and forcing them out of the only shelter they have would lead to human feces on the streets. And I have heard that a few times today. And it's a little bit enraging. We live in changing times, as I said last time that I was here. Our world is rapidly changing in a horrific, fascistic way, in which Again, people who have the power choose over and over again money over human rights, human dignity. Human dignity. So I am here because I am in solidarity with Food Not Cops. What do you think? I really beg you to think, what will happen if you stop feeding the people that need it? Just kind of like I really had liked for the people that were sitting here before me to think about what would happen when they remove the only access to bathrooms, because we know that the businesses are not very friendly to people who not had shelter to use their bathrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Our two speakers that I see online will be Jane Catton and then Martha Waterman. If we could please promote Jane. Jane, you should be able to now unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Jane Catton, and I'm the CEO at AgeWell, one of 5 area agencies on aging in Vermont, serving our community since 1974. We serve older people in greatest need in our service areas, the majority who are over 60 years of age, and our services have no charge to eligible older adults. I'm here to support the Age Strong Burlington Plan on aging and the resolution to be presented tonight. While I'm not a Burlington resident myself, our agency, AgeWell, serves Franklin Grand Isle, Chittenden, and Addison counties. Burlington is a core service area. In the past 6 months, we've served nearly 300 older adults in need in Burlington and supported them with over 30,000 nutritious home-delivered meals, case management services, and many volunteer supports, which help them to stay healthy and living independently in the setting of their choice. I'm also a Burlington Aging Council member and have been since its inception in 2021. And I'm very proud of the work of the council, that it's done to develop a detailed and thoughtful age-strong Burlington plan on aging. Our mission was to understand the opportunities and challenges facing all older community members and to recommend policies and programs that respect and empower them to have a positive quality of life. The plan includes key areas of focus, including an action plan to support social connection and engagement, family caregiver support, financial security, housing, transportation, community design, and optimal health and wellness. I'm here tonight to support this plan because it's comprehensive. I'm also urging the council not only to endorse the plan, but to resource the plan so that we can truly create an age-friendly Burlington with the resources to back it. Thank you.
Speaker will be Martha Waterman. I do not see Dana Valentine or Harmony Adosamwan online. If you are there, use the raise hand function. Martha, otherwise you should be allowed to unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I am here in support of Food Not Cops. Specifically, I would like to speak in support of the proposed overdose prevention center in Burlington. I believe it's a related issue. The Overdose Prevention Center, or OPC, will serve many people who also benefit from the food provided by Food Not Cops, both of which are huge assets to our community. So some information in support of OPCs, or overdose prevention centers, also sometimes called supervised injection sites or safe injection sites, are places where people experiencing opioid use disorder can go to use drugs and not die. OPCs prevent overdose deaths with extraordinary efficacy. They prevent infection, reduce drug use related litter, and connect people with resources. OPCs are not new. They've been around for a long time in communities of various sizes. And the data supporting their benefit for people who use the centers, as well as people throughout the neighborhood and surrounding cities, are numerous, well established, and replicated. OPCs save cities money by reducing use of emergency services, ambulance rides, emergency department visits, hospital stays, and reduce the need to treat use-related infections by preventing infection. They're extraordinarily effective at reducing drug use-related litter. And OPCs are not associated with an increase in crime of any sort. They either have no effect on crime or they reduce crime in the surrounding community. So please support the OPC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With no one else here for public comment, we will now close public forum at 8:43 p.m. I greatly appreciate everyone who showed up this evening and appreciate the patience of everyone here for our extending public forum. I think there were a number of valuable viewpoints we heard by going all the way through everyone who had signed up. The next item on our agenda is a work session regarding an update from the mayor's office on homelessness. I know we have Sarah Russell here for that. Mayor, will Sarah be introducing this or will you?
Sarah will be.
Okay. So we'll give Sarah a moment here.
Well, I will take the time while she walks up to the table to just continue to appreciate Sarah's dedication to the city and this work. She works very closely with our office as we continue to navigate the highly unpredictable and continued challenge. This is really a statewide challenge on the number of unhoused folks as we continue to advocate on a statewide level. Sarah is really the boots on the ground helping us to develop local policies for how we can respond as a city within our limited means and continue to leverage what we can on a regional and statewide level. Is that helpful for you getting set up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Am I able to share my screen?
You should be able to. Yes.
All right. There we go. All right. Thanks for having me tonight. For those of you who I haven't met yet, my name is Sarah Russell. As the mayor said, Special Assistant to End Homelessness with the city, and I've been here for about 3 years doing a whole bunch of stuff. So you have received already the memo that really goes over what we've been working on in detail, and I just have a few slides tonight that I wanted to touch on with you all, and then we can open it up to questions and discussions. This first slide really demonstrates the change that we've seen over time in our unsheltered population in Burlington. As you can see, we hit an all-time high in September. That was when a large number of folks were exited from the state's General Assistance Emergency Housing Program. They met their 80-day stay. We saw numbers decrease gradually through the winter as folks were able to access emergency shelter or seasonal shelter. And I want to note that most recently we have seen, our data tells us that we've seen a drop in unsheltered homelessness in April. However, we compile this data in partnership with the Community Resource Center, or the CRC, that's operated by CVOEO. And they relocated their meal site. I think you heard maybe somebody mentioned that, but they have relocated their meal site to 184 Pearl Street, which is the previous location of the Act One Bridge program, and have seen a pretty sharp decrease or decline in folks who are going there in general. So therefore, our numbers appear like they're going down, but we don't believe that that's actually true. So in April, we had 162 folks who self-identified as sleeping unsheltered. For comparison, that represents about 63% of the folks who go to the Community Resource Center. They saw 352 people total in April. However, in March, the previous month at their prior location, they had about 599 people who were showing up for services. So, and that represented, the unsheltered population represented about 56% of their daily census. So just something to note, this is how we track unsheltered homelessness over time. This next slide has been updated most recently to demonstrate our current shelter capacity. This includes both our anticipated seasonal capacity for our next season, for upcoming season, the 25-26 winter season. You'll see there that Champlain Place will be at 42 beds for year-round shelter, and they anticipate having an additional 20 beds of seasonal shelter for next winter. The Way Station right now has 36 beds over on Church Street. They have an anticipated move over to Pearl Street on or around December 1st. And then at that point, their census will increase to an anticipated 56 beds. I want to note on here the Foundation's family shelter is 7 rooms, and that is currently operated in Williston, and operations transitioned to CVOEO from the Agency of Human Services on May 1st. Lastly, I wanted to touch on needed shelter capacity. These numbers are derived from our local data, our coordinated entry data that we collect on the challenges that folks are reporting to us that they're experiencing. You'll see the largest need at this point is low barrier shelter beds that are responsive to folks with substance use disorder and untreated or challenging mental health issues. These numbers are inclusive of or assume that we would maintain our current motel program, which is around, I think it's 237 rooms. That's on the previous slide. The last update that I want to share with you tonight is something that I detailed pretty thoroughly in the memo that you all have. There's links within that memo around the House Bill 91. This is being called the VHARTH program, or the Vermont Homeless Emergency Assistance and Responsive Transition to Housing Program. I mean, that is quite an acronym. The goals of VHARTH are to enable more local control of state funding that follow a community needs assessment so that we can ensure locally that funding aligns with our local priorities. Another goal, really sort of main intent behind H91 is to reduce reliance on motels and to expand community-based shelter opportunity and placements for folks. They have phased in, and in the memo that you have that's been posted, there's a link to a very specific timeline that's been established. FY26 will be a planning year in which, at this point, included in there, $10 million will be available for transition planning. A large chunk of that will go to the community action agencies. They will be the 5 regional designated organizations that will distribute local funds. But we have also been successful in advocating for a carve-out for municipalities. So in the current version of the bill, there is $1 million that the Department of Children and Families will have available to distribute to municipalities and how they respond to homelessness. So this is one of the first times that we've seen funding become available to towns and cities as they work to respond to homelessness. FY26 will be the planning year. FY27, we will anticipate seeing the funding that was for the General Assistance Emergency Housing Program transition from being administered by the Economic Services Division to our regional community action agencies. That is, at this point, around, I think, $38 million. And then in FY28, the Housing Opportunity Program funding will transition from being administered by the Office of Economic Opportunity to the Community Action Partners. And at this point, that represents about $30 million statewide. And just want to note that nothing is final. This has gone to the Appropriations Committee, passed out of the Senate Health and Welfare Committee last week. That's it.
All right. Well, Sarah, let me first echo the mayor's thanks for your great work for the city and on this issue over many years now, and I appreciate you being back before the council. Let me turn to councilors now to see if they have any questions or feedback for you. Councilor Carpenter.
Really just two questions. You had the shelter capacity. Are there any additional shelters outside of Burlington?
On the slide, I think I can go to the, excuse me, there are two shelters on here that are located outside of Burlington. One is the Williston Family Shelter, which is the 7 rooms. That shelter may actually be relocating to Burlington at some point in the future, but mainly because that Williston site isn't super safe for long-term use for children and families. But that shelter is located in Williston right now. The Safe House program, the Steps Down Domestic Violence Shelter, is not located in Burlington. That's at a confidential location outside Burlington.
And can you clarify, CVOEO Resource Center still has an active feeding program in Burlington?
They do. They've had to shift. They aren't able to do hot meals out of their temporary location, but they are providing a meal. They're a meal site, so they're providing food to folks daily. And they're also receiving visits from the Good Food Truck once a week as well.
Okay.
And this is temporary, so they'll be back at the North Winooski Avenue location within the next, I think, 5 months.
So later this fall? Okay.
Yes. Yep.
And one other question about H91, and maybe you can't answer this. A concern that it, for better or worse, relieves the state's ability to be more directive about filling gaps. And I don't know if you have that, if you even want to offer that opinion, but from your opinion, is there any language in there? Because I do have a concern. For instance, you identified low barrier shelter beds, but we're the only community that has them. So, does this relieve the state of that ability to push for filling gaps?
Well, first, if you haven't had a chance to review the bill, I would strongly encourage you to review, especially around the legislative intent, because the issue that you're raising is something that has been echoed with pretty much every person, including myself, who's provided testimony in shaping this bill. So wanting to make sure that the state administration is not alleviating itself of responsibility and accountability around homelessness. We really need to look at homelessness as a statewide issue, and not as just a challenge or a problem, so to speak, for towns and cities to have to manage on their own. So there has been a great deal of work that's gone into strengthening the level of accountability that the administration will still hold, specifically within the Agency of Human Services, with the shifts that the H91 calls for. I'd be happy to talk to you offline. There are still opportunities for us to continue to advocate, and if you're seeing holes or gaps, I would love to hear more from you on that. In terms of low barrier shelter, the state is not able to necessarily dictate what kinds of shelters open or where they open. They are at this point in time responsive to the needs that providers tell them in terms of how to fund projects. What I will say is with H91 comes a really robust community needs assessment that will have to be completed on at least an annual or every 3-year timeline. And with that, local communities will be able to say, like, these are our greatest needs. So when we look at this slide and we see, like, this is what our data is telling us around these shelter beds, as a region, we know what our needs are, and we need to make sure that our funding aligns with that. So I think we're still figuring this out. Certainly, there's a whole planning year left, but hopeful that we can count on expansion in other areas outside of Burlington, not just focused in Burlington.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Newbeezer? Bergman?
Thank you so much for your work. I appreciate it. Really appreciate it. It is really important in this moment, and you do it very well. So thank you for that. When you talked about the 10 million being distributed, is that across the entire state? Am I hearing that right?
So there's $10 million that is over the planning year. There will be, are you referring to the funding that's available to municipalities that I mentioned? Because that will be $1 million of that 10. Am I understanding your question?
Yeah, no. I was thinking of the 10 million for the planning year. Yeah.
Yes, for the planning year.
And then-
Yep.
Yeah, 1 million of that is earmarked. Do you feel like that's adequate in terms of getting resources? It feels like the state's general disposition in response to us saying we don't have the resources to do what we need to do on the ground is get as close to block granting us money as possible, is my perception, not being in it day to day. And I guess within that framework, have those block grant amounts, for lack of a better descriptor, been adequate to date? Are there, sort of, where's that conversation?
Well, what I will say in terms of the funding that has the $1 million that's been sort of carved out of that 10 million for FY26 is that it's hard to. Is it sufficient? I guess it kind of depends what roles municipalities are going to play in this work. So is it to, I know that in other towns and cities, they don't have a role like mine to kind of track this or lift the priorities of, the town or city and make sure that they're heard in those voices, or in their voices are heard in those conversations. So I think to answer your question, it's kind of what we don't know quite yet what cities and towns want to do with that $1 million. So it's hard to, it's also, what I will say is it's a win in some ways, because we've never, in my memory of doing this work, I don't remember a time where the state has ever, made direct grants to a municipality to respond to homelessness. So I think it's a starting point for sure.
Anything further, Councilor Newbeezer? Okay. Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, and thank you, Sarah. Your memo speaks about the unsuccessful attempt to deal with the zoning statute and clarify and I think improve the law related to emergency shelters and the whole continuing conditional use. It's getting late. My ask, because this is still in the Ordinance Committee's jurisdiction, is to get some clarity from the Ledge Council and anybody else in the legislature as to what the legislative intent is on the statutory language that we are working with now, so that we can have that. And I say that for the edification of everybody here, because much of the debate in the Ordinance Committee last year related to the fact that we didn't quite know what the language meant and what we were trying to do. It wasn't clear that we could do, or what some people were trying to do. And so it really will be very helpful. I know that your memo is a great memo, and it explains all of that, and it talks about your need to go back and understand and further study. So I would just be asking that you include that in that iterative process so that you can advise us as what to do. I mean, I think that the need is apparent, and if these numbers didn't show us, 2 hours of public testimony showed just what we've got to do. So the idea of having barriers to shelters around the city doesn't make any sense to me, and it will be exceedingly helpful for us in our deliberations to understand the extent to which we can act you know, in ordinances to do the restrictions or not, and then we can have a full-throated debate about what districts we should have them in. For what it's worth, I continue to believe we have to have the ability to have shelters wherever it makes sense and wherever the providers do it, regardless of the zoning district. So thanks for that added work that you'll do, but I think it'll be helpful to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bergman. Councillor Litwin, and then Councillor Grant, and then Barlow.
Thanks so much, and I appreciate Councillor Bergman asking that question. I only have a couple questions just to make sure that I'm better understanding your data, and thank you for the work that you're doing. I think one of the things that stood out to me, and I was hoping that you could address, was on these two slides, which is this one here and the one prior. What I saw was that we have a great need. We saw from the very first slide for for housing. We saw in this data somewhere between like 55, 60-ish% of the beds that we currently have, depending on seasonal versus non-seasonal, are low barrier, which I think you described, and maybe you can educate me to make sure that that's for folks with all sorts of conditions, including mental health disorder conditions, substance use disorder, and other struggles there related to sobriety or other issues. And then additionally, you're saying that in this data, which I'd be curious just to understand where the data comes from and how it's collected. In this, the next slide, you say that there's 224 beds needed, I think that's right, yep, for low barrier, and then only 7 for folks who are mid-high recovery. And I think that we should pay really close attention to that, because it really, to me, shows us the linkage between the opioid crisis and epidemic that we are facing in this country and homelessness and related issues. So let us all hold that tonight. And then maybe you could just sort of help me understand where that data comes from. And if you know, maybe this is a question for our low barrier shelter providers who are working in the community, like CVOEO and CHT and so on. How do we get folks to want to transition? What can we do, in your expert opinion, to help folks in their journey to move from a low barrier bed to a medium high barrier bed? Because I'd love to see us move that number from 7. So thanks.
Yeah, these are great questions, and they're conversations that we have all the time. So first I'll start with the definition of low barrier. So when we think about low barrier, a lot of people equate that to substance use or mental health. I know that's pretty clearly up here. But the reality is low barrier shelter can mean a whole host of things. So when we talk about low barrier, we are saying that people don't need to have a photo ID to show up at the door. Pets may be allowed at a low barrier shelter. People may be able to, if they are part of a opposite identifying gender couple, they may be able to sleep together within that shelter. Low barrier can also mean things like the type of shelter. So it's best practice oftentimes to have a non-congregational or a semi-congregate shelter model opposed to a congregate model. So it can also certainly include enriched medical services on site for folks. It can include a staff that is more skilled to respond to mental health crises, and can also include staff that is trained to provide a harm reduction model of care. So there are all kinds of things that comprise low barrier. It's not just substance use, although we talk about that a lot, for sure. This data is derived from our coordinated entry data. So that these are, we do coordinated entry in Chittenden County, and statewide involves administering a optional vulnerability assessment to households that are enrolled within our coordinated entry systems, HUD required system, and then we're able to pull data points that help us to understand both what kind of, I mean, we do a lot to talk about shelter, but we also need to be talking about housing because shelter does not solve homelessness. So we also can look at that data and extract from it the kinds of housing placements we may need, the size of units we may need, and what particular services might be embedded within, within particular housing developments to support retention of that housing. Your point around the 7 recovery beds is this number was 27. This anticipates that COTS will expand by 20 beds. They are a higher barrier shelter. They will expand by 20 beds on December 1st of this year, so that reflects that number going down to 7. And I think that one of the things that we talk about, or that at least I know from my experience operating shelter and having, develop some really trusting relationships that I'm super proud of with folks, is that they need an endpoint. There needs to be a point of access that is low barrier, that they are accepted as they are, that they feel trust. And once we can allow those spaces for folks, we see that people actually want to improve their lives, but when they're struggling day to day with just where am I going to sleep? Where am I going to eat? Where am I going to shower? There is no room or time or space for any of that. So we do, as we expand this low barrier capacity and more folks are able to access the stability that shelter provides, I think that we can flip those beds then, right? So people are going to be able to access treatment. I don't want to be long-winded, but I will say that one of the most, I think, compelling things that happened this winter with the Miller Center is that there was a person who we picked up, Magic School Bus, in the middle of the night, and he was super hesitant to come in and, was kind of in a pile of needles in the parking garage, and we were like, it's 20 below, like, come in, we'll manage this. And he came in, and then he came back every single night that we operated the shelter on his own accord. And on the last night that we were open, he said, "Hey, can I get a ride to the clinic in the morning? I think I want to do induction." And I was like, "Oh my God, yes! Like, we will get you there." And I lined up a ride for him to, get there. We had a van going up there at, just before 8 o'clock. And I said, "Okay, you ready to get on the van?" And he said, "Oh, they only do induction between 6 and 7:30 in the morning." And I was like, well, crap, I didn't say crap either. So, I mean, I think that those are, when we're able to see these barriers where we see somebody that showed up, built that trust, kept coming back, and then wanted to take another step, and we were just so close, and he's like, "It's okay, I'll go another day." And I was like, "You're probably not going to go another day until you get some kind of stability." So I tell that story because it demonstrates the holes in our system, but it also really speaks to the power of that trusted space within a shelter system.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, I'm done.
Thank you. I have Councilors Grant and then Barlow. I would like to then move to our next agenda item, but was there another councilor that wanted to get in on this item? All right, so I think we'll try to finish with Councilors Grant and Barlow. Councilor Grant?
So, as we've seen the last few years, we've had just a lot of heartbreak and difficulty with the number of people that have been camping in different places of the city because we don't have lack of beds. So I'm just wondering if we've, a couple of things. Have we started talking about cooling shelters, and what do we anticipate doing some of the services we did before, like porta potties? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the resources have been placed, and the locations where we're seeing camps have been or most routinely established. Those are really similar to last year's location. So we have toilets, access to trash for folks. We have hand washing stations, and last year we actually installed a water spigot at a fountain at one location, and that was super successful, and water has been turned on. And yes, cooling centers are on the horizon for sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Barlow?
Thank you, and thank you for the important work you do. I do appreciate it. I had a bunch of comments, but I've sort of tried to keep them briefer here, so I'll just I'll say two things. The first is that I want to echo Councilor Carpenter's concerns about H91, the state delegating the response to the caps. Makes me think that Burlington could end up with an even larger proportion of the problem, at least in the county. There's a lot of bad about the motel program, but one of the good things about it, I guess, if there was any silver linings, is that other communities who had hotels and motels enrolled in the program could shoulder some of the burden that Burlington has. I haven't read the latest version of the bill, but I know that we've expressed these concerns to legislators and hope that they would strengthen it so that the state would retain some policy carrots and sticks to sort of compel other communities in Chittenden County to be part of the response and not just leave it to Burlington to deal with the problem of homelessness. Because I don't think on their own they're going to do much. They're perfectly willing to allow us to be the epicenter of the homelessness crisis in Chittenden County. So I look forward to any advocacy that Burlington can continue to make to strengthen the bill to make sure that that the burden is shared more equitably across other communities. The other thing I wanted to ask about was in the memo, there was mention of a review of the sheltering on public land policy or an update that needs to have some kind of council action taken. And one of the things I was hoping that would be considered as we look at the sheltering on public lands policy is if we might not make certain areas, additional areas off limits. We heard someone in public comment talk about the urban reserve, and the urban reserve specifically has the bike path that runs through it. And there's been a lot of people who expressed concern around having camping around this public amenity. I've been involved in cleanup efforts down there that Director Cindy White has coordinated. And I've spent a lot of time cleaning up hazardous campsites. I filled a couple of sharp boxes just in one of the sites that was within 100 feet of the bike path. So would we consider strengthening our camping policy down there to sort of make more of the urban reserve off limits to camping? And then in other public amenities too. I'm thinking of the Moran frame. We've invested millions of public dollars in remediating the site and building the frame, and there's camping on the Moran location, the frame itself, and then around the perimeter of that. And I'm wondering if that also might not be a place where we would disallow ad hoc camping to happen.
So I'll speak to the frame piece. The camps were removed, and that was a planned and actually very well coordinated response that took place among multiple departments. So there was no programming or services or anything that's happening there. Arguably, probably one of the worst, coldest places to camp in the city in the winter. We did allow those tents were there for a period of time this winter, and then they were noticed and removed under our sheltering on public lands policy, and folks were supported with identifying some place that might work a little better for them. And then since my understanding, I would have to confirm with Director White, was that that site was going to be noticed for no, posted for no seasonal camping between, I think, April 15th and November 15th, I think was what the sign was going to say. But I would defer to the mayor on conversations around, you know, what locations, you know, maybe if there's further prohibiting to be done, specifically with urban land or urban reserve.
Well, I would welcome those discussions with the administration as we consider updates to the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there any other councilor that wish to speak on this item? All right. I think just very briefly what I'll say, Sarah, I mentioned it before, again, gratitude and thanks for your work. I'm very proud of the work that you and the city have done over a number of years. I'm proud of the work this council has done, both in collaboration with this administration as well as with Mayor Weinberger's administration to support our unhoused community. I do think Burlington has answered the call more than any other community in the state. I do wish our surrounding communities would perhaps answer the call a bit more, but that doesn't mean we should do less. I'm proud of what we've done here. I believe that whenever an item related to homelessness has come before this council, it has been supported unanimously, whether it's the Elmwood shelter pods or rezoning Shelburne Road to allow for the creation of the Champlain Inn, the recent support for COTS and standing up their shelter there on Pearl Street, the emergency cold weather shelter, which you and your staff were so instrumental in putting together, the creation of our CSO, CSL programs and urban park rangers, among other resources to support encampments, and your position as well, Sarah, which was created with one-time money, but we have now found sustainable funding for that in order for you to continue the excellent work that you're doing. So would just like to note the work we've done and to say that I look forward to the work to come. I appreciate your being here. All right. The next item that we have is Mayor General City Affairs and City Council General City Affairs. I want to give both the mayor and city councilors their due time. I will note that because of an extended public forum, we're at 9:20 p.m. now with a lengthy deliberative agenda. But Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President Travers. So I want to begin first with the biggest item that has been the focal point of my administration's work in the last several months, but especially these last couple months, is related to fiscal year 26 budget, and also the next steps as we reduce the size of our workforce after making some very difficult decisions on how to deliver you a balanced budget for your consideration. Nothing about these last several months of work has been anything but easy. But I want to make sure that the community continues to know ways that they can remain updated on these, on the budget discussions as we now pass it on to the council for your deliberation before June 30th. The first thing I want to just bring the community's attention to is that we provided a pretty lengthy update through the mayor email system. And if folks aren't signed up for that, it's something you can sign up for. We will not fill your inboxes, but it's a particularly helpful update we put out on the budget, our deliberations, our process, some common questions we've been getting in these last few days. That will be posted on the agenda tonight under Mayor Update. I'm not sure if it's up there yet or not, but it was a really good summary, and we'll circulate that on Front Porch Forum as well if that's not out. We are going to continue to do public education on the budget, much like what we did in the town meeting day ballot questions that we did. We're going to have a dedicated webpage so people can go to one location because we have multiple meetings in this season of May around the budget, around individual departments. And if you're savvy on Civic Clerk, it's great. But if you're not, it's a little hard to find everything in a comprehensive place. And as someone who's a particularly busy mom, I'd have trouble sometimes reading the school newsletters. Please don't turn me into the Sustainability Academy. But we want to give you a concise place to go go so you can navigate the high-level aspects of our, including your city budget. So we'll have a dedicated page up this week that include a lot of the frequent questions that we're getting. I also want to make sure this community continues to learn about its budget in general, no matter what's happening in that year. So we'll include a budget 101, and our CAO has been really excellent in starting to do some basic education. New counselors benefited from that to really explain how our complicated local municipal tax system works, and we'll be extending that in these spaces as well. Another good place to engage is at the mayor meetups that we hold every week around the city. The next one is this Wednesday at 8 a.m. at Zero Gravity. It's a good place to come learn more, ask questions. We had a good conversation just last week in the Old North End meetup. And again, I want people to be able to understand, because when we use terms like structural budget gaps and we talk about things like our service inventory tool that we started for the first time this year, I want to make sure residents understand what that means and how, again, the deliberative process has been working to get us to the place where we were able to balance a budget, which is required by charter, but it has not been an easy process. And for years, we've been choosing, and years I mean like decades, we've been choosing to build our budgets in very interesting ways that I think desperately need modernization and better transparency, so folks have the ability, we have better ability to flex how we spend our money and get clear on how we prioritize things. Finally, on a more internal level with the budget, I want folks to know, because we did do a reduction in force, which was a very difficult decision to make, we've been diligently working with the most impacted departments in recent days. We had full employee meetings with CEDO, our Business Workforce and Development Department, together as a group. Last Friday, I met with the entire Parks team to talk about what comes next with those departments, and being very clear with the community, which is part of our work around public communications on what comes next and what is continuing as is in terms of critical programming in our city, so that folks are clear. We also have transition teams in place to lead these transitions. There are 2 department heads leading the transition of merging CEDO and BWD. 3 division heads are working alongside the current Parks department head to lead that that transition related to the reduction in force in that department, alongside HR and our city attorney's office. And then for the Department of Finance and Administration, there are 4 department heads who are engaged right now in that merger of that department. They're working as a team to work towards that, bringing those 4 departments together. And all of these departments will start on July 1st. So these next few weeks are very much focused on that, including, and most importantly, the work cataloging I discussed last week when I reported to all of you, which is critical to make sure that we're not moving work, reducing staff. The point was not to then move work to other employees, but to identify what is not a core service, what is not a core program that the city can afford to continue to sustain. These are the hard decisions that we're needing to make at this point for financial sustainability for the city. So the work cataloging is underway now of making sure that we're clear about what work we're ending, meaning programs we're winding down, as difficult as that is. Also related to just internal work, I want to make sure folks know that your next City Council meeting, June 2nd, will be when I will be presenting a slate of appointments for department heads and also very wonky, antiquated positions within the city charter, which include constables. So if you're looking to be a constable, let me know. That's a joke. It's a very old position which never gets used, but there's a long list of appointments that the mayor is charged with providing to folks. And you're a former constable, aren't you? Oh, that's why you're reacting. Okay, it's a big privilege to serve. Anyway, we're presenting that full slate, and so look for that at your next meeting. We'll be making opportunities for folks to engage with anyone new, especially on that list of appointments, so you can have time to deliberate as council on your confirmation process. Next to the state level, as you were sort of alluding to in the discussion on H91, the legislature is winding down. They've gone later than usual this year. They expect, I think I've heard rumors, they're going to wrap up by the end of May. We've had many charters from the city that we've advanced to the legislature, and just briefly so you understand where things are at. The gun charter, which eliminates firearms in places that serve alcohol in the city, is taking testimony this week, again, in House Government Operations. It's already been through the Senate process. I've appreciated, as I said last week, the support. The momentum's there, and I really hope this gets past the finish line this session and doesn't delay until next session. But this will be a chance for us to work together this week to make sure that we put our collective voices behind, to make sure the leadership of the House Government Operations Committee knows this is needed. The election boundary charter change is also moving. It is the less exciting of our charters, so I think that's a nothing burger, as probably no kid says anymore, but it is our least controversial issue, I'd imagine. The other items I just want folks to know are likely not moving this session at this point, which includes the rent notification charter, our police oversight charter, and just cause eviction. I want folks to know charters don't expire. We hope to pick them up next session, but these are not items that have a time limit on them. We re-voted on our gun charter issue because that was 10 plus years old and we wanted to create new momentum, but these charters work differently than a legislative bill, traditional bill. I want to also just appreciate the Burlington delegation because within a lot of the bills moving in these final weeks of the session include securing the funding for Burlington to continue to implement the Overdose Prevention Center. This was something that was a little bit in peril at various points in the session, and specifically Representative Tiff Bloomley, who represents a portion of the South End, was critical in her role in the Appropriations Committee to make sure to protect that funding for Burlington to be able to continue to advance this critically life-saving and community beneficial tool here in Burlington. Moving on to community engagement in general, again, reminder, this is some weird week. We have 2 mayor meetups this week. We do them on the 2nd, 3rd, something like that, days of the month. So there's 2 this week. One is on Wednesday, the 21st, as I mentioned before, at 8 a.m. at Zero Gravity. The second one will be Friday at noon. This is our hybrid one that we offer at the library. That particular mayor meetup will be without me, but we'll have department heads at that particular meetup on Friday. This week, so the community knows, the Champlain Place will be reopening after a lot of renovation work in the South End on Thursday, the 22nd. This is an emergency shelter renovation project, which will offer 42 beds. I'm sorry, Sarah, if this was on your slide, but 42 beds that are year-round for folks who need emergency shelter, and 26 cold weather beds will be offered at that site. It's yet another capacity growth here in the city of Burlington that's desperately needed, and I appreciate the partners who have been working on that. Also, just a sort of a close to home to City Council, this ceremony and this reopening will include the honoring Katie Hartnett, who was a community member and a longtime leader in social service work, daughter of a former city councilor. And if you would like to honor that family and the larger efforts that she stood so proudly and worked so hard on, this is a great event to come out in the community. So Thursday, the 22nd, I think it's in the morning. I didn't write down the time, sorry. I'm also meeting next week with the incoming president-elect of UVM, President-elect Trump, which I think bodes well. She doesn't even start until July, but we're starting these relationships because they are critical, and I wish interim President Patty Prelock well as she travels on to Arizona. That was a strong relationship, and I'm sad to see her go, but I'm hopeful that the incoming president of UVM will know how critical it is about the relationship of the city and UVM being one of collaboration and codependence in the best way that we really need to, our well-being is intertwined. If you haven't been down the alley that goes to the Marketplace Garage, I encourage you to check out a beautiful mural put up by the Burlington City Lake Semester Group. They launched something this week to celebrate this great mural they put up. Eventually, it will be relocated to the new Burlington High School location building. But for now, for the next year or so, check it out. It's this beautiful community-based art project they offered to the community, for which I'm really grateful. Also, this last weekend, a Burlington School District hosted for the entire state a Welcome All event at Champlain College for for English language learner educators from around the state, and it was a proud moment for Burlington to host these critical educators who support so many multilingual families and their students in the public school system. And then finally, just on the community engagement side, at the UVM graduation this last Sunday, I believe one of the biggest racial justice leaders in our region, in Vermont in particular, who's been a longtime higher education leader, Roy Hill, was given an honorary degree. UVM gives only 3 out, and so Roy Hill is a true treasure, and it was an honor to be able to be there with him to celebrate that distinction from UVM, and I appreciate the university recognizing his very strong leadership in our community. Just a couple other quick things about coming up. Next week will be the next Community Safety Forum that I host every other month on May 29th at 5:30 at the library. Our focus will be on homelessness and mental health, some of the issues you heard here tonight. We also, I want to just note good luck to all the runners at the marathon happening in the next week here in Burlington. I appreciate the partnership with Run Vermont and their work they do every year. And then finally, of course, Memorial Day is on Monday, and I just want to thank all the members of our community who have served in the military, your family members for their service. Of course, this is a Memorial Day for those who've died in the line of service serving our country. The local VFW Post 782 will be holding an event at Battery Park at 11 a.m. Again, Monday, May 26th. The Post Commander Mark Hughes will be organizing and speaking there. I encourage folks to attend that important event to honor our veterans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next agenda item is City Councilor, General City Affairs. Is there any councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? Councilor Barlow. And then Councilor Grant.
Thank you, President Travers. Just to continue on the mayor's update, I did have the time for the Champlain Inn Emergency Shelter event, and it's 11 a.m. and the address is 165 Shelburne Road. And I just wanted to echo how important this event is to former Councilor Dave Hardneck, because they are naming a community space and garden after his daughter, whose life was tragically cut short a couple of years ago. But her spirit lives on through the work of the foundation named after her, and now it will additionally through this new space named for her. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Grant?
Thank you. So I just wanted to mention, in addition to the Public Safety Community Forum next Thursday, we will actually be overlapping with the Public Safety Committee meeting, which was supposed to be this week, but with tonight's meeting and RAIB and then budget meetings, that would have put some of us in 4 meetings this week, in addition to our day jobs. So both of these meetings will be recorded and available for people to watch. So if you watch one live, you don't have to miss the other one. On, where were we? April 17th. Couldn't read my handwriting. My apologies. Public Safety Committee meeting. I just want to remind people again, we had a really interesting conversation with Chief Burke, our new interim chief, and Sarah George. I really recommend that people watch that. And also, Chief Burke did a question and answer at the Ward 3 in PA, which was on May 7th. So these meetings are available by clicking on the agenda on the city's website and then clicking on those dates to access those meetings by clicking on meeting media. These question and answer periods are really a great way to get to know Chief Burke and to keep up with what he is working on in terms of rebuilding our police department. He has another Q&A coming up, which will be on June 26th at the Ward 8 in PA meeting. We are going to be working with BPD to look at data, how we're capturing data for BPD and what that data will include. I was very pleased where Chief LaChance and Chief Burke are working together on that project. Some of the things that we hope to get more clarity on that had been very problematic in the past was a trespass policy. If you trespass someone, or you want to trespass someone, but they're known to be violent, can you get help from BPD or not? That has been inconsistently handled in the past, so we'll be looking for an update as to the current what the current policy will be and expectations being set by the new interim chief. We also want to have a better understanding around retail theft reporting, since the online reporting for that no longer exists. I do believe that businesses who stop reporting this do need to go back to reporting it because we've lost data, and if we're losing data, then we don't really have an idea of what's going on. The drug tip line that is online still exists, and is still looked at, and I do encourage people to look at that. And then the last thing we're going to be talking about is some ways to work on the website for the police department, and some of the low-hanging fruit is just to delete all old information that's out of date, and then take a look at how we can have a website that's more intuitive, so people can easily find information that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Is there any other councillor that wishes to be recognized on general city affairs? All right, then we will move to our consent agenda. Is there a motion on our consent agenda? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. I will note that Councillor Schachter has informed me of the need to recuse herself from item 7.4 due to a professional conflict of interest. Is there any other councillor that has comments on this item? Okay. Noting Councillor Schachter's recusal from item 7.4, we will go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. So we now turn to our deliberative agenda. The first item on our deliberative agenda is item 8.1, resolution support of local businesses in a vibrant, welcoming, safe downtown. And to introduce this resolution and for a motion, I will turn to the resolution's main sponsor, Councillor McKnight.
Thank you, President Travers. And I would move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Councillor McKnight, please go ahead.
Thank you. So 2 Fridays ago, when I heard that Nectar's was closing for the summer, we were coming off months of meetings about downtown. Meetings with businesses, with city department heads and council colleagues, just trying to figure out what we could do to help them. But on that day, as the daughter of 2 UVM alums who have been talking to me about Nectar's since I learned to talk, I just stopped in my tracks and said, no. No, this town will not go down on my watch, on all of our watch. The next morning, I woke up and wrote the first draft of this resolution. At the same time, a petition started circulating asking for more specific action to support downtown, which now has almost 2,000 signatures. And I really want to thank everyone who voiced their concerns there. This resolution is just a first step. The 4 actions it lays out will not fix everything, but they are real steps towards solutions. Our local businesses need to know that we hear them, that we understand their pain, that we are taking action, and that we care. We care a lot. We are lucky here to have such a strong small business economy. When you shop in Burlington, you get to know the real humans behind the things, behind the meals. It is not like that in other college towns. It's just Starbucks and big box stores. Our downtown is something precious that we cannot risk losing. And while yes, this resolution supports businesses, our downtown is more than that. It's one of the rare places we can gather without spending money. Downtown is a place where kids can experience the joy of playing in the splash pad on a hot day, or asking a parent watch them climb every single rock on Church Street. It is a place where our teens can meet up to practice their independence safely. And it's where any of us can enjoy a stroll with a friend, or just bumping into 3 people you know without even trying. None of that costs money. But unfortunately, it will all go away if no one feels comfortable shopping here. Too many people in and outside of Burlington are feeling like this is no longer a space for them. Our downtown, Church Street, our parks, and our parking garages are for everyone, and it needs to start feeling like that again. That's why this resolution is calling for, first, improved traffic flow and signage during construction on Main Street. Updating our city's marketing strategy to reflect today's changing economy and the changing economic pressures. Recommitting to a responsive police presence downtown, safer parking garages, and looking into free parking options. And I want to be really clear here. No one is asking Food Not Cops to stop getting food to the hungry. Not one counselor is asking that. Not one business asked for that. That work is essential. It is important. We are simply requesting a firm deadline and offering significant funds of $2,000 for a move to an improved location, ideally with running water and a bathroom. This is something that has already been in discussion between the mayor's office and Food Not Cops for over a year. The narrative that being concerned about Burlington's small businesses equals not caring about our unhoused neighbors is destructive and divisive and false. So changing gears here, I want to thank a few people who helped put this resolution together because it took a lot of background work. Director Spencer, Director Al-Nazrawi, Chief Burke all gave important input, as well as the Progressive Caucus and the Mayor's Office, who provided thoughtful feedback and a collaborative spirit. And of course, I'm always grateful to my Democratic colleagues for your expertise and support. We all share the administration's top 3 priorities of community safety, housing, and addressing climate change. I ran on those same priorities myself. But here's the thing. If we don't have a thriving local economy, we won't have the money to act on any of those priorities. The math just does not math there. We rely on tax revenue from our small business community and the jobs it creates. Our gross receipts revenue is down nearly 10% this year and expected to fall further. So while I get that we have some, the administration has discipline in sticking to those 3 priorities, and I do appreciate the transparency that the business community is not one of them, I respectfully disagree. It is one of my priorities because it has to be. Without downtown, everything else falls apart. I'm hopeful that this will be one step towards the Burlington we all believe in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKnight. Are there any other councillors that wish to be recognized? Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Just to be clear, I understand the many pressures that are affecting businesses in Burlington, downtown, and at large, from local and regional factors like construction, future disruptions to Canadian tourism by the federal administration's rhetoric, to global factors like cheap online commerce and the disruption of the social fabric caused by the pandemic, to the systemic consequences of the housing crisis, cost of living crisis, and addiction crisis, all caused by the greed and exploitation of capitalism. As some said in public comment, we also need a discussion on the need for our marketplace to be one which targets those who live, learn, and work in this city, who want to shop local but can't. I hear these concerns, and we should continue to have all of these discussions. With that being said, I simply cannot support giving Food Not Bombs a deadline compelling them to relocate their food distribution operation. So with that, I move to strike all references to the relocation of the food distribution service at the Marketplace Garage, which means delete the second whereas clause on page 2 and the 4th, 5th, and 6th paragraphs on page 5, and I ask for the floor back after a second. I will email that to everyone.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Broderick. Before I ask for a second on that, I suppose I'll just turn to Councillor McKnight first. There were a couple different versions of the resolution that were posted online. I just want to confirm there was one that was recently posted this evening. That's the 05-19-25 clean with updated track changes version. Is that the version that we should be referencing here? It is posted now, correct? Yeah, okay. So I just want to confirm with you, Councillor McKnight, that in looking at the agenda, there's a version of this posted that is listed 05-19-25, and there's a parenthetical clean with updated track changes. And before, I should have asked you this before, but I just want to confirm that that is the version of the resolution that you have moved here. One change from the earlier version in this version is found in a track change on the last page.
that's confirming that.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. All right, so, and Councilor Broderick, understanding that that's the version that we're now referencing, you're seeking to amend the 05-1925 version, clean with updated track changes, and your specific amendment is to remove which clauses of that version?
The second whereas clause on page 2, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th paragraphs on page 5.
Okay. So the second whereas clause on page 2 references the administration, members of city staff, and city councilors being in conversations for over a year. And then on page 5, it is, which clause is there? I just want to clarify.
The 4th paragraph, starting with while the city in no way seeks. The 5th paragraph, starting with the city will continue. And the 6th paragraph, starting with to assist with.
Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Is there a second to Councilor Broderick's amendment?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Grant. Before turning to debate on it, I will turn to the maker of the underlying motion. Are you friendly to this amendment, Councilor McKnight?
No.
Okay. Councilor Broderick, did you want the floor back on your proposed amendment?
Yes.
Okay. I'll restart the timer on your amendment now.
Thank you. I think the collective public put it much better than myself tonight, but I will reiterate. I do not think Food Not Bombs food distribution should have to move at all. They are not a cause of the problems downtown, and their moving will not solve anything. Let's think about this logically. Will the moving of food distribution make the parking garage any less of a place of shelter for unhoused people? Of course not. It's not going anywhere, and we certainly don't have the shelter capacity. Does moving food distribution reduce public drug use? Of course not. Housing, an OPC, and universal health care would do that. Does moving food distribution reduce crime? I don't think so. Providing for people's basic needs makes them less likely to resort to crime to survive, and people who are fed typically behave better than those who are starving. I understand that this resolution is about relocation, not shutting down. However, if the alternative location, downtown or not, leads to less attendance for whatever reason, we literally just heard about an example of a food program moving, resulting in less traffic, despite being downtown on Pearl Street, we may see even more crime and certainly, and more importantly, more suffering. And this analysis doesn't even apply to the vast majority of those participating in the lunch service who are simply people, housed and unhoused, drug addicted and not, in need of food and other supplies to survive. What actually solves these problems, meeting people's basic needs, food, bathrooms, shelter, healthcare, etc., things that take time and money, yes, but the short-term solution is not, like we have done many times as a city, simply moving the poors somewhere else. This analysis leads me to a single reason for wanting this invaluable service removed from its current location. And this is my assumption, or my analysis, sorry. That the poor people partaking, not just homeless people, not just drug addicts, not just criminals, but hungry poor people are blight. That they're scaring the tourists and making the moneyed shopper feel unsafe. Not only is that classist, divisive rhetoric inhumane and deeply disturbing, but it's also BS. How can I make that claim? Well, I was one of those housed people who simply needed a meal. Last summer, I went multiple times per week. And while this is merely a personal anecdote, though one shared by many who spoke here today, I simply did not feel unsafe at the garage. I went to lunch today, and once again, there was no issues. A child was being fed and told Councilor Grant and I that they did feel safe whenever they came here for a meal. If Food Not Bombs wants to move and they want city support in that process, let's have/continue to have those conversations. Conversations that, need I remind, were disrupted by this resolution. But I simply cannot support the forced relocation of this service by any date and the illogical justification for doing so as I just detailed. What happens after that date passes? I remember Sears Lane, do you? In addition, multiple local businesses, including Black Cap Coffee, who reside in front of their operation, have voiced their support for Food Not Bombs remaining. So this is not even an issue that businesses are united on. This is a distraction and the scapegoating of those who are doing what they can to support those who are left behind, discarded by capitalism. I urge councilors to support this amendment and take part in the organic conversation and collaboration of all stakeholders. Come to the lunch. Gain perspectives, such as what you've heard in public comment. Let's not continue to instill fear and uncertainty in those suffering the most in our community and those that are doing all that they can to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized on the proposed amendment? Councilor Grant? Well, we'll go to Councilor Barlow first, and then Councilor Grant, and then Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, and I appreciate the amendment, but I will not be supporting the amendment. I do think it's important for us to have a timetable on the relocation, and I would be open if the timeline can't be met. Well, then we can continue to have conversations about it. I, for one, never thought we'd be moving to close the food distribution program, and the comments made tonight in public comment about it being visible, reliably located, and centrally located, I think are important, and we should help Food Not Bombs find a location that meets those requirements. But the reality is the conditions in our downtown create enormous frictions for business activities. Shoppers, diners, visitors have choices, and they're choosing not to do those activities in our downtown. Concerns about safety, being panhandled, witnessing behaviors that once would have never been tolerated in our marketplace and our public spaces, keep people away. And more recently, driving and parking challenges created by construction and the loss of parking spaces. Our parking garages, and particularly the Marketplace garage, have developed a notorious reputation. There are a lot of people that will not park there because of experiences and perceptions. And there is a lot of activity that happens in and around the garage, and it's a congregating place, and we should work to remove that particular friction and get it operating as a parking structure again, and make it safe and welcoming. I mean, I drive through this garage routinely just because it's almost like an obsession that I have, and I often note that above the second floor, there's nobody parking there. And there's a lot of people who will not park there, and they tell me they'll never park in that garage. So, and the towers have been locked because of the activities that have been taking place in the towers. And so I don't think this request is to move this food distribution program is unreasonable, and it's in the spirit of trying to remove some of the other activities that happen in and around the garage. And so I'm hoping that we can have a constructive conversation and find a new location that meets all the requirements, that is convenient for people preparing the food, as Councilor McKnight said, maybe even has running water and a bathroom. So I will not be supporting this amendment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Grant, and then Councilor Bergman.
I don't know if or when we can restart these conversations because a lot of damage has been done. The idea we already know we have a tax on people who are marginalized. And we also heard people talk tonight again about physical attacks on people who are unhoused and how that is continuing. It's very disturbing. So we have this deadline. We don't say what happens if that deadline comes and goes. I don't think anyone's talked to Chief Burke about sending police officers there to forcibly move people. And the trust has been so damaged that if one of the locations that was being talked about, what if something were to change there and then they come back and then they can't serve anyone? So this is a real fear. It regrettably led to a call to action to boycott some of the businesses that signed their original letter. I don't agree with that action, but honestly, I do understand the anger. There is no data that says feeding people increases crime. We refer to these conditions, quote unquote. We refer to activities, quote unquote. Those aren't feeding people. The activity or the condition of feeding people is not what people are complaining about. And I did talk to a child today, and I talked to the sheriff, and I talked to the volunteers, and I talked to some of the people having meals. I hadn't been there for a while. I've been there before, but it was important for me to check in, to see how people were feeling. And there's a lot of hurt that isn't understood because, unfortunately, there is a lot of classism, and we are not being mindful of that. The Community Coalition, which is a meeting that occurs during the semesters up at UVM, they work with student government members and people who work with college students. They have done surveys. I didn't get the data for this year, but last year their sample was over 2,200 students off campus. High 30s, low 40s, insecure with paying utilities, insecure with paying rent, and food insecure. Students use this service in addition to other official and unofficial food services, and we had a student express her experience here, and Counselor Broderick, I appreciate the fact that he's expressed his experience. So there is not this full understanding of who's receiving services. I am well aware of the organized nature of the retail theft in downtown Burlington. I am well aware that it is possible that someone who is involved in repeated crimes could be getting a free meal. Not getting a free meal does not mean they will stop those crimes. There's no data. None. There's copious data that shows that feeding people will help reduce crime. Housing people will help reduce crime. So this, I feel, is going to shatter relationships within our community. This is going to further create a divide in our community between businesses and the surrounding people who live as residents in the Central District. And I think we can do better, and I think we can all support this resolution, but not with these items. That is why I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Councillor Bergman on Councillor Broderick's amendment.
Yes, and I'm speaking in favor of this, and it should come as no surprise because we did ask for deletions of this particular section in the negotiations, which I thank the other side for engaging in. I totally support the comments that were made by Councillor Broderick and Councillor Grant, and just want to add that removal of these provisions allows us to focus on the things that we agree on. And we heard that. There actually is very little, if anything, in this resolution on construction, right? But, you know, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. This is a major distraction from the work that we need to do, in part for the reasons that have been stated by my colleagues here. And what it really does, if we can agree to remove these provisions, is to remove the confusion around what the resolution calls for, since it was updated, and I thank us all for engaging in the update from the original. You know, the original actually did call for the removal. This does not. What this calls for is that we will continue to help relocate to a so-called more appropriate, accessible, and secure location by June 15th. It's very unclear as to whether that provision actually means that if June 16th comes, that we're just going to stop, you know, continuing to help relocate. That's the way I read it. I mean, other lawyers can agree or disagree with me on that. My legal mind reads it like that. Doesn't mean that there's a deadline. That being said, reasonable minds can disagree, and people take this as a deadline that potentially has a call for forced removal, like Sears Lane. I think that would be a terrible mistake, and I think that removing these does allow us to focus on the things that we can agree on. A lot of work has been done by folks who are working to feed people and others in the community who care about feeding people and want to make sure that it's done right and done in the best possible way. And as was said, this is being done not by the government, but by the people, right? And we are not going to be able and cannot and are not offering to pick that up, right? I believe that the resolution, even having been improved greatly from its original wording, really undoes good work that has been done and is being done and could be done. This resolution, as worded in these provisions, does not help us get to where we all need to get, and I just implore you to please join with us in removing these so that we can get as close to a unanimous vote on this as absolutely possible, because there are a number of good things in here that we should all be united on. So I ask for your support in approving Councillor Broderick's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bergman. Mayor? Well, do you want me to turn to Councillor Singh first, and then I'm happy to go to you, Mayor? Sure. Okay, Councillor Singh, and then the Mayor.
Thank you, President. Excuse me. Thank you, President Travers. Thank you, councilors, for all your work, hard work on this. Councilor McKnight for spearheading this from the beginning. And I appreciate everybody's collaboration. Again, that we are working together, and I think that's a testament to this city. As many of my fellow councilors have noted, we cannot ignore the decline in economic activity and vitality in downtown Burlington. Economic strength is what enables our municipalities, schools, and residents to achieve the goals that we have set forth together as a community. There are no programs without the economic drivers that fund them. Gross receipts tax is down by at least 10% according to some estimates, though the exact number is still unclear. This shortfall impacts the broader fiscal health, putting more pressure on other revenue sources like property taxes and local splinter taxes. The affordability equation relies on diversification of stable revenue sources that grow without putting pressure on the average person. This is not a choice between feeding those in need and supporting our downtown merchants.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Grant.
This is speaking to the resolution, but
Yes.
is it speaking to the amendment?
Yeah, to the resolution, and I'm going to get to the amendment too.
Okay. I understand. Councillor Singh, if you could bring your comments back around to the amendment. I also understand that you're perhaps speaking to the resolution here, so I'll allow some latitude, with the understanding being that when we get back to the underlying resolution, this will be your time.
Yes.
Okay.
So this, I am not supporting the amendment as proposed. I believe that this is not a choice between those feeding those in need and supporting our downtown merchants. This is a parking structure that is in service for all those who use downtown. I appreciate and am very grateful to the community members who provide the food to the community. But don't we as a community believe it deserves a better space for everyone involved? This resolution provides a framework and resources for that. I want the community to understand this, and then I believe after we vote on this, the resolution reflects this. As a city, a council, and a community, we must strike a balance between commerce, compassion, and common sense. If we don't, we risk ricocheting between extremes and losing sight of the bigger picture and long-term vision for our city and its citizens. This, I believe, is a start towards a more balanced approach that I know most of my neighbors expect from this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Are there any other councillors? Do you want me to turn to all councillors first before turning to you, Mayor? Or
Well, I would like to speak to your amendment, so just to keep that in mind, Councillor.
okay. I think it's on the amendment, Councillor Kane. Okay. So I think, as is typically practice, Mayor, I think we'll turn to you last after councillors are done here. So we'll turn to Councillor Kane first. Councillor Kane.
Thanks.
And then Councillor Little.
So I think the conflation between the downtown business environment and the free lunch is costly for several reasons. I think it would be, we had an opportunity tonight to show unity in support of our downtown. We got almost there, and then leaving this in is very disappointing. I think even if I was convinced that getting rid of or moving this free lunch would be helpful, if I was convinced that this program was causing harm, I think this resolution is counterproductive for achieving that result, because having gotten to know some of the folks involved in
Point
this.
of order.
Yeah, hold on just a moment.
I'm just wondering if this is germane to the.
It sounds like it, Councillor Litwin, so I'm going to allow it to continue. Go
So-
ahead, Councillor Kane.
So having gotten to know some of the people who volunteer, even some of the founders, these people, as was mentioned during public comment, have anarchist tendencies. This is a community that is not going to respond well to a combative approach. I think there was relationship building going on. I was participating in that. I know the administration was as well. And I think there was some trust that has been developed, and I think if we do strike this particular component of the resolution, that we can maintain that trust enough to continue having productive conversations that I'm concerned we're not going to be able to have for quite a while now, because we're not going to be able to tell these people what to do. And we need to work with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kane. Is there any other councillor that wishes to speak on the amendment? Councillor Litwin.
Yeah, thank you. Actually agree with a lot of what has been said regarding the concerns. I think we often are tasked here with striking a balance between different stakeholders that have different viewpoints on how to use public space, for example, tonight. I think regarding the amendment, I actually share some of Councillor Kane's concerns, particularly, as well as Councillor Grant's, around not having enough information. I see it as a harm reduction tool. And I am a little concerned about the timeline of June 15th, particularly. I would, however, also, I do see the need to balance, as what Councillor Singh said and what many members of the business community said, the need to balance that need for shared space. So I haven't really, and perhaps I'll hear when we turn to to the mayor, around what the progress has been around the conversation. I think had we been getting updates about that might have informed me more tonight, that progress has been made, but it doesn't sound like any progress had been made. other than developing relationships, which is important. And so I guess right now I'm having trouble supporting as written with this, particularly with this deadline, without a plan for, as Councillor Kane said, you know, what comes out, and actually Councillor Bergman said, what comes after? How do we arrange that? I don't think we're moving people, we're asking people to move to a faraway place, as was suggested tonight during public comment. I think, but I would like to hear more from the mayor before I make a decision in total about, you know, if the negotiations haven't been successful in over a year, where do we go from there? And so not knowing what was being discussed, it's going to be hard for me to support the amendment, but I am having trouble with the deadline. So,
Thank you, Councillor Litwin. Before turning to the mayor, is there any other councillor that wishes to be recognized on Councillor Broderick's amendment? Okay. Well, Councillor Newbeezer, and then we'll try to turn to you, Mayor.
Yeah, on the amendment, I have a couple thoughts. First, as other folks have spoken to, I think one of the things that I've learned in this role over the last year is that sometimes having a big public fight over something that you are trying to get a outcome is not necessarily the way to go about it. I think there have been really productive conversations. I've been glad to hear that from the mayor's office and that work that's been happening. And I just feel like we just took a step backward. We had all these stakeholders speak tonight in public comment. I thought we're really close to some sort of commonality or some sort of step forward. And I feel like this language, as Councilor Bergman said, that we asked to remove before it became this big public fight on the floor, is counterproductive to the stated goal of that language, which is a little ironic. Because it is about building trust and relationships, and that takes time, and it just does. If the premise, and then on the substance of it, if the premise is, which I think there's kind of two cases that have been made or that you could make for sort of equating supporting downtown businesses and consumer traffic and removing food distribution from the parking garage. One could be, and not everybody has said this, we're on the border, that inherently this attracts a population that somehow has higher rates of crime, or is going to create crime by being sort of congregated in one area, or is more likely to. I don't think that feeding folks will lead to more crime. And in fact, I've been sober for 7 years. One of the sort of sayings getting sober from a lot of folks, especially in the early days, is anytime you're like, thinking about doing something, either maybe not treating somebody nicely, or you're thinking about using or drinking again, it's hungry, tired, lonely, angry. Because usually when you have that impulse to do something that is not particularly healthy or could cause harm to yourself or others, if you just go have a meal, it is crazy to the extent that has saved, Taco Gordo, honestly, specifically has saved me from going back out in early sobriety so many times. The second point you could make, or argument you could make for moving food distribution out of the garage, is that it's not necessarily that there's increased crime, but it is a reality, even if it's an unfortunate reality, that consumer behavior will be affected by just the presence of folks who are unhoused. And whether or not that's a good thing or acceptable thing from an ethical or moral perspective, that is the reality. And we have to support our businesses also have to increase gross receipts. We need the revenue for the city. That, I think, is also flawed, because you are assuming in that line of thinking that the reason folks are in the garage is for food distribution solely, and that by removing food distribution, you were going to solve the problem of folks congregating in this area. But that is not true. I mean, there are a number of reasons that folks would congregate in a parking garage who don't have shelter. One of the biggest I can think of, and there's probably a long list, but is imagine if you don't have shelter and your stuff gets wet. Okay, that leads to really serious health outcomes, and folks end up in the emergency room all the time. It is really hard once your stuff gets wet, either existing clothing or stuff you're carrying around, to get it dry, because where do you dry out stuff? Do you spread it out in the parking garage and then are open to theft, are open to folks taking something? Do you, you need the weather to be nice out if it's raining? Like what do you do? Is another perfect example of why there's not many sort of large public spaces that aren't private property where you can go. Theoretically, some of like the day shelters and shelter beds and all those things would be those places, but we just saw the stats from Sarah Russell. Like we're at half capacity from the need versus what we actually can offer people. So I do want to support our downtown businesses. I just think this is a divisive piece that's unnecessary and doesn't actually get us to the stated goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newbeeser. Mayor, we'll turn to you now.
Thank you. So I want to provide a little bit of information on what we have been up to in less than a year. I have been here barely a year, so I just really think the biggest piece I would offer this council as you consider this amendment is let's work with accurate information, let's work with care, and let's also acknowledge there's been a lot of harm and lack of repair for members of this community who've been supported by mutual aid for years now since Sears Lane. It was brought up in public testimony on this, and that should not go unnoted, because we all, on your branch of government, on my branch of government, we inherit the work and the lack of repair from relationships for folks who are parts of our community. So this is not just about food distribution in the parking garage. There is deeper pain and deeper realities for which we need to consider when you're thinking about putting something like this into a city council resolution. I'm also deeply disappointed because we have a moment here where we could develop a resolution that talks about vibrancy of downtown, safety for all, the vibrancy of community, which I would put first before commerce, because if we don't have a livable community for everyone who needs to exist, who does exist, who is part of Burlington, we will never have commerce or economic outcomes. So I think the order there is really important, because if we're going to speak from a values-based place, I speak about what I value first, which is community and people. I also am deeply disappointed because we had an opportunity in this resolution going back and forth to engage my administration with information that we're doing, which I do appreciate to some extent, but then it stopped when when we started talking about the food distribution and mutual aid. And that's deeply disappointing, because if there's not one thing that's clear to me is this community is asking this group of leaders around this table to figure this out, to figure out how we can work together to get to yes on things that help this community point in a positive direction, that support people who are lacking in being able to meet their basic needs, and then to support our general community for everyone for their economic livelihoods. This is all about everyone meeting their basic needs. And yet, time and time again, it comes down to these resolutions that get so politicized and further divide and polarize the work that us as leaders collectively should be really focusing first and foremost. So in this amendment, you have an opportunity to remove something that creates yet another polarizing moment. You have an option to take this out. The work would still continue. It would be a good faith effort to try to repair a little bit more relationships that are very much more harmed now, but that is important work for leaders to do on your side of it's not the aisle, but your side of the table and mine to do. And in terms of accurate information, I've been working diligently for months, not quite a year, with folks who represent Food Not Bombs, which is a collective, an anarchist group of collectives, so it's multiple people we've had conversations with. But relationship building takes time, especially when I inherit an administration that has done significant harm to this community. And we continue not to be able to show it fully for our unhoused neighbors and our hungry neighbors and the people who are housed or otherwise. And so that's the work, and it takes time. Relationships take time. This was a resolution that's existed for less than a week or two, and this is an opportunity that you can, in good faith, take this portion of it out, so we have a chance to actually collectively work on food security, that we have a chance to actually engage critical community partners, which we've been diligently doing, to find a healthier, option for folks to be able to reach towards. It's even better than what's at the parking garage. But all of that has been put on ice, and worse, taken back. And I fear that we now are back several months from where we started. And I want to be clear, we communicated that. My office communicated that to council leadership of where we were at before this resolution hit the agenda. So there were multiple chances to step away from putting this kind of divisive content into your resolution on this very important issue. So I just want to wrap up by being clear that mutual aid is an incredibly important part, with especially all the insecurities that are happening right now. The work that folks have been doing on countless occasions for years now in the city have really been life-saving for many people, which you heard. And I do hope that you really listen to every single person who asked us to act collectively together. And then when you get to the larger resolution, there's more to say there, but this is a real opportunity for you to have a choice. Have a choice for us to really come together and still get the work done, do the repair work, and take this out.
Thank you, Mayor. We will now go to a vote on Councillor Broderick's amendment. And as a reminder, this is on the amendment, and thank you, Councillor Broderick, for forwarding that to councillors via email. Was that just sent to me or everyone? Everyone. Okay, thank you. And on this item, I will ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Barlow?
No.
Councillor Bergman?
Yes.
Councillor Broderick?
Yes.
Councillor Carpenter? Yes. Councillor Grant?
Yes.
Councillor Kane?
Yes.
Councillor Litwin?
Yes.
Councillor McKnight?
No.
Councillor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Councillor Schachter?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
No.
City Council President Travers?
No.
Eight ayes, 4 nays.
So with 8 yeses and 4 noes, the amendment carries. Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Is there any other councillor that wishes to be recognized on the underlying resolution as amended? Councillor Bergman.
I just want to say that we can support the businesses and support the people. I think that we have just done that. I really want to just reiterate the thanks, because we were given this last week. We engaged in negotiations, and we made a lot of improvements, and we made the final improvement just now. And I just want to thank everybody for the good faith efforts to do that. I mean, one of the things that we were able to do together is recognize the work that the administration is already doing, and to do it in a way which also recognizes the council's position and our continuing and ongoing work on that. We really sort of focused not on criminalization, but on other things, very, very important. And now we have, I think, taken the last big step on this particular item, which is the first step, as Councillor McKnight said, and I agree with her on that, because we heard about, the dirt road around the corner. And, like, I gardened for 40 years on a dirt road and had to wait for Rena's cows to finish down in the Intervale when I was down there when she was running her cows up and down the on the road. That is a dirt road. We had dirt roads here. Main Street should not be a dirt road, and we've got work. This resolution actually does not address that. It does do important things, and that's why I support it. And your action just now makes it a lot easier for me to feel good about supporting this instead of conflicted. But we have a lot of work, and let me just end by saying that Fareed is right. We need to be really growing our imagination here, and all of the work that we need to do on it. And we need to be more foresightful about the consequences of actions, even actions that make really good sense, like the TIF project on Main Street. Because if we're going to do the work that we need to do downtown, and we need to do it for the economic vitality, we needed to replace the ravine sewer. We needed to do all of that work, and we need a street that's going to make sense. But we've got to be looking at the consequences and the where we are now. So I welcome us to be able to continue that process and to see this as a step forward. And I have confidence that we can, and thank you again for making this a whole lot easier vote for me than it was 2 minutes ago.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Carpenter, I will note that it is 10:27 and we're on our first deliberative item. So I will turn to you now, but we will likely need a motion to suspend our rules after that. Or we'll have to immediately go to a vote at 10:30.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. I did not want this to become a divisive issue. We need to move on. That parking garage should be a parking garage full of cars, and that will make some of you at this table cringe, but the point is, we want people to drive downtown. We're in a county of 170,000 people. 125,000 of them should be coming downtown and parking in that garage. And it's a terrible place to feed people when you're driving back and forth. But we need to come to a solution that works. Get the cars into the downtown and find really a more humane spot for a feeding spot. And I don't think we can do that by June 15th, but we've got to do that, because the point is to get more people downtown, and the other point is to make sure we have feeding opportunities for all of our community. There is a feeding opportunity 2 blocks away. We need to figure out how maybe that can be more utilized, and we need to work together to get that resource and other resources to the people that we need. So that was my 2 cents. I think with or without the resolution, we can do that. And our goal of this resolution is to make our downtown welcoming, both to folks who will prop up our gross receipts tax and therefore the rest of our city, and those that live downtown.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. The time is 10:30. And so if we're going to continue to complete our deliberative agenda, we will need a motion.
Hello.
Councilor Bergman.
Thank you. I would move to suspend the rules to allow us to complete our deliberative agenda.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a
Second.
second to that motion? Second by Councilor Barlow. A motion to suspend the rules is not debatable, and so we will go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are any opposed? That carries unanimously. So again, we are back on the underlying question, item 8.1. Are there any other councilors that have not been recognized that wish to be recognized? Councilor Schachter. And then we'll go Councilor Grant and Newbeezer. Councilor Schachter, and then Litwin.
Thank you, President. I just want to echo a lot of what's been said, and also what my colleague, Councilor Carpenter, just said, which is that I never really saw this as being intended to be a divisive resolution, nor did I ever feel, at least how I was approaching this and in conversations that I had, that there wasn't a true collaborative spirit approaching this, that there's a real commitment to everyone in our community, an acknowledgement that the mutual aid provided by Food Not Bombs, Food Not Cops is critical for many, many people, and that our business community is really struggling right now, and that it's been sort of a long, my understanding is that it's been a long understood conversation about finding a more ideal location for this program. So, you know, I sort of want to echo that I do believe that we are living in, and I'm quoting here Councilor McKnight, saying we're living in both and times, not either or times. And these are all true, that our business community is having a very hard moment, and that there are many folks in our community in need of support and the mutual aid that that so many community members step up to provide. It's hard for me to continue to see these efforts just find ways to become so divisive. I don't believe that was ever the spirit with which this was introduced. And so I do ask that, and I don't know if it's through another amendment to this resolution or some other way, that we do continue to have the conversation on how can we support our neighbors in making sure that we have a humane and long-term location for the mutual aid and the food program that's being provided, and also be uplifting and supporting our business community. So I don't want that part of this conversation to end tonight, but I also don't, I really feel that it should not and was not intended to be so divisive in the way that I think many have shown up tonight, feeling like there's a really divisive quality. That was never my intention, and that was not my understanding of the intention that many folks were bringing to this. So, you know, I ask us to continue to find ways to come together, to trust that we're leading with good intent. And I do want to leave open the conversation around how can we best be supporting every part of our community. And so I leave that for now. And well, I guess the last thing I'll say is, I see us as an ecosystem. Every single one of us needs each other to be a functioning community. And so, as has been said, when our business community is struggling, when gross receipts are down, and they're quite significantly down, and all indications are that's going to continue unless we make some real changes, this is urgent, that has major impacts on our livability as a community. It means that we lean more heavily on the residential tax base to fund our city, which means that rents and property taxes go up, and it makes it you know, increasingly unaffordable. So I see a thriving business community as a necessary part of a thriving Burlington, while also acknowledging the importance of supporting everyone in our community. And I just don't want us to lose that we are an ecosystem, and we don't need to be dividing and feeling under attack by each other. We need to be trusting that we're all really trying to do right and solve these really intractable issues as best we can and make steps where we can. So I'll leave that there.
Thank you, Councillor Schachter. Councillor Grant, and then Newbeezer, and then Litwin.
I hate resolutions. I think that's known by now. I find that sometimes, well, I find that a lot of the time, they're full of red meat and they're just very political. I will say and acknowledge that this particular resolution, in terms of responding to feedback that we had in the last council year, we were given opportunities to look at it. We were given opportunities to help make it better. Now that we have passed this amendment, I will vote for it. But I do want to say this. We continue to have an issue. I do like the idea of looking at things at an ecosystem, but in previous years, we haven't done that. Honestly, we haven't done that. We've, in fact, continued to divide the community, and we have failed when it came to issues of equity. So I would like everyone to think about the Central District, which is made up of 4 distinct neighborhoods: the Waterfront, King Maple, Downtown, and the Old North End. And we have struggled quite some time with the effects of the drug crisis, and our calls for help went unheeded. What happens in other parts of the Central District affects downtown. So outside of the dirt road, talking right now about the drug crisis, we didn't do enough, we didn't respond enough, we didn't have a plan, and that activity moved, and it moved, and it moved till it got downtown. I told a former Church Street Marketplace commissioner that businesses are going to need to pay for security, and he looked at me like I was crazy. And then we got to that point. So I would say that when we do resolutions, we need to think of all the residents in all the city. We need to think about what's going on in Central District because we need help. The number of incidents is clear. We are the epicenter for overdoses. That's been repeated many, many times. We are the epicenter of the drug activity. And given the previous failures, we now have a new mayor, 1 year in, cannot fix what was neglected for years. We have a new interim police chief who is already, he's hit the ground running. He's doing a large amount of outreach. He's been downtown, he's going to different parts of the city, but he hasn't been on for 2 months. And he's got a lot to fix in that department. It's clear to me that we need to improve communication with our businesses. I went to a meeting last Thursday, and I was alarmed by the lack of information I felt our businesses should have that they don't have. And I want to work on that, and I've already done some outreach about that. We do need to start to think out the box. Businesses are already thinking out the box. They presented some good ideas that we all need to support. And the city as a whole needs to think out the box. This has been requested before. I appreciate everything that we see, like on Love Burlington and other social media, but it hasn't been enough. And we have to look at some new ways, and I'm happy to help with that. But I do want all of us to have a citywide view. You can't just fix one section while all this activity continues to happen around it. And I think we really need to think about that, because it's just kind of putting a little bitty Band-Aid on a really gaping wound. The last thing I'll say is that there were people in the parking garage coming down and saying, hey, how do I get to Church Street? And people at the free lunch said, follow the rainbow.
You're at time, Councilor Grant, if you could follow up, please. Okay, thank you. I am mindful of the fact that we have 4 more deliberative items, and folks here are still to present on them. I have Councilor Newbeezer and Councilor Litwin in the queue, but then would like to go to a vote if possible. Councilor Newbeezer.
Well, I appreciate folks approving the voting for the amendment, and I feel a lot better about voting for the underlying resolution. I will say, I think the resolved clauses within this resolution, I'm glad that there's broad agreement on this council, because I think what is being laid out here, some are good ideas that I hadn't heard before, and a large chunk of them are aligned with what the mayor and this administration has been doing, what city employees have been doing, and I'm always open to improvement and having conversations about how we improve outcomes and speed that work up. As Councilor Bergman said, the construction isn't necessarily hit in this resolution directly, but I just had a conversation coming out of Board of Finance with Director Spencer, I always say Chapin, and talking about the fact, a clear recognition that we need to speed up the work as quickly as we can, and looking at work on Saturdays and moving that forward. So there is real tangible progress happening, and I'm glad. And I also was at that meeting at Nectar's on Thursday or Friday. All the days are blending together. And I'll say that you know, we heard in public comment, if you want to solve public drug use and needles, we need more needle boxes and we need the OPC. And I don't want to guess the opinion of every person in that room, but a whole lot of people, I mean, I heard one person, and I can't place it, but they said, yeah, no, I support an OPC, yeah. So there is actually a lot of agreement, I think, among different stakeholders and among different groups of people in our community, which is really heartening to me. The other piece that I just wanted to highlight is that while public safety over the last 5 years and perception of public safety has no doubt had a negative impact on downtown, I do think it's also important to realize, like, just as a local, the reason I can't shop downtown as often as you know, I try to when I can, is because of money. Like, people's rents have skyrocketed in the last 5 years since COVID. Housing prices have gone through the roof. My mortgage, you know, I got a mortgage and bought a house. I was lucky enough to be able to do that, but my interest rate's through the roof, so my mortgage is crazy compared to what it would have been 20, 30 years ago. You know, inflationary pressures, all that happening and wages not keeping up. I do think it's a piece that is often missed in the conversation, but folks don't have the disposable income that they used to across the board, generally speaking, particularly in a city that the average median age is, I think it's 26 or 27 last time I checked. Huge number of renters. And if your rent just went up $1,000 over the last 2 or 3 years, you're not spending as much money downtown. You also look at wider trends among my generation. I'm an example of the younger you are, the less likely you are to drink. So people aren't going out downtown as much since COVID. So I do think those are important to mention. It doesn't mean that we don't do everything we can to support our small businesses, because I agree with the point that was made from a number of folks in public comment and on the council that, you know, there's nothing wrong, to my mind, with free enterprise at the local level. It's actually an engine of our community, and it's a really important piece of our community. 3 of my parents and step-parents are small business owners, particularly for you know, sole proprietors. It's a grind, and you often don't make a ton of money for a long time, or significant amounts of money, or consider yourself or feel wealthy. So I understand the value and the contributions that community makes to our city. And I just want to reiterate that, because I think it's important that folks hear that. I want to see if I have any last point here. Yeah, I'll end it there. I'll stop ranting. I'm exhausted. We got to move on. Thanks, everybody.
Council President.
Yes, Councilor Schachter.
I would like to propose an amendment to the amendment, or another amendment, but if possible, time to briefly discuss it.
Okay.
A recess.
You're asking for recess?
All right. Are you moving for a recess, Councilor Schachter?
Yes.
Okay. For how long?
5 minutes.
Okay. Councilor Schachter. Councilor Schachter has moved for a 5-minute recess, seconded by Councilor Litwin. We'll just go to a vote on that, and all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. I believe the no votes were Councilor Grant and Councilor Broderick. So 10-2, that motion carries. The council is in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Schachter, did you want the floor? And are we back on town meeting TV? Thank you. Councillor Schachter, did you want the floor?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to propose another amendment for consideration.
What is your motion?
Okay, so on page 5 of the version that's on Civic Clerk, the fourth paragraph, the paragraph that begins with "while the city," I would like to propose consideration of the following language as an amendment. While the city in no way seeks to interfere with the provision of mutual aid, the Marketplace Garage is not an ideal location either for the recipients of food distribution or for people parking in the garage. And food distribution is not a permitted use under our ordinances on municipal garages. The administration, members of the city staff, and city councilors have been engaged in conversations for over a year about finding an alternative location for this important food distribution service. And the administration shall report back to the city council on or by its meeting on July 14th, 2025, with a proposal on the long-term relocation of the food distribution provided in the Marketplace Garage.
Point of order.
Yes, Councilor Broderick.
I object to the consideration of the question because this motion is duplicative to business that we've already discussed and conducted.
Yeah, that motion is, well, that is overruled.
I appeal the decision of the chair.
All right. Appealing the decision of the chair, I believe, requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of overruling the decision of the chair, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. Can you please raise your hand if you're the noes? Okay. Councilors Litwin, Barlow, Schachter, Carpenter, Singh, McKnight, and Travers vote in the no. So we'll come to order here. So with 7 noes and 5 yeses, the appeal of the chair does not carry. And just by means of explanation here, I agree that if Councilor Schachter was seeking reconsideration, then a motion to reconsider the previous amendment would have been in order. Here, the amendment that's been proposed is sufficiently different than the language that was taken out, and that it is simply requesting that the administration provide a report back to the council on or by a particular date, which is not what was requested in the earlier motion. There's a motion from Councilor Schachter. It does not have a second yet. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Schachter, did you want the floor any further on your motion?
I don't believe so. I just want to reiterate my deep commitment to finding a sustainable long-term solution for this program and also doing what we can to support our business community.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. Are there any other councilors that wish to be recognized? Councilor Bergman.
So first of all, being really late, I have a hard time hearing and understanding, so I don't see anything in writing that I can look at, because I think this is not just, from what I heard, not just a request for the mayor to report back, but his setting up a confrontation with Food Not Cops or Food Not Bombs with language like this is against the ordinances. And so I can't cut it apart, but this is beyond that. And this is snatching defeat out of the jaws of victory. We have unanimity, over the prior iteration, and this is not good. Makes it hard for me to vote in favor of the underlying, and remaining thing. I just want to say it just makes this the primary fight when it should not be. It is and if all you're looking for is a request of the mayor to report back, you don't need to go do this, especially with the extra language. Throwing a bone to people who are looking for the red meat, as Councilor Grant said, because people are really trying to get them out of there, even when it may not have anything.
I believe you're impugning the motives of the maker of the motion, so I'll ask you to please step away
I
from
don't
that.
think so, but I'm tired, and I'll use this as an opportunity to just say this is really a bad amendment at a bad time after we were able to come together, and it is really unfortunate.
Councilor McKnight.
Thank you, President Travers. I want to respond a little bit to something that Councilor Newbeeser brought up before about where it is appropriate to have these conversations, because I think it's actually a really good thing that we had this conversation and that we are talking about this as a community tonight. And I think the toughness of this conversation is coming from the fact that we went too long without talking about this. These conversations were happening in the background and they weren't being productive. I know I myself was discouraged from participating in conversations many, many times oh, we're going to handle it, please don't get involved. I don't think that's the right way to approach issues as a community, and I think we are seeing the repercussions of that tonight. And, you know, another tough thing is that this amendment is completely accurate. The food distribution service is not permitted by ordinance in our garage, and I'm glad that that's come up, because the public deserves to know that the choice to allow it to continue is a policy choice and an enforcement choice by all of us and the administration. So we need to be honest about the choices that we're making here. And I'm glad that we're having an opportunity to be truthful about that. Thank you.
Who else would like to be recognized on the amendment? Councillor Broderick, and then Councillor Grant.
Can I ask a question to the maker of the motion?
You may ask the question. Whether or not she answers is up to her.
Of course. What ordinance are you citing where that is not a permitted use?
Well, I'm happy to answer that question as chair of the council, which is that we have rules put out by regarding our traffic that outlines rules with respect to our municipal garages, and it very clearly establishes that the garages are just for short-term parking.
So it does.
For a citation. Don't accept that.
I would like a citation in writing.
All right. I mean, I would be happy to provide it to you.
I also have a point.
Anything further? Sorry.
Yes, I'm completely disgusted right now. We had, as Councilor Bergman said, we had unanimity. In my opinion,
just for clarity, there was not unanimity, Councilor Broderick.
By passing the amendment that I had previously made, in my opinion, we had removed language that was, as shown in the turnout from the community, extremely divisive. At least it felt divisive to members of our community. And I greatly appreciated those who voted yes on this amendment, on that amendment. And in my opinion, this takes us even further back. Because it takes us even further back, not just because it inserts what I consider not substantially different language, but the chair disagrees, so I digress. But because it was deliberately inserted in after this amendment, in my opinion, to the community that was most hurt by the language and the breakdown in conversation that resulted from that, it's a shot across the bow, and I deeply fear what's going to happen as this continues. So I urge the maker of the motion to retract it, and so we can vote on the resolution at large, because I just can't support the resolution if this amendment passes. It would be a disservice to the people that I am fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Councilor Grant, did I see you want to get in the queue? Sorry, Councilor Newbeezer?
I just had a point of inquiry for the maker of the motion.
Yep.
And I want to make sure I have my process right. It's a formal question that they can choose to respond or not.
You have the floor now, Councilor Newbeezer, so go ahead.
Well, guys, I thought we had a beautiful moment. I was so surprised that that amendment passed, honestly, and I was actually very, very hopeful for just sort of the ability of this council to function in a productive manner, and in a way that we build some collegiality. So I am disappointed that we are now what I consider to be, and I know that the chair has ruled differently, reconsidering an amendment which would need 2/3. But the chair has made a different ruling on that. I guess I'm trying to understand what has changed. Is it that, I mean, would any member of the caucus, have folks reached out since the amendment in electronic means and communicated outrage? What was the point of the recess in this amendment now is my question.
Councilor Schachter, do you wish to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer. I feel personally that there's a difference with this between saying the program will be relocated by a certain date to saying we're going to be starting to talk about a plan for relocation by a date that's a month later and doesn't set a hard and fast date for when the program needs to be out of the garage, but rather just, I think, sets an intentionality around continuing to have the conversation, which is a conversation that's already been underway. So my intention is to not, I feel like this is a compromise in between the original language proposed and then the striking it all together to just make sure that these conversations do continue. But I want to reiterate, from a true place of compassion and collaboration and
I've got to reclaim my time. I apologize just because I'm running out, not to cut you off.
I'm sorry, you yielded the floor to Councilor Schachter there to answer the question. So Councilor Schachter, if you may complete your response. No, Councilor Schachter was interrupted by Councilor Newbeazer. The floor was yielded to her to respond. Are you done, Councilor Schachter?
I can be done, yeah.
Okay. Councilor Newbeazer, you still have the floor.
I mean, just for future process, does that, once you allow the floor to yield, and it's still cutting into my 5 minutes, it feels like it shouldn't, but I don't remember the rule. I will close by saying, I mean, I honestly, I don't even know what we're doing at 11:12 with this amendment, but yeah, I'll stop taking up time. Thanks.
Okay, Councilor Newbeazer. Councilor Litwin.
Yeah, I just want to address the amendment and also get at a little bit why I supported the recess, which was there was an underlying assumption of why I voted yes or why the other two councilors voted yes, it seems. And so I voted yes because it's not that I didn't necessarily, I think it was very clear that I wanted to find a balance for the use of our public space in a situation that has become a flashpoint of conflict. At the same time, I recognize that that I had a lot of questions that I still don't have answers to, and I wanted to give the administration time to be able to answer some of those questions, and also for us to do, or for me to do some learning that I need to do to better understand, which includes better understanding the operations that are going on down there, and I need to do that. So I also agreed with Councilor Kane that I didn't see a hard and fast deadline, and actually some of the other councilors, as being productive or being something that we could meet, and I wasn't sure what the after effect was going to be of that. So I supported the recess. I support this amendment to move towards a place of balance, that when we have shared community space, everybody needs to be able to use it for all sorts of reasons. And I really value mutual aid. I've seen it in action, and I will stop there since I'm getting off from the amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Councilor Singh? And then we'll go to you, Mayor.
I just want to echo what Councilor Litwin is saying. I'd like to add some levity. We do need more Mr. Miyagi here. We do need more balance in this city. And I feel like this city is out of balance, as evidence of what we witnessed tonight. You know, I'm sitting here, I'm trying to serve my community, and the anger sometimes is palatable as we sit here. And I know I signed up for that. But I think as a community, we owe it to each other to work harder for better outcomes for all of us. And that's what we are trying to do here. So that's all.
Thank you, Councilor Singh. Mayor, I see Councilor Grant as well. Councilor Grant, we'll go to you, and then Mayor.
I'm extremely disappointed in this. There was a call to action, and look who showed up tonight, and listened to what they spoke about. I can't vote yes on this amendment. And if this amendment passes on a resolution that I was ready to vote yes for, I will have to vote no. I understand we have our own individual communities, but we do need a citywide view. And as a council, this council has failed many times with regards to that, and then doesn't understand what's happening in parts of our city. Doesn't care. There's a real continued issue with politics over people. And I know, I read the text, people made fun of me, that's okay, but it's true. We're not working for our donor class, or are we?
Point of order.
So,
Councilor Grant. Councilor
when,
Grant,
all right. I'll just finish one other thing. So we have an amendment that has another date in it. And we had issues where information was communicated, but apparently not passed on. So we need to fix that. We need to fix that, because it's also not the first time that that's happened. We all want to be on board with supporting businesses, but not at the expense of the most marginalized individuals in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Mayor? Oh, and then Councilor Kane wanted to be recognized too, but I'm happy to turn to you, Mayor, if you'd like. Got some stop and goes here.
I'm trying to be patient over here.
Yeah.
So there's a couple things I just want to make a note of. First of all, I'm going to request in the future, if you have an amendment, please send it to me too. I did not get a copy. And so especially if you're directing the administration to do something that we have not seen yet, that's just out of courtesy. And I know you're a new counselor, so
That's
I
a
know that was
newness.
not intended. I know
Yes.
that was not intended, but I just would like to be on record for that. The other thing I just wanted to note here is that we used to call this legislating on the fly when I was a city councilor 12, 15 years ago, and it was not encouraged by the city council president at the time. I was the one progressive, because it doesn't make for great decision-making at 11:20 p.m. at night with a lot of other deliberative efforts. And I think what you're doing, y'all, is going right back to what I cautioned you about before, even if that's not the intent. And if your intent is truly, again, I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier to some extent, to have this moment where we can actually come together to solve a critical issue and put people before these other politics that Burlington has deeply struggled with between council and mayor and within your own body. And even when I was on the city council, there's a moment to pull it back here and to just even table this. I know I have no vote. I have no role in your process there. I'm here to simply advise for a better way forward for us to come back together. You could table it. You could have more dialogue with my office. There have been occasions over the last year where we've been able to do that, to find multiple ways to make policy. When I served in the legislature, we had a list of 25 different ways to make policy that had nothing to do with passing a bill or even amending something on the floor. So I encourage you to pump the brakes and not let the personal egos and whatever else is driving. I can sense the tension in the room. I encourage you to pause and understand what the true purpose here is to find solutions, not to make assumptions about what is happening or not happening. There's even in this amendment, for now I can read the language, that again is not accurate. We have not been working on this over a year. I have not been here long enough to even have that be accurate. So please be cautious about legislating on the fly. Don't bring us back into a polarized spot. And remember, there's multiple ways to get to a solution in terms of policy and leading the city forward. Thank you.
Councilor Kane, do you want to be recognized on the motion as well?
Yeah, thanks. I am not understanding what outcome people are expecting here. It seems to me that we are going to end up in a situation where the people who are providing the free lunch are going to dig in and are not going to move the lunch. And we're going to end up with potentially them no longer doing it and not providing this important service to our community, or legal and law enforcement related enforcement actions that cost money, potential First Amendment concerns, it could end up being a big mess. That's what I foresee. I think we're closing the door on, not only on a collaborative resolution to this lunch location that everybody can feel okay about, but also, I think, to the resolution just more broadly. I think we're closing the door on collaboratively working on these important issues that are outlined in this resolution. I think if we vote against this amendment, if we are able to unanimously support the resolution, we can all put our heads together and work on all these other issues and not be distracted by this, particular detail that's been politicized that, I think we're all committed, we all say we're committed to depoliticizing our work in this body. We have very limited capacity. We've spent a lot of our capacity, tonight on this particular detail. I think it's not constructive, and I really don't understand what outcome people are expecting here, because they're not going to move the lunch now, and we're going to have to deal with enforcement issues, them stopping the lunch, and us dealing with more hungry people on our streets. I wish I knew what people were picturing, because I can only picture a bigger mess.
Thank you, Councillor Kane. Councillor Carpenter?
Thank you. For me, this just asks for a plan. We've heard how reasonable, how caring, how good the food but not bombs or not cops people are. And this just asks that we sit down with them and try to figure this out. If they are such a good group, and I believe that they are, and they have wonderful volunteers, we should be able to work out a plan. And that's what, for me, that's what this asks for. Let's figure out something that would work.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Is there any other councillor that has not been recognized already that wishes to be recognized on Councillor Schachter's amendment?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, Councillor Broderick.
First, is it legal for me to make a motion to table this item right now?
I think what would be in order would be a motion. Well, it won't make sense to table just the amendment, right? Because we still have to vote on the underlying motion. So I think if you wanted to make a motion to postpone or table, that it would need to be a motion on the entire item, and the pending amendment would still hang with it, such that whenever this is taken off the table or is brought back up again, then the underlying motion along with the amendment, given the point in time that we're at right now, we'd hit pause and we'd pick it back up then.
Okay, so with that, I would motion to table this item until we can get an opinion from the city attorney on whether or not it is unconstitutional to ban or not permit giving away free food on public property. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Broderick. There's a motion to table. A motion to table would not set this matter for a date certain. Rather, at some future meeting, a councillor would need to move to take this item off the table. The motion to table is pending those. There's a second to that motion. Seconded by Councillor Bergman. I would turn to City Attorney Brown. Is a motion to table debatable? No. So we will go to a vote on the motion to table. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed? Say
No.
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 I'll do raised hands here, sorry. If you could show me the noes. And the yeses. All right, there are 7 noes and 5 yeses. The motion fails. Councillor Broderick, did you, you had the floor already on this item, so is there, on debate on the motion, is there any councillor that has not been recognized yet that wishes to be recognized on Councillor Schachter's motion? All right.
Point of information.
Yes.
So we're now debating the amendment to the resolution.
Correct. Councillor Schachter's
I just want to
amendment.
be clear for everybody.
All right. So seeing none, we would then go to a vote on Councillor Schachter's amendment, which has been sent now to the council as well as the mayor's office. And on this, the clerk will please call the roll.
Councillor Barlow?
Yes.
Councillor Bergman?
No.
Councillor Broderick?
No.
Councillor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councillor Grant?
No.
Councillor Kane?
No.
Councillor Litwin?
Yes.
Councillor McKnight?
Yes.
Councillor Newbeezer?
No.
Councillor Schachter?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
7 ayes, 5 nays.
So with 7 ayes and 5 nays, the motion to amend carries. We are now back on the underlying motion as amended first by Councillor Broderick and second by Councillor Schachter. A number of councillors have already gotten in on the underlying motion. Is there any councillor that has not spoken on the underlying motion that wishes to speak at this point in time? Councillor Litwin, I got to go back to my list here.
Thank you. I was in queue to be next before the recess.
Yes, you were. Councillor, I think you had gone last, Councillor Newbeezer, and then Councillor Litwin will go to you.
So I did not come tonight with prepared remarks because I did want to keep an open mind. And I did hear a lot of very helpful information. I learned a lot tonight. I also heard some incorrect information. And so what I really heard was that a lot of this was coming from a place of hurt. And so I do think we have more work to do around the food distribution. I think that mutual aid is very important. I've seen it in action, particularly during COVID, and thank the people from the Old North End Mutual Aid Fund who helped folks in my community. I think that it was really also very harmful to call for a boycott on our businesses. I thought it was reckless, and I thought it was counterproductive. And I call on everybody who may be watching at this late hour or later to support businesses and to come downtown. And I think while we say, you know, that the volunteers know the best ways to support community, as we heard tonight, what about the communities they aren't working with? There are lots of different people here who have different needs for public space and have different opinions on whether they feel safe downtown or not, whether they feel safe in the parking garage or not. And that we need to find balance. And I don't think that Food Not Bombs is contributing to the safety issue, but we do need to better understand the relationship to what's going on downtown. But I don't think that the food distribution in and of itself is going to solve our issues downtown. I don't think anybody's suggesting that. I also don't think that moving Food Not Bombs is going to solve our safety issues in the garage. If anything, we would need a plan, which is why I supported the amendment, to have a safety presence in the garage, which is unfortunate. I was really disturbed by the comments tonight about the hobo hunters, and I learned more tonight than I knew. And I plan to follow up and learn more. And I thank the people who brought that up this evening. It's incredibly disturbing. We are, I also want to thank the Pomerlows who were called out in public comment tonight. I don't know why, but just one donation in and of itself, $300,000 to the Downtown Health Project to help serve the exact same people who are struggling with substance use disorder that may be showing up to lunch. So when we're targeting people who are helping our community for no reason other than political performance, I take issue with that. I do think that when I heard tonight that clients and employees of a gentleman's business were saying they'd rather stop coming into Burlington, I I think it's important for us to hold that. It doesn't have to do with food, not bombs necessarily. It has to do with a holistic issue that we have going on downtown and Church Street. And City Hall Park is a really big part of the problem that we need to get control of. And I witnessed it myself just the other day about the types of activities we have going on in the middle of the day in the park and on College Street behind Ross. I guess the last thing I will say is that, actually one more thing. There was a comment tonight about why are we doing this but building a fence for the police? Well, a police officer was attacked with a meat cleaver and a knife while he was on his way into work. So we can walk and chew gum at the same time. But what I do want to leave us with is I actually do trust that the administration is trying to find a solution while balancing disparate needs. And I want to give the administration time to continue working on that. And I think there was probably a breakdown in communication, and we do also have to be mindful about open meeting law and why we have to have these debates in the public and on the floor. But this amendment only asks for a report back in mid-July. It does not forcibly remove anyone. It does not ban food distribution in the garages, as was suggested as a constitutional issue, and I will leave that there.
Thank you, Councillor Lippman. Is there any councillor that has not been recognized on the underlying resolution that wishes to be recognized now? All right. Councillor Bergman.
Thank you. Because this changes the whole thing, I feel obligated to speak not just about the amendment, but the resolution as an amendment, with the amendment in it. It actually does more than just ask for a report back. It says that the food distribution is not permitted, but we have bikes that are, bike racks that are in there, and we could do other things in there. The fact that we don't have it in the regulations doesn't mean that it is not permitted under the regulations on this particular garage. So I think that's inaccurate. I think that it is inaccurate for me to say that this is not an ideal location for the recipients of the food distribution. It may be the best, which if one says ideal, then we're looking at the perfect being the enemy of the good. And the mayor has counseled us against doing it on the fly and pointed to another inaccuracy. And in fact, this does call for a proposal on long-term relocation. I don't know what that means, but it is clearly not just a report back on the conversations. So I don't think that the what has been amended is as being represented as amended is accurate. So then the question is, given my concerns, is this resolution as a whole, with this in it, worth it for me to support? And my gut tells me no, that you guys have snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory. There are things in here which don't relate to this that are good for us to say, and perhaps the business community will feel comfortable, as I said, and as others on the other side of this table have said, this is a first step. It's pretty small potatoes when you look at what's done. So I got to look at this and say, since I want to support the business community, does my vote really matter? Or is it a section of the business community that is just looking for the red meat around this program? And that, at the end of the day, is what was most important, not the others. So thank everybody for making my job much, much harder. I don't want to vote for this as written. I got to tell you that. I might vote for it, but it is, in my mind, bad policy. It was a bad politics, and it is going to set up a problem down the road that everybody on the other side of the table has said they don't even intend. It is a mistake of a big proportion, even with the little things that are in here that would be positive. So thank you all for making me earn my the big bucks that we get for doing this. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bergman. Councillor Carpenter, I believe you may have already spoken on yes, you already spoke on the underlying motion. Were you looking to get in the queue again, or?
I guess I didn't think I did, but I'll get in the queue for.
I know it was a while ago, but I did have you immediately after we dealt with Councillor Broderick's amendment as speaking on the item. Is there any councillor that has not spoken on the item yet who wishes to get in the queue? All right. So then we will go to a vote on the resolution as amended. And on that vote, the clerk will please call the roll.
Councillor Barlow?
Yes.
Councillor Bergman?
No.
Councillor Broderick?
No.
Councillor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councillor Grant?
No.
Councillor Kane?
No.
Councillor Litwin?
Yes.
Councillor McKnight?
Yes.
Councillor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Councillor Schachter?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
8 ayes, 4 nays.
With 8 yeses and 4 noes, the resolution as amended carries. The time is now 11:37 p.m., and we are turning to the second item on our deliberative agenda, which is a resolution to adopt the Burlington Aging Council Age Strong BTV plan. And on the Aging Council, we've made folks stay up until close to midnight for their report here. But Councillor Carpenter, the underlying resolution on this item was sponsored by you, and would be happy to turn to you to perhaps provide a motion, and then if you'd like the floor back, would be happy to give it to you.
I will, I gotta find the motion. That's fine.
The recommended action is to waive the reading and adopt the resolution.
Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. I'm old and it's late, but we have resilience, that's all. I would move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution as presented in Civic Clerk. And I hope you've all read it. I'm going to say a few words, but I'm not going to repeat it.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Schachter. Councillor Carpenter, and I know we have a number of partners here in this effort here with us, but we'd be happy to go to you first, and the floor is yours.
And I apologize to our partners, but as I said, they are resilient partners, and they've done a huge amount of work on this resolution. I may say another word, but I really want to give them a few minutes to review the work they've done, which is to really set out a plan for the city of Burlington on how we're going to treat our older citizens. And it's detailed, and it's thorough, and it's something we really do need to pay attention to. So I encourage us. It's something we're going to attack in pieces, and it's something we're going to do over the next few years. But it's critically important. And given some of our other conversations, at this point in time, it's really critical that we figure out a plan of action for our older citizens and how we're going to transition in this tough budget time to deal with the fact that we really don't have anybody at the moment really in the city owning this issue. So I want us to let our partners come to the table. I believe Glenn McCrae, who's president of, or chair of the council, and is going to give us a few words, and Brian Pine. And I don't know if we still have, you were going to bring somebody on online as well.
I believe we had a representative from the AARP on earlier who's no longer.
She's no longer, okay.
Yes.
She had to go to bed.
Yes, right.
So we will kick off real quickly. I'm Brian Pine, the Director of the Community and Economic Development Office, and served with Glenn McCrae here as the co-chairs of the Aging Council. And I just wanted to highlight a couple things real quickly. Council was created in 21 over the period of, we started meeting in the fall of 2021, and the purposes that are laid out in the slides, you can go to the next slide, are right here, essentially set up to come up with a set of recommendations, really, a roadmap or a plan that would identify ideas, proposed approaches to elevating the issues facing older Burlingtonians, and to plan for the population of older residents growing considerably over coming years, and to ensure that we have a community where everyone feels both welcome and included and has a place to make a meaningful contribution. And so I think that ultimately your action tonight is just to refer the plan to the Community Development and Neighborhood Revitalization Committee, but we thought we'd touch on a couple of things in the plan, and we can go to the next slide. The council laid out in 2021 these 5 bullets on the left of this slide. I would like to point out the folks who did step up, because we had, I counted, I think, 34 meetings over a 3-year period. Not that the number of meetings is the barometer, but folks were extremely engaged, and we had subcommittees that worked on this. This was really created by the folks that served on the council. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Marcella Gange was our staff member, and she provided tireless staff support to us throughout this entire 3-year process. So I just wanted to highlight that point as well. Earlier tonight we had, Andrea Vietz is here, director of the Heineberg Center and Senior Center, and Andrea is a very active member of the group as well. Key points Glenn's going to touch on in a minute. We can go to the next slide.
Great. Glenn McCrae, I co-chaired the council with Brian. So, this is like numbers, this is who we are as a city. We're aging, 12% of the population, which is largely unheard of from in deliberations in this body, I'd like to say, is already over 65. That's growing. We know it. But I want to say the plan is really an asset-based plan. There's too much deficit thinking when it comes to an aging population. The aging population can be seen as a real asset in this community if we plan for it and plan for it properly. And that's what the plan really sets out to do. I was happy to see the mayor's kind of outline of what the city priorities are, and that I went to the plan. I said, wow, we fit right into that, because this is about a community of our neighbors who are largely unheard of in a lot of city work, and it directly addresses community safety, the housing crisis. Charlie Messing was here earlier talking about his short story about his procedure through some of these. And we know that climate chaos is disproportionately felt by an aging population. So as we do that planning as a city, taking into account the needs and opportunities for our older citizens is going to be really critical. Also, there's a gap. There's an enormous gap, and it's growing in terms of both services and recognizing the opportunities for this aging population, whether we're talking about the workforce, we're talking about volunteerism, or we're talking just about the need gap that's there for folks. So the plan itself, very long, I apologize, but just some key things in terms of kicking this off. So, because it is a long-term process, and hopefully this will be a conversation that you will come back to multiple times over the coming years. But essentially, the key part is going to be that it needs central cross-disciplinary action on part of the city. It's got to be a new lens that you all and the administration are able to look at. You know, how does your deliberation impact on that larger, growing population? We need to cut across city departments because this isn't something that's going to be handled in Parks and Rec or in CEDO or in some other agency. It really is a cross-departmental action plan. We need more data, which is something the city has been growing the capacity to get at. Who are these people? Where are they? What are the conditions in which they're living and working? We need centralized resource sites. Right now, there are multiple different organizations that are trying to supply resources and information to this population. The city has an opportunity to use its resources to help centralize that. We need a policy review. We need an opportunity to really look across city policy to see how it is or is not impacting this population and what kind of actions are going to need to be taken into the future. We need to support more programming at the Heineberg Center, which has done an incredible job with very few resources for many, many years. But people of this age group live throughout the city in all of your districts. And I really invite you to take a look at the census and see how many of these people live in each of your districts and how much time you've spent reaching out and working with them and what opportunities there are to do that. We need a really much more robust outreach effort and engagement effort to bring these people into the process within the city, and we need to build the relationships with not just the city departments, but also the number of engaged partners that we're putting together this plan and beyond. So this is really an opportunity for the city. It will take resources, not all of that financial, though that is certainly going to be an issue that we're going to have to address. Not all of it coming from the city coffers, but how we can empower through a unified approach other sources of funding to take on these actions into the future. So really welcome you to become much more engaged with the plan, and the council members I'm sure would be very happy to be engaged with the committee. What we will need as an hopefully early point of action is a re-engaged Burlington Action Council, which can continue to bring these issues up and be that voice and come to the council and come to the administration with ideas and opportunities for moving this agenda forward. So thanks.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Glenn. Thank you very much as well for, well, Councilor Carpenter, the floor was actually yours. The 5 minutes are up, but.
I realize it's late, and so I'm really not going to, I just encourage us all to read the plan and take it seriously. We all are involved in different committees. One of my advice to the council members were that they divide themselves and come to your committee. CD&R will be the point committee, but I think the goal is to work with each of the committees and departments really on trying to get them to think, how does their portion of the work deal with it? There is a specific ask in this resolution that I want to point out. The decision...
Please wrap up here, Councilor.
Oh, sorry. The decision to eliminate core happened very quickly, and we need a transition plan. We need a transition plan with Heineberg to make that work. And so I'm just asking, or they're asking specifically that we look at that as well.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. And I interrupted myself there in providing thanks to you, Glenn, and to the entire council, and to you too as well, Director Pine. I do hope that we have an opportunity to have you back before the council here at our next couple meetings, but allow me to take this opportunity to thank you for your great service to the city, including through the Aging Council here. And it wouldn't be right if in this month or next we didn't have you back for a midnight council meeting. So, so thank you for being here. Is there any other councilor that wishes to get in the queue on this item? Councilor Schachter.
I'm going to keep it very quick. But I just want to say thank you also to both of you for this work. Glenn, I was grateful that you recently introduced me to the concept of the 880 cities, which is that if a city works for 8-year-olds and 80-year-olds, then it's a city that's likely great for everyone. And I love that framework, and I'm really excited to help carry this work forward through CDNR and then back to the council. I share Councilor Carpenter's kind of naming that we really do need to find a permanent home for this and someone to really own and hold this work. And I'm unbelievably fortunate that my in-laws just moved to Burlington, so I'm living the beauty of a multi-generational life here, and I see the joy that my kids bring them and the love and wisdom and care that they show them, and how beautiful it is when we can be sort of in community with each other. So it's something I hold very dear, and I'm excited, thank you, and I'm excited to help move this work forward.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. Is there any other councilor that wishes to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, then we will, Councilor Litwin.
I'll just briefly say, because I want to respect your time as well. Thank you for the work that you did. I'm looking forward to digging into this, not at midnight in CDNR. And I'm grateful to Councilor Carpenter particularly for her diligence in shepherding things along as well. And thank you to you, Director Pine. I just want to reiterate, and we heard this from the director of the Heineberg Senior Center and some of the other, I think Martha Molpus was here. Just, we do actually, as we're cutting programs and as we're cutting things and saying we're not going to do them anymore, we need to ask then what? Like it doesn't, it solves the budget problem, but it doesn't solve the lack of the solution. So we need to dig in to that. And this is a very full report, which I expect nothing else from you, Director Pine. So I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you so much. And the Heineberg Senior Center is in Ward 7 particularly, and so I try to get over there whenever I can, and it's just such an asset, and it's such a strong community, so I hope that the housing and the senior center, but yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilor Litwin. Anyone else? All right, we will go to a vote on the resolution then. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much for being here. The next item on our agenda is item 8.3, City's Recycling Program, Next Steps. I know we have Chapin Spencer and Lee Perry here this evening. Councilor Barlow, when we get there, I'll be turning to you as chair of the TUC for a motion, but given the length of the motion, perhaps we turn to our guests here first for a presentation, and then we'll get to that. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So Director Spencer and Lee Perry, appreciate your being here with us late into the evening on this important item. And whenever you're prepared, we turn the floor to you.
Great, thank you very much. Happy to be here. We have 12 slides, and Lori told me to jump to slide 6, so we'll make this very quick. We reviewed a lot of this information last time. Thanks to the work session, you brought up a number of important points and questions back in April. We've had a number of steps since then, really to season the recommendation that's in front of you tonight. There have been public meetings, there's been meetings with our workforce, there's been a good meeting with the Transportation, Energy, and Utilities Committee, and also meetings with the trash haulers themselves that has brought us here to tonight. Basically, the recommendation has short, medium, and long-term strategies, and they are spelled out in the motion in front of you. Short term, we are looking to strengthen our recruitment and retention of our existing staff to stabilize our program through the end of 2025 medium term, decide on whether we are going to continue to operate the consolidated recycling service as a municipal operation, or whether we will contract it out for the next 3 to 5 years, and then long term to work over the next 3 to 5 years to fully evaluate a consolidated collection system for trash, compost, and recycling. It's important to recognize that the recycling program has been funded through the solid waste generation tax prior to FY26, and that has really been the predominant program funded through the solid waste generation tax. We do have a number of capital needs that have come up that we are proposing to also fund through the solid waste generation tax starting in FY26. And the result is that we are looking to continuing to budget for municipal operation of recycling because we need to approve a budget in FY26, and we need as a backstop to be able to say that we have money to continue to fund this program or to get enough revenue to contract it out. So our recommendation is to increase the solid waste generation tax, which is a monthly tax, from $6.90 per residential unit to $12 per residential unit. It's a 74% increase, and 2/3 of that increase are to support recycling, And to the earlier discussions and conversations about sustainably funding this program, the program was not fully covering its costs in previous fiscal years. This budget, as Lee and I have put together, does sustainably fund the program. So whether we keep this in-house or contract in FY26, the recycling stays consolidated. The city maintains its oversight role under either scenario, and we retain the future decision-making authority on solid waste collection. There was some conversation during public forum about trying to tie a parallel to Burlington Telecom. The city, through ordinance, regulates solid waste collection, and we have the authority, and nothing that we are seeking to ask you to vote on tonight erodes that authority. And then lastly, by keeping recycling consolidated, we reduce truck traffic emissions and maximize diversion. As we look to moving ahead here, we are proposing to simultaneously issue a request for price quotes, RFPQ, and simultaneously refine our sustainable city recycling operation model. And then we would share both the result of the bids and the city's operating model with the council and commission, and we'd be seeking your guidance on direction. And then looking to, if we're contracting, execute a 3 to 5 year agreement with a private hauler, or make the decision to keep the operation in-house at that time. And also in the motion tonight is a recommendation to have TUC and DPW staff work on a plan, a multi-year plan to fully evaluate consolidated collection overall. Happy to answer any questions. I will just summarize right here what the TUC generally directed us to do. We have updated the motion because we've done a number of things since that motion, most specifically developed the memorandum of agreement with the union for the recruitment and retention strategies that are in front of you, that include premiums, include referral bonuses, and also hiring bonuses. Lee, anything that I missed? Okay, we're happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you very much. Which councilors would like to get in the queue on this item? We'll go Councilor Kane, Councilor McKnight, and then Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Kane.
Thanks. So I'll start out with the question just about the motion. So the second part of the motion includes a date for the RFPQ. And then the third part, working in parallel on municipal plan, that does not include a date. So I just wanted to clarify, are you guys planning to, is the idea to work on two things simultaneously and then come back to us with both of them at the same time?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, so I think the motion might need to be adjusted because it seems like the third part, you don't need to get back to us at any particular time. So that's just one detail. And then also in your long-term section, you guys in your writing do make it sound like in the memo that that we'll be entering into a contract through the RFPQ process. That does seem to be kind of baked in, at least to the language there. And I do share the concerns that were raised during public comment about like how the RFPQ process could be an easy way out. And I do want to make sure that we're doing the work to find any solution that we can to this labor management problem. That's really what it is. It's an HR problem, that we can't pay market rates. And I'm just not sure that we've really looked thoroughly enough into the possible options, including, like I raised last time you guys were here, the idea of putting the work outside of street maintenance into a new team, a new division, somewhere separate where the union might even waive right to precedent. I had raised that question. I didn't get an answer. You did get back to us with some answers to our questions after the work session in April, but that was not addressed. And so I'm not clear that that every effort has been made. I'm not clear that every effort will be made if we give you guys the green light to go through with starting the RFPQ process, and that could snowball into some sort of foregone conclusion that I don't think we intend it to be, and so I certainly wouldn't support. So I'd like to hear back from you guys on that. I do have additional questions as well, but you guys can go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Kane. On the business unit, if we weren't explicit about this, while we do not have time or authority to set up a enterprise fund which would have the greatest firewall and protection for our departments, we have built a budget here that includes 2 new FTEs, 1 additional recycling worker and 1 working foreperson. And if we keep this long-term, we're recommending a manager as well. That would insulate the recycling activity from the street maintenance work function. So we have taken your comment. We have proposed a model that would enable recycling as long as we can fill these positions to fully stand on its own.
Okay, so those positions, though, you guys are not anticipating, right, that with the extra few dollars an hour and whatnot that you're providing, that those positions will be filled sustainably. Is that fair to say? With that, do you guys feel like the short-term solution that's being proposed is going to be adequate to fill those positions?
We are proposing recruitment bonuses.
Right.
We are seeking to make the job easier by hiring more people. So yes, we are looking at very clear changes that would make the work more enticing.
Okay, so just to be super clear, I guess my understanding is that the short-term solution, which I think you're speaking of, was like just to try to get us to the end of the year, basically, the calendar year, without, recycling piling up on the curb. I didn't think that there were necessarily higher expectations than that for stabilizing the program at this point with the changes that are outlined in the memo. But it sounds like you're saying that you think that might be the case.
The short-term strategy is the recruitment and retention proposals that are in front of you as part of the FY26 budget. We are budgeting for these additional positions because we understood from the council that there was interest in protecting the street maintenance work group. And if we are continuing this operation for the next 3 to 5 years, we absolutely need to have a sustainable recycling program that does not impact the day-to-day operations of street maintenance.
Thanks. And just last question is, in terms of the timing of the RFPQ process, would you guys be open to striking that for now and postponing it to a later point in time and potentially doing an RFPQ for all three, trash, recycling, and compost together, around the end of the year or so, or later this year, depending on how things develop with the tweaks that you have made or are proposing tonight?
We appreciate the interest to move as quickly as possible, and that is heard and understood. My analysis, and having worked with GBB, our consultant, and talked with Chittenden Solid Waste District, moving to a fully consolidated system is a multi-year process, and that what we need is some 3 to 5 year stopgap measure that gives us the time to be able to implement or fully consider and then implement, should you all want to, a full consolidated collection system. So the short answer is we think that is the responsible piece to do is to move ahead with an interim selection of either us doing it or the private sector doing it. We are fully committed, as the motion says, to bring the data for both to you all and the commission for you to evaluate which the best direction would be.
Well, if I could just respond to that.
I'm sorry, Councilor Kane.
Very briefly.
We're well over time at this point. I mean, if you could just keep it, one sentence there, Councilor Kane, I'll give it to you. I mean, you know what I mean. Just if you could just complete
Yeah, I'll
your
try to be very
comments.
brief, but yeah.
Please just don't go on at length, Councilor Kane. We're well over time at this point. If you just have a final comment, go for it. Otherwise, I would suggest you follow up in writing with the folks here.
I'll follow up in writing. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Kane. Councilor McKnight, and then Councilor Newbeezer.
I just have a really quick clarifying question since it's so late. The tax increase that you mentioned, are we voting on that tonight, or is that something you're proposing later, like in the budget process or something like that? Okay.
Sorry, could you turn the microphone on just so that any folks online could hear it?
Yes, it will be in the budget process.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Newbeezer.
I did not send my questions in advance, so apologies, and you can follow up with me, but I had 3 that popped up on this, and I appreciate the work, and I appreciate that the administration's willingness to engage with the council on this. I think we've moved in a really good direction and a consensus direction, and so thank you for that work. We said 2/3 are going to recycling of the $6.90 to $12 increase. What does that 1/3 go to? The remaining 1/3?
The remaining 1/3 goes to 3 items, and let's just list them right here. The first is post-closure landfill maintenance. Manhattan Drive landfill needs repairs to its leachate and landfill gas collection systems. The second is the city has 2 suboptimal soil management areas, and we're trying to unite them into one modern, safe soil management area, 201 Flynn. And third, CSWD would take some of the property. Council's already approved that once the soil management is moved from 339, that part of 339 Pine Street could be an expanded drop-off center with more services to Burlington residents. So those are the 3 things that would make up the balance of the solid waste generation tax in FY '26.
Thank you. And then, again, questions I haven't sent in advance, but one of the things I raised last time was I'm trying to get a better understanding of if our biggest snag is we can't hire folks for these positions, which I hear and is fair enough. Hiring across all public sector positions is tough in the state and at the local level, I think, generally, or at least a harder environment than it has been in years past. But I'm trying to get a sense of why the private haulers have that staff. Like, what is attractive about those positions that we don't, that we're missing, I guess, is what I'm trying to get a better understanding of.
I don't know that the what the haulers do is specific. They're collecting trash, recycling, and compost. We're more of a, public works division that collects recycling on a, I don't want to say smaller scale, but compared to, some of the accounts that the private haulers have, we are small scale, even though it is a fair amount that we collect. I'm sure they have the same challenges as we do in recruiting staff. We're finding that in our street maintenance division as well. And people I know in construction business are having difficulties hiring staff in that type of work. We're finding a lot of the staff that we are getting applicants from do not have a CDL yet. So I don't know if that's a hurdle for a lot of people. Casella, I do know, has a program where they will help staff applicants get their CDL. We do a similar situation down here at the street department where we are registered as a training facility, and we can train our own staff, and eventually they'll get their CDL. So we hope that'll help get some more applicants in the door for us.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then my last question, just for clarity, because I know there are a few different versions of this at the start, and I just want to be explicit so that the public understands, that the council is clear. Well, one, I'll just say a quick comment, which is a $12 price for a monthly fee on any sort of waste collection in Burlington is great. So even, in my head, I was like, even if we, this goes from $6.90 to $12, even if we went up to $18, that's still a very competitive price compared to, if you think about what you pay for compost from a private hauler, compared to what you think about what your trash bill is, even if you take off the solid waste tax, what that number would be. I have, private haulers, everybody else does, which is great. And then my last question here was, just clarity on what's the relationship for the consumer between paying this bill? Is it that we are paying a lump sum as a city to the private hauler in that scenario, or is that what the RFP is asking for?
Yes, this interim approach, if we continue to operate recycling, the solid waste generation tax would be collected by the haulers, would come to us, and we would pay our expenses through the revenue of the tax. Should we contract for the service for the next 3 to 5 years, we again would collect the same solid waste generation tax through the haulers. Instead of paying our own staff to do the work, we would use the revenue from the tax to pay a contractor to do the work. One of the nice things is, since this is an interim 3 to 5 year approach, there is no friction for the customer. There is no contacting any hauler or changing of service. It is really just whether we pay ourselves to do the work or we pay a contractor. And the customer, the Burlington residents, do not need to do anything during this interim period.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Barlow, could I turn to you for a motion on this item, and then we'll see if there's any further comment or questions.
Sure, I have a question. Would you like me to?
I'd be happy to give you the floor after you make a motion.
Okay.
If we unless,
I'm happy
are you ready to do?
I'm happy to move this. It's going to put
Okay.
my late night motion making skills to a test, but I'm willing to give it a try. Okay, I move to authorize the DPW director to execute the DPW Employee Retention and Recruitment Memorandum of Agreement between ASME Local 1343 and City of Burlington, Department of Public Works, and move to support putting out a request for price quotes, RFPQ, to area haulers in May or June 2025 for a 3 to 5 year contracted operation of the city's recycling program, and move to support DPW management developing in parallel a sustainable municipally run operational model and full cost estimate for the recycling program delivered by DPW staff, and finally, move to request the Transportation Energy and Utilities Committee work with city staff to develop a plan, timeline, and budget to evaluate a potential transition to a fully consolidated waste collection system and provide proposed plan back to City Council by November 2025. And ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow, seconded by Councilor Bergman. Councilor Barlow, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you, and I'd like to also point out the collaborative effort, on the part of the administration, various councilors, to try to come up with this sort of short, medium, and long-term strategy. I think it's a good it's a good outcome for what started out to be a very sort of contentious prospect of losing our recycling system as it was originally proposed. So I don't think we've answered all the questions with this, and there's still a lot of detail to get worked out. But I think this provides a good framework for sort of getting the information we need. In the short term, we're going to try to give retention and recruitment bonuses to try to keep people and hire people. And I still have open questions as to whether or not it will be effective. We will see. But it's certainly something we should try. And then in the medium term, I really like the idea of us fully costing our own recycling program and sort of bouncing that off what a private hauler or private haulers would charge us to do the same work. It'll give us good data to decide on, what the best course of action is. Hopefully, hopefully we get good quotes. I am sort of skeptical, but I remain open to seeing what comes out of that process. And then longer term, I do think it's worth us developing a plan to evaluate. I almost look at this as like, is this, of all the things we want DPW to be working on, is this something that, is going to be a priority over some of the other things they should be working on? So I sort of look at the last long-term plan as sort of a clarifying step in DPW priorities, not just whether or not we do or don't do consolidated collection, if that makes sense. But I do have questions about the $12 tax, and I'm glad we're not voting on it tonight, because I'm wondering, I guess, first off, if it bakes in the current retention bonuses, right? But if we needed to go higher to keep things, would there be enough slack in there for that? And I'll ask you my other questions about the tax before I ask you to answer. You had said in the hypothetical, fully costed org chart that you were talking about, in the interim, we'd have a 4-person and 3 recycling staff. Is that accurate? And then, if we decided to we're going to do that in the short term. Is that true? And then in the longer term, where does the manager fit in? Is that also part of the $12 figure, or would that be, we need to go
You're correct
back to
on
that? Okay.
So for budgeting purposely, as Chapin touched on earlier, is we, fully outfitted recycling on, to make it sustainable going into FY '26. So we have 4 current positions right now, added another grade 14 step 1 recycle driver, as well as a grade 16 working 4-person, all in recycling trucks, with the addition of a manager to oversee that department.
It's all been budgeted, but one of the things we've done, as I think you've noted, is we're not planning to hire for the manager until we know that we're going to be into this for the long term. The savings from that would fund the recruitment and retention bonuses. So to your point, right now we're estimating $36,000 through the end of the year for recruitment and retention. If we needed to continue that or increase that, the manager's salary could be used to up those contributions and still stay within budget.
And just to clarify, the long-term commitment would be that we decided as a city to keep the recycling program in-house for next 3 to 5 years. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That is all I had.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there any other councilor? Yes, Councilor Broderick.
Thank you. I would like to move to amend the motion by deleting the second point, and I would like to ask for the floor back after a second.
Okay. There is a motion to amend from Councillor Broderick by deleting the second point in Councillor Barlow's motion, which is to support putting out a request for price quotes RFPQ to area haulers in May or June 2025. Correct, Councillor Barlow? Excuse me, Councillor Broderick? Okay. Is there a second to Councillor Broderick's motion? Second by Councillor Kane. Okay, we're on your motion to amend now, Councillor Broderick. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to start by saying that I'm really impressed and I appreciate the work that has gone into this plan, especially since what we originally saw in the TOOC. Especially grateful for the effort put into the short-term goals and what you intend to keep in the budget until we come to a medium and long-term decision. I think it's great that we're thinking ahead and assuming that we are intending to protect our recycling service and keep it within the city and showing this is what we need to do. This is how we need to support our union employees. This is how we need to recruit and retain new employees once we're able to find them. And that's kind of my point for why I'm making this amendment, because I'm just extremely optimistic with the other parts of this motion that I think for now that we don't need to be thinking about putting out a private bid. I think that we should give this plan a chance, see the cost estimate for keeping it within the city if it's based off of what we're planning with these short-term provisions. I think this is great. And then while we're going about that, putting our heads together and to put us on the path to creating a consolidated solid waste system, hopefully a public one, and keeping our service in the hands of the people of Burlington, and hopefully expanding that to all solid waste. So I'll say that by putting the idea of privatization to rest while following through with the rest of this plan, and I say putting our trust in you guys and putting that faith in that what you've given to us is a good plan and let's carry it out. It shows our commitment to do right by our city workers and a commitment to fix the system that we have, but also a commitment in the long term to keep public goods under public control. When funding public goods are on the line, whether it's our high school, our water, our streets, Burlingtonians have overwhelmingly supported it. And we love our recycling service. We love our blue bins. And as said in public comment, I would agree that if we chart a course for privatization, we may never get the chance to take it back, even with the law being in our favor of taking it back. That will be a whole conversation and a whole new debate. So I think that we should put privatization to bed now, give the city the chance to I would say, right its wrongs in regards to how our recycling program currently is, use this plan that you've given us and make progress towards a consolidated municipal solid waste collection service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Barlow?
So we're just debating the amendment.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, and I do not support the amendment, primarily because all we're doing is getting information from the private haulers to see if they could operate it competitively with the city's quote. That's all we're doing in this. Also, that would give us additional information that may be helpful in our decisioning around a fully consolidated collection. The fully consolidated collection wouldn't necessarily mean a municipally run fully consolidated collection. One of the models that was contemplated back when we took this up in 2021 or 2 was a franchise system that would be run by the haulers. So I think it just would give us good information from which to make our ultimate decision in the 3 to 5 year time frame. And so for that reason, I'd like to keep it in the resolution, in the motion.
Thank you. And Councilor Barlow, I should have asked whether or not the amendment was friendly to you, but I think you just answered it there. So thank you. Councilor Newbeezer?
Potentially a dumb question, but I have a question for folks as it relates to this amendment. My fear, right, is that in terms of protecting residents' pocketbooks and the city's interest, is that if we go and gather, this RFP from private haulers, that like we have leverage right now knowing that we can go to a municipal, but sort of what's the cost if you get rid of sort of the physical equipment? I'm assuming we wouldn't keep, trucks or whatever other capital. What's that capital value roughly? I mean, because if we're talking about, okay, well, we can do this for 3 to 5 years and come back, the coming back part becomes way more financially difficult because now we got to reinvest in a bunch of, make a bunch of capital investments. So I'm wondering if you can give me some sense.
You're wondering what our equipment is valued at now, or what it would be?
Yeah, because once we get rid of that, I think it gives way more leverage to the private haulers in terms of going back and forth with the city. In terms of price and getting a good deal.
So 2 of our 4 trucks are end of life. So I would say of the remaining 2 trucks, we probably have $300,000 worth of value in 2 trucks. And then we're really talking about the value of the toters. One of the pieces could be that if we're contracting out for the service, that we're still stating that the toters are city-owned assets. So I would really see us retaining ownership of the toters if we contracted. And so I'd say that the most we would lose is $300,000 for 2 existing recycling trucks. Is that fairly?
Yes.
And there's no other sort of material costs like that I should be considering, or that you think the council should be considering?
I mean, if we're building out a fully consolidated system and we need buildings and more trucks, additional infrastructure, then we'd need to capitalize that. But we wouldn't be losing any capital if we contracted out other than the trucks, to my quick thinking here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Kane?
Thanks. So it sounds like the RFPQ does not need to go out right now because you guys think the short-term adjustments you've made might be adequate. But setting that aside, in terms of what information we would gather from the RFPQ just for recycling versus an RFPQ for trash, and compost and recycling altogether, you and I, Director Spencer, have gone back and forth with estimates for how expensive incorporating, trash might be, a fully consolidated, even municipally run or non-municipally run system. There's a consultant's report from a couple years ago that needs updating. We would stand to save, by any estimate, millions of dollars a year with a fully consolidated solid waste hauling system. And so that information seems valuable to gather. Is it $5 million? Is it $6 million? Is it 7, right? We've gone back and forth about these numbers, and that information I would value, and I think it would be just very helpful for, city councilors, for the administration to, start thinking more in terms of, what could things look like in a couple of years here? What sorts of, just what can things look like? And I'm not sure what information we're really going to get from the RFPQ just for recycling, because, there are going to be administrative costs associated with, managing a program. There are going to be transition costs. The city program itself is, the numbers on it are difficult to pin down in a in a very tight way. We can have this debate about exactly how much the city-run program versus a private recycling program costs, and they might be different by $100,000 or whatever, and then it'll just be a values debate. But I just don't think that's going to be very valuable information. I think if we are going to put out an RFPQ, right, why not survey and see how many millions are being left on the table here, with the trash and compost also not being consolidated, right now being an absolute mess.
I think one of the reasons that we want to take the 3 to 5 years to fully explore consolidated collection is to get to some of those questions that you asked. That they do take time. Each community is different in terms of their composition of housing and to what level we collect, and do we collect from commercial. There's a whole host of policy issues. Do we allow opt-outs that require time? I will say from staff's perspective, we feel very strongly that we should see what the market can offer for a number of reasons. And one, where we started, is Public Works is not a large department. Depending on what your priorities are and the administration's priorities, we cannot do everything for everybody, and we need to focus on what the priorities are. If consolidated collection is the priority, then let's move methodically towards implementing it so it's smooth and we serve the customer well. But I think we would benefit from time to talking with you all. If we spend our innovation capacity on this, what other initiatives in Public Works' realm are not going to be advanced? And that is an important conversation that I think we need more time for.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kane. Is there any other councillor that wishes to be recognized on Councillor Broderick's amendment? All right, we will go to a vote then on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Broderick, which is to delete the second item from Councillor Barlow's 4-point motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
I'm gonna lose it here now, City Attorney Brown. On an amendment like that, if it's a divided question, do we need to call out, I've been doing it all night, but do we need to specifically call out the yeses and nos, or is that only on the underlying question? I think we'll be better safe than sorry, but let's figure it out for next time. The yeses, could you please raise your hand? All right, Councilors Broderick, Kane, and Newbeezer, yes. Okay, and Councillor Grant. So Councillor Grant, Broderick, Kane, and Newbeezer, yes. The rest, 8 noes, so the motion fails. We are now back on the underlying motion as made by Councillor Barlow. Is there anyone who wants to get in the queue on that item? All right, seeing no one, we will then go to a vote on Councillor Barlow's motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. I believe that's just Councillor Broderick. Oh, we'll do raise hands.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes.
I've gotten really tired in the last 15 minutes.
No problem. There's the 4-part motion still as made by Councillor Barlow. And the question now is, and we'll do raise hands. All in favor, please raise your hand. Yes. All opposed? Okay, so I just see Councillor Broderick and Kane against. Okay. So 10-2, that motion carries with thanks to the entire DPW team for their work on this item, and to the TOOC committee for their work on this item as well.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yep. So we have 2 more deliberative items left. My hope is that we can get through them relatively quickly here. To that end, I'm going to limit councillor comments on item 8.4 and 8.5 to 2 minutes each, and hopefully we can keep to that. Councillor Bergman, my hope is to perhaps pick on you on items 8.4 and 8.5 for motions. Would you be willing to make a motion on item 8.4?
Sure, I'd move to approve the 1-year extension to the letter of agreement between the City of Burlington and the University of Vermont dated June 24th, 2019.
Thank you, Councillor Bergman. Is there a second to that motion? Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. As noted in the motion, we are on the extension of the letter agreement between the City of Burlington and UVM. This was postponed from our meeting on May 12th. I know we have CIO Shad and the Mayor's office here to speak to it, but let me ask councillors first. Do councillors have any questions or comments on this item, or are we prepared to go to a vote on the motion? Councillor Broderick.
This is for the administration, right?
Yeah, well, any comments or questions?
Okay, I have a question for the administration. So I am supportive of extending the letter of agreement. Would be bad to not, but I guess this is not fully related. So I will not ask. I will do it in writing.
Okay. Are there any councillors that wish to, any other councillors that wish to be recognized on this item? Councillor Litwin.
I'll be brief because I had questions and concerns at the last meeting, but I actually just want to thank the mayor because I'm coming to a different place. I appreciate in her updates her updates in yesterday's council meeting, that she has spoken with President Trump and that they are already speaking about this. And while I don't love the idea of having to take a long time, I am an understanding of how long it takes to get through these. So thank you for diligently continuing to work on this. I do believe we absolutely need to increase the amount of pilot funds.
Thank you, Councillor Litwin. Any other councillor wish to be recognized on this item? If not, we'll turn to the mayor. Mayor, happy to turn to you.
I'm going to be very brief. I just need to clarify that I have not spoken with the president-elect, and we certainly haven't talked about any items yet. And much like I said last week, we're proceeding carefully because these are voluntary agreements that require negotiation and relationship building first. I just have a meeting scheduled with her before she even is beginning as president.
Thank you, Mayor.
I apologize.
No apologies necessary.
Well,
does anyone else want to be recognized on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And that takes us now to item 8.5, a proposed ordinance regarding gross receipts. And on this item, may I turn to you, Councilor Bergman, as chair of our ordinance committee.
Yes, and I'd move to waive and approve the first reading of the proposed ordinance on gross receipts and to suspend the rules to refer it to the Board of Finance to report back by June 2nd, and then briefly just have the floor back after a second.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Bergman.
So just briefly, we had not a substantive conversation, but a procedural conversation about this process. We have not, it didn't come to our ordinance committee directly. It's coming here because of the timing. My own schedule, I'm going on a needed trip with my wife on Wednesday and will not be back until the second for our meeting. And so having an ordinance committee wasn't going to happen, even though it probably could have happened if somebody else had taken the reins, but we're not meeting again until the 6th. And besides that, this is a question of the taxes and therefore a question for the budget. So it really is most appropriate to be done in the Board of Finance. And just going to the ordinance committee would be a bureaucratic, let me just be blunt now, stupidity at this point in time. And so therefore, we need to waive the rules because it is our rules, but we don't really need to follow them when this is a much better path forward. So I'd ask that we get the votes necessary to have this process in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Does any other councilor wish to be recognized on this? Councilor Carpenter.
Certainly agree with Councilor Bergman. I see it as procedural. I see it's a tax issue. From my perspective, just given the timing, we have to have the discussion. So from my perspective, sending it to finance doesn't necessarily fully endorse it. It just sends it to finance, at which point we will have to have a conversation about whether we leave this in place or not in place, or whether we look at any other revenue-raising options, maybe around the property tax. So it's to have that conversation.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? Councilor Barlow and then Councilor Singh.
Thank you, President Travers. I also concur with everything that Councilor Carpenter said. I do believe, and I agree that suspending the rules and sending this to Board of Finance makes sense in this case. And also, I don't think sending it there for deliberation really is a signal that we endorse it so much as it's the right forum in which to have the conversation about either sunsetting it, continuing it for a year, or making it permanent. And so I'm supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Singh?
Excuse me, as somebody that served on the Marketplace Commission for many years, fees were brought in front of us many times. And I always felt that Burlington had fairly inelastic demand for our services, our dining experiences downtown. I think things are different now and our region has changed. I think that we do have the best variety of dining and entertainment options, but I think by the signal of longtime businesses that have opened restaurants in other towns and that new restaurants are opening in other towns, I think we really need to examine whether we want to keep this tax in place. Even though it's procedural going to the Board of Finance, I really think that the public discussions, analyzing our options on potentially what is $900K in revenue is difficult to do so late in this budgeting process, and we have built a budget based on the assumption that this tax is going to be here. And I think we should have a robust discussion on whether this is the appropriate way to raise revenue and balance our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Singh. Is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? All right. Seeing none, we will go to a vote on Councilor Bergman's motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? I see Councilor, okay. Well, okay, sorry. We have some, no, I didn't hear a no, but I see some raised hands, so we'll do raise hands. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all opposed? All right, I see 9 yeses, 3 noes. The 3 noes, Councilor Singh, McKnight, and Travers. Suspending the rules requires 2/3, 8 votes, so 9-3, the motion carries. That brings us to the end of our deliberative agenda now, and that's how far our rules took us. So we will adjourn the City Council meeting now at 12:43 a.m. Thank you very much.
Praise Jesus.